Esports. Alpha 7. Shoot to survive. United for gaming. VIP Esports. World Cup. VIOUS Gaming. Xforce. VIOUS Esports.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season Day number 2. The players are ready to go, talking their strategies, getting everything set up. Day 1 was all about getting your feet underneath you, making sure that the vibes are good, you get the jitters out of the way, you see what your competition's up to, and more importantly, you get used to this new format, new map rotation that we've got going on for the spring season in 2025. But luckily, the teams, I think they're ready to go for day 2. Yesterday was great. Today's going to be even better. I'm Taylor Reflections, though. We're joined by Seven and Enigma. Seven, great to see you once again, brother. We're back for day number 2. It's going to be wonderful.
Great to be back, man. A lot of surprises yesterday that we got a chance to see. No surprise in regards to Brazil being at the top, but I want to see how that VAR review is going to be coming into play today. Who was able to go back to the hotel room, look at the older rotations, figure out what they need to do different, and make sure they show up today.
That's it, man. And hopefully all the coaches are there. We heard some excuses that coaches were missing last season and therefore they couldn't perform. But this season, I'm sure, is going to be different. Enigma, great to see you, man. It's going to be nice to hear your insight. How you feeling?
Oh, we're feeling great. And always, of course, it's 2 is better than 1. Back-to-back days with you two. Love to be here, of course. And I like the word that you said there, Taylor, excuses. I don't believe it one bit. The coaches can be just as impactful. Maybe not in between each game, but I like how Seven said it just now. The VOD review needs to come in play. I understand it was day 1, a lot of new faces to this LAN environment, but you got to learn fast because Brazil yesterday, they were dominating.
That's right. Brazil dominated. No surprise, right? And of course, Alpha 7 leading the charge. They're currently in first, but it doesn't mean they don't have competition. Influence, Rage, Intense Game, Loops, all jumping up there within the top 4, looking great, looking wonderful. And each one of those rosters having some big moments. But I want to talk about North America. iNCO and Wolves. iNCO, Wolves, both looking strong in individual moments. 7, they had so many great plays, good clutch ups. They're a little bit further down than they want to be, but for NA, I'm not necessarily unhappy with the way they performed on day 1.
Yeah, especially if we're talking about iNCO Gaming. The way that they were able to come back when it came down to Miramar, I think it was beautiful. I think it's the reason why their whole day was saved. Because if we went back and look at the performances in Erangel, those 3 matches that we had, they were finishing with an average place of 13 and a total of 7 eliminations for those 3 matches. So that's not going to be able to cut it. But being able to bounce back in the Miramars, being able to average a 2nd place finish, back it up with some elims as well, a total of 9. That's what you want to see there for iNCO Gaming. Now, the reason why I also want to talk about Wolves Esports is because this team, they were able to as well get a lot of eliminations. Their best overall map, I'm just gonna put this out there, I felt like it was Sandhawk, even though they didn't get as many eliminations as they did in the final Miramar. But for Wolves Esports, they need to narrow down the rotations. They need to make sure they stay alive a little bit longer. We saw what Coops is able to do in a tight situation. We know that he can perform when he needs to, and you can see it perfectly. I mean, Wolves being able to get even more elims, but it all comes down to that average placement and that average survival time. They're just falling short. If they can, Enigma, if they can get themselves there in a top 6 situation, this team is definitely going to start shooting up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and even if it's just Coops alive, right? We saw it on that first map, Sandhawk. He was piecing apart Xforce on the hillside, as well as, I believe, Intense Game until they opted to rotate away towards Corey. Wolves Esports, the 10 average placements is just so hard to see, right? That's not even a single point under your belt on average for some of these matches. And comparing them to someone like Alpha 7 even, I believe Alpha 7 had at least 1 placement point every match yesterday, which saying that doesn't seem to have as much weight as actually realizing it for these players and stuff like that. So for iNCO Gaming, I enjoyed what I saw from them, but Wolves today especially needs to find themselves in the late game and allow your players to perform when they need to the most.
Without a doubt, and for iNCO, there's more than just meets the eye. McGrellin, for example, coming from Alpha 7 and now on this iNCO roster, he's got a lot to prove. Doesn't need Alpha 7 to find success. He can find success himself. And well, he's been playing very well, and that's why iNCO's been having as much of a good time as they currently have. But as far as Wolves go, there's a lot of players there that you know and you love. Baton, Doran, Coops, and of course, Juancho. Sarpatch had a chance to speak with Juancho before today's games. Let's hear what he had to say.
All right, guys, here we are about to start day 2. Juancho, yesterday, tell me about it, how it went. It wasn't that good. What do you think you're going to change for today?
We're just not changing much. Yesterday was a warm-up day. That's about all. We're just not gonna be playing scared today. About same game plan, but you know we're just gonna be playing more, you know, not scared.
That's it. They were nervous yesterday. Today they're going to do better. Thank you, Juancho.
There it is. Nervous yesterday, 7. Today, feeling a little bit better, I guess.
Nervous? I mean, if that's nervous, you know what? I'll take it. In regards to them being able to say they're going to keep the same strats, I'm hoping it ends up working out. As I mentioned earlier, I just want to see them being able to survive a little bit longer in the matches.
Well, without a doubt, and that's what it's all about, you know, picking up your elims, of course, which those do add up, but staying alive. But that's not just a trait that iNCO might struggle with. It's a trait that several of the teams struggle with. And like, for example, VIOUS. VIOUS was truly impressive yesterday when they were getting in fights. I mean, it was like fireworks exploding. They were looking so wonderful, but the problem is they fizzle out too early. If they can also figure out how to stay alive longer, plus with those elims they're already accumulating, I think they can be an unstoppable force, in my opinion. But I mentioned the top dog earlier. Now let's really break it down, Enigma. Alpha 7, and, well, intense game, right? Those two teams have been going back and forth. Alpha 7, obviously, in first place, but intense game, working their way up. Revo was unbelievable, clutching up in so many moments. Our top elimination leader going into day 2, no surprise.
Yeah, yesterday was just a highlight reel for Reva, right? Just absolutely outperforming everyone in the lobby. I don't believe anyone is even close to that elimination counter that he's putting up. I know we'll have that pulled up in a bit, but just in terms of these two squads, Alpha 7 and Intense Game, there's a reason why both these teams are in first and second place. We didn't get to realize it too much yesterday. Intense Game, actually, that first match, they finished second place with a lot of eliminations under their belt. Alpha 7, on the other hand, just overshadowing it by having such dominant performances on all 6 of the maps. So for both these squads, they're able to really perform and shine out when they needed to. We expect the most from Alpha 7. Obviously, some of these other Brazilian squads are wanting to perform better today, like Team Liquid and VIOUS Gaming. But for Intense Game, I was really surprised, especially with Pedrino and a lot of these plays being that sort of main player for the squad. But the head-to-head speaks for itself. Total eliminations. I mean, that's a 9 elimination gap after 6 games. No one coming close after it. The average damage per game, 582. That's over 100. That's essentially a knocked player and a thirst, essentially, compared to Pedrino, who's the second place team, by the way, just behind Alpha 7 by 3 eliminations, showing that, in my mind, Taylor, I want to get your opinion on it. Alpha 7, they're playing around Revo. He's soaking up a lot of the eliminations, but Intense Game, all 4 players performing, being able to be just behind Alpha 7's coattails.
Well, that's what it takes, right? You can have somebody like Revo performing as well as he is, and trust me, that's going to do a lot of damage to every roster out there on the battlefield. But if you don't have the rest of your roster backing him up, Revo is just going to fizzle out. In this case, though, for Intense Game, everybody doing their part. But let's not forget the reason why they're currently in second place is, yes, they were consistent throughout the first 5 maps, but it was that explosive Miramar game number 6. Winner, chicken dinner, 18 eliminations. That's what put them up in second, and who knows how far they can go. But they also showed anything can happen, anything can change on the standings from one explosive game. Back on board with Revo. Sarpatch had a chance to sit down with them from Alpha 7 before today's games. Let's hear what their mindset's like going into the second day.
With who was the best player of the first match day, you're feeling so confident. I can see it in the way you guys are your demeanor, how you walk. This guy told me yesterday we're gonna get 3, you got 2. He owes me 1. Okay. But how you guys feeling? You got squash now. Everything looks like it's flowing. Tell me about it.
We are feeling complete when squash join. It's like we are completed. We know what we can do now. We can be the best in the world. Win the PMGC, win the WC. So we was training a lot, and this is the fruits of our labor.
Let's invite this guy over.
Benka.
Because this guy, we know this guy too. He's now the coach, Cunha. Congratulations on the new role. I mean, it's not small deal. Not a player anymore, but a coach, but for Alpha 7. And this guy, he's your friend. How's the chemistry been here with this new Alpha 7?
Me with them?
Yeah.
It's very good because I play with him like 2 years, and here we have a mentality to win every tournament. So is like we are feeling very good to play all tournaments that we are participating. So every person here has the same goal. So we good.
The goals and the skills.
The most important thing.
The most important thing. Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Keep killing him, bro. Let's go.
Okay.
7, it's nice to hear him say, we feel like a complete team. We know we're the best team in the world. Now they feel like they're just that team they were always supposed to be. It takes a little bit to get there, but through perseverance, Alpha 7 was able to accomplish that.
Yeah, it goes along the lines of what I was saying yesterday in regards to this team, especially with them being able to add squash, getting rid of McGrellan there after PMGC, a lackluster performance. And it is looking like that. We saw them being super confident yesterday in those 2-2 splits. We saw them being confident whether it was in the center of the circle or playing that edge. Now, if I'm going to be nitpicky for you, Alpha 7, today, I want to see what you guys can do in Miramar. Because yesterday, those were I guess, in a way, the worst maps that you guys played.
Miramar, so that's the challenge, huh? Can you finish strong in the back end of the games today? Map 5 and Map 6, obviously Miramar played back-to-back. If they could do that, I don't know, man. I think everybody's going to be in trouble. Heck, they might already be in trouble. Alpha 7's in first place with 76 points. We mentioned Intense Game, though, during the head-to-head, jumping all the way up to second place off that banger of a game number 6 of Miramar with 18 eliminations plus the win, a 28-point game. Just really phenomenal. The highest that we've seen, at least, of the tournament. It's only day 2. I'm sure more is to come. But let's talk about a couple more rosters we didn't necessarily hit on earlier. Enigma, let's talk Loops, Influence, Rage in 3rd and 4th. Top 4 as close as it is because Loops, Influence, Rage are keeping it competitive.
Yeah, Influence, Rage, those 2 wins yesterday, being able to at least stay close to Loops. We saw Loops in essentially every match yesterday, winning their initial squad wipes, getting themselves those elimination points compared to some of these other squads, which for Loops, they didn't have too many placement points outside of that win compared to the rest of the 5 matches, only securing themselves 9, but it just shows that they're at least putting themselves in some of these engagements and gunfights to get those eliminations. And a lot of these teams, especially just underneath them, that point gap spreads heavily based off of solely eliminations. And that's always been the name of the game, right? All of last year, when this point system was introduced and stuff like that, it was all about getting those eliminations under your belt. Brazil has been a dominant force in this factor, and I'm happy to see a lot of us starting to kind of adapt and be able to pick up what these other squads are able to perform and outdo us in a lot of these regards. But this right side of the page, Taylor, we can't ignore it. A lot of these teams needed to do that VOD review we were recommending last night, especially when it comes to our NA squads. Wolves, Esports, Xforce. I was putting them on the hype train at the beginning of yesterday, and then I was blasting him down at the end of it. I need to see more out of him.
You do, and I hope we do get some more out of them today. Again, going back to intense game, 28-point game to finish off the day, jumping up to second. That's possible for anyone here on the second page. It's only day 2 after all. We have 2 phases for league play, and then we have our grand finals. Plenty of opportunity to grow as a roster, as a team, as an individual during the LAN setting. Those day 2 teams, or excuse me, page 2 teams, I should say, most likely have a chance to come back, and they will. Hoping it's going to be North America. I don't know, though. I mean, hey, North America, they need a little bit of help. But speaking of North America, Xforce 7 was super happy with their performance yesterday. They had a lot of great moments. One of the things they did well was keeping teams in check. So many times they would stand back, watch like a team such as Loops. Like, for example, here, even on Sandhawk, Xforce doing a wonderful job keeping Loops in check. Coops, remember his solo fight? Going up the hill, taking down 2 players by himself. Beautifully done. Coops, every time he's alive, he always has a chance to make an impact. And that's scary for anybody out there. And I do feel strongly, if Xforce doesn't get caught in between the 2 teams they did on Sandhawk yesterday, I think they go far, maybe even a top 3 finish. So they're going to be my roster to watch out for game number 1. After all, they're talented. They just got to figure it out and make it all the way. It's day number 2, game number 7 of 36 for our league play. Things are going to heat up, and chat get loud for the team you're representing. Who do you want to see go all the way today? And more importantly, who do you want to see win game number 1, which is right before you? 7, let's get it started. Where we drop it.
We're going to be dropping in boot camp. I want to see if we're going to maybe have a bit of a hot drop again. Yesterday, we ended up having one between Xforce and Influence Rage, both teams being able to get 1 elimination apiece and then deciding to back off. It did ended up taking a little bit longer, and from what I'm seeing so far in this map, it looks like we're gonna end up getting it again. So I'm intrigued to see if they're actually gonna be fully committing, if there is another knock, if there is another elimination, or if maybe they'll find themselves in a situation where they're gonna have to back off too. And as we're seeing that, I mean, there's a lot of teams here landing a lot closer to each other than we expected. We already saw one of the Wolves players going down, and now we're looking at Old Glory Gaming, a team that definitely needs points here. Is not looking good for Old Glory Gaming, as 2 of their teammates have already been eliminated less than 2 minutes into the match.
Yeah, and it's all about getting the elimination points. Unfortunately for Sandhawk, this spot that they dropped out, you're essentially only getting 1 or 2 guns per building. If you're not getting the lucky ones, maybe the shotguns or those UMPs, you're leaving yourselves open for failure. And unfortunately for AGG, we didn't catch the first 2 getting knocked, but after you lose 2 and get thirsted without getting any trades, you just start crumbling like this. And it's sad to see, because if this was just 1 squad landing here, we saw that map just now, northwestern zone. This squad could have just instantly rotated, but unfortunately, M2M, he's going to have to try to get at least maybe 1 elimination under his belt. Luckily, the rest of the squad here is able to cover, but he's able to get 2, almost 3 players. A little close for comfort, but Taylor, 4 eliminations for United for Gaming, one of our Latin American squads, starting off strong today.
Very much so. United for Gaming had a lot of great moments yesterday, but so did AGG, so it's quite a shock to see them losing as quickly as they did. You start day 2, you get eliminated within the first minute and a half. It can't be a good feeling. I really hope they snap back, because I know they're a talented roster, but yeah, United for Gaming, big win from them. Let's see if they can continue that momentum. We transfer over towards Influence Rage and Xforce, a team that I highlighted just a little bit ago. Xforce, so talented, representing North America, but against Influence Rage 7, this is going to be a tough one for them to fight.
It could be a tough one. The thing that I wanted to mention too, as we see somebody there from Influence Rage getting knocked, is that Influence Rage has been able to get those placement points, but the only placement points that they have come from them being able to get wins. Ever since if they're not able to get a win, they're just not getting any placement points. And I'm intrigued to see if they're actually going to end up committing here, or if they're going to have to back up. But with how close this is looking and how committed Xforce is looking here, it looks like they are going to have to defend. You can see some of the players, they're not really being fully set up in regards to the loot. Diego holding an angle. We saw what beautiful grenade he was able to throw yesterday on some of the matches. And Law as well, at least they're currently close by. There you go. Forrest does end up getting eliminated. This is the opening that Xforce has been looking. I'm enjoying here how patient Xforce is being, taking their time, not being too overly confident, because they know that they're going up against Influence Rage.
Yeah, an Influence Rage. It looks like it's going to be Diego spearheading. Unfortunately, 24K's and they just missing the mark, getting the player at least half HP. But this is the scary part. This is the moments where those TPP angles, those right-hand peaks really start leaving you open to potentially getting shot. And Xforce, they're playing this so slow and methodical, just trying to force Influence Rage out, but they're pressing the nerve now. Valak going in first, getting traded out immediately for Alim, and this is where the smoke comes into play. Unfortunately, Fate as well getting knocked. Lox, who found himself under the roof, might be getting a cheeky angle here in the pre-fire. Drop down, gets one, making this, I believe, a 1v2 situation inside. Lowboy needing to group up with Law, trying to figure out where this last player is, understands that he's on the roof here, and for the most part, he has the right technology. 24K's matching him with the DBS, but Influence Rage, you have to be careful. Law setting the narrative, resetting. He's not trying to overdo it here. He needs to make sure that he gets this last elimination, at least be a duo. We've seen the pressure that these squads can have as a duo if they're paired up and able to actually take these engagements, but we can see just how devious of an angle this is, Taylor. It's just, I mean, how do you even push this if you're Influence Rage? I know there's the doorway that can maybe jump on, but that's all about timing, and you have to be picture perfect with it if you want this to succeed.
Yeah, not easy for either perspective. For 24K to push the 1v2, obviously for Influence Rage to push up. 24K's got a lot to work with, but with only 7 shots, he's got to be decisive on how he wants to use this DBS, because he uses it incorrectly. He's going to be out of bullets, and he's going to be all she wrote, essentially. But for him, he can't really even disengage. And that's what I would do. I was going to suggest, like, if I'm Law or I'm Lil Boy, I'm breaking one away. You know 24K is not going to push you. I break one away and see if I can get an off angle, potentially from another building, and take him out on the rooftop, right? That's what I'm doing, because 24K can't afford to push up. Only 5 shots left in a DBS. He's running on fumes at the moment, but this will stagnate. But the reality is, 7, like, no matter how this ends up unfolding, Xforce, Influence Rage, they're already going to have a tough game number 1, because they're not going to have the forces to battle with going into the end game.
Yeah, and if you're Xforce, this kind of becomes a lose-lose situation. Even whenever they were winning this hot drop, when are you gonna start hot dropping? Right? We mentioned day 1. Okay, I'm gonna allow some hot drops in day 2, even though you want it. I was hoping you're not gonna end up seeing it, as now Influence Rage is gonna start getting a little bit hyper here, and there you go, easy pickings. As Law's gonna be able to finish him. A little bit of DM there, being able to shoot at the boxes. You know what? Shoot him some more. Send the message. Let him know that you don't want him to land there, because for Influence Rage, you're currently seeing them. They're top 3. If they lose this, they still got all the other matches, and we know what they were able to do in the other matches. For Xforce, it's a lose-lose situation. Even if they would have won that, I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but at least this is how I'm taking it, because even if you do end up winning, you end up losing players, and you end up just hindering your potential to maybe end up getting even more points in Sandhawk.
You know, it's a tragic stat line that I just realized looking at sort of our player sheet that we have for each of our squads coming in here today. Was Fate from yesterday, even though they were on that bottom half of the leaderboard, finished off yesterday with the 3rd most damage in the lobby. He's putting in the work. He's getting at least some shots connecting each match. Just that squad is not really able to picture themselves in these winning scenarios. And especially for today, we know Sandhawk, it's going to be the first map. I see it as more of a warm-up, get your fingers going sort of deal. Make sure that you're able to actually win these gunfights that you're taking on Sandhawk. And especially for Xforce, I was really hoping that they would win that 4v4. At least come out maybe only losing 1 or 2 players, but instead goes to the Brazilian superstars. And Taylor, I'm not sure what your thoughts are with Xforce, at least to begin with, but seeing Fate at the top damage and stuff like that, I know we had an interview set up with Valak as well. He was looking a little nervous on the back end. We were able to take a peek, but Xforce, I'm needing to see some signs of life today. It's way too troublesome, their performances right now.
Well, I think the frustrating thing for me is I know Xforce has such a high skill ceiling. They do, and they have such high potential, and they don't live up to that potential often. But I will say for Fate, it really isn't surprising to me that he's so high in the damage. I mean, you look at his performance yesterday, we were shouting at the top of our lungs multiple times at plays he was making, the ways he was staying alive, supporting his roster and his team. Fate is a great player, even during his interviews, as I said yesterday, so poised, in control. You look at Fate and you just see a pure competitor. I'm a big fan of Fate, always have been. He's got the looks, he's got the moves, he's just that guy. But again, it's just like Revo. Like, Revo can be tearing it up on the battlefield. He's still going to do damage to the teams, but if the rest of Alpha 7 isn't there to back him up and support him, Alpha 7 isn't the team that they currently are because of just one individual. So even as good as Fate is, Xforce as a roster needs to truly step it up and just come together and overall figure it out. Now, for VIOUS Gaming, in deep trouble, and Shallow Waters getting gunned down. Royals of War and Loops both focusing their attention on them. I don't know how they got into this spot, but I know they're regretting it now, Seven.
Yeah, they were able to get at least one elimination earlier on, but as you mentioned, now they're just getting peppered from both angles for this team. It's not looking good. One thing that I was noticing there whenever we did end up showing up the map is how it was split. I'm trying to figure out where the other players from Alpha 7 are. I think they are currently doing a 2-2 there in different vehicles, but they're just taking their sweet time to get in, and just the different being able to adjust is pretty much what I'm wanting to point out here, as they are going to be able to play that edge. But Royals of War, this is a team that actually ended up surprising me yesterday. They ended up in 6th place. They were able to secure 3 top 4 finishes. And if this team is able to even continue on that consistency, they will maintain themselves within the top 5. Because even as much as we're hyping up Influence Rage, and as much as I want to hype up Influence Rage as well, in regards to them being currently in the top 4, that team really didn't perform that well outside of their wins. They ended up getting 11th place, 14th place, 13th place, and 12th place with really not that many eliminations. So I wonder how Influence Rage is going to be acting today if none of those wins come their way.
That's a fact. And that's a narrative, right, for some of our rosters, including Intense Game. They don't have that pop-off Game 6. They're not in 2nd place. Then we start questioning, well, how good is this roster? Are they living up to their potential? And you could say, again, the same for so many rosters out there. But it does excite me. I mean, E7, you mentioned the inconsistencies, but Influence Rage is still at 55 points compared to the 76 of Alpha 7. So that shows to me, even though Influence Rage isn't placing as high as we would want them to, they're still remaining competitive. Imagine if they fix their longevity. Imagine if they're able to successfully make the top 3 and still get the eliminations they're getting. I mean, they could be a top running team potentially going for gold.
Yeah, exactly with what I'm mentioning, right? If for some reason those wins don't come their way, then we'll actually end up seeing their true colors. Can they adjust and actually become consistent and get points, chip off points like some of the other teams have been able to do? I mean, one team that I can think of right off the bat that I was kind of hyping up earlier, Royals of War. That team didn't end up with any wins, but they were making sure that they at least were able to secure top 4 finishes, top 3 finishes. And whenever those top 4 finishes came about, they were able to back it up with elims, because some of the other teams that I'm looking towards the bottom of the leaderboard, when you got VIP Esports and A, when you got All Glory Gaming, especially VIP Esports, they ended up in one match. I think it was the first Myanmar in 4th place, and they ended up with 0 eliminations. Yeah, good job on getting the placement points, but you're not really able to back it up, right?
Yeah.
What you want to see out of this team is you want to be able to back it up at least with some elims, as 9C gets eliminated by Team Liquid.
Oh, I don't even know what happened there. Maybe it was just a rotation on foot, not able to even, I guess, make it to their prime position. We saw that circle shift going right onto the mountaintop, a rare zone, to be honest, for us to see. We always see it kind of shift more towards Hot 10 and stuff like that. And I was happy you had mentioned Royals of War, right? Fortunately, we'll have to get back to that big fight going on. Actually, 2 of our squads that are desperately needing points, VIP versus Savage, and unfortunately, Snacks is all over Ayuya, leaving it down to just Poppy Sour in a 1v2 situation, I believe. We'll have to try to get Octia. But this is one of those fights, Taylor, where you got to really leave yourselves in the thick of it and try to get the shots. But some third party coming in. Sour now forced into the 1v1 inside. He's got the right weapon for it. Both shotguns connecting, and Snacks wins it out. Big win for the squad. Will be able to, I believe, get both players. I mean, look at that. He actually got all 4 players of VIP. Essentially a 1v4 there.
That's impressive. Impressive indeed. Snacks 1v4 on VIP, which I'm curious, you know, we're paying attention to 16 teams fighting at different points of the map. For VIP, I did notice that they were top right of the map in Papa Blue for the longest time. That happens on Sandhawk a lot. Teams, for some reason, feel very comfortable or have late rotations. They'll stay in blue as long as they possibly can before they start breaking into the stages, the later stages, I should say, in this case, stage 3. But VIP must have rotated all the way around, starting from the northern side, going to the eastern side, then the southern side, all the way to the westmost bridge, and they come over to attack Savage. And who knows, by the time they get there, I'm thinking they're already weak. Maybe they lost a player already to blue zone. I don't know what took them so long to get to that point, but that's the risk you take when you stay in blue for as long as they did. You know there's going to be a team most likely who's going to be gatekeeping you, who already has hardcover POI, and especially when you're going over those bridges, it's just deadly. It really is, and Savage clearly had their number, and it's unfortunate for VIP. I really hope in the future that they clean that up, at least on their Sanhok, but they're going to have to wait till tomorrow because it's only played once a day.
Yeah, and the scary thing about it is you talk about the bridges. Seven, you're noting Rose of War. They're still camping this eastern side. They dropped directly onto one of the Wolves players. I believe it was Coops, and immediately took a 4v1 on his split drop compound. Rose of War forcing themselves early into the engagement, getting themselves the bridge control for these exact zones. And if you're able to set yourself up, spread out on the eastern side of the island, I believe they had almost all of the compounds for them to loot after they were able to take that engagement. Seeing them now, they actually have a really prime position to rotate in. And unfortunately, as I say that, it shifts all the way to the west. That's going to be Camp Alpha, as well as half that mountaintop in play. And somehow, some way, Alpha 7 is going to be in the prime position. But Loops, they're taking the engagements. They're saying, we don't care about where we're at in the zone. We're getting our elimination points like we usually do. Fortunately for them now, it looks like they're a bit too split up from that Rose of War split, now being down to just a solo.
Yeah, for Rose of War, I'm wondering if they're maybe going to do a bit of a northwest rotation, try to mimic what Team Liquid ended up doing, because that would work wonders for them. And how many vehicles do they actually have in their favor too? Right now, we have iNCO. They heard a party going on here, and they're looking to third-party this between United for Gaming and Loops Esports. United currently down 2 players. One is not. iNCO looking to capitalize on this, and they're starting to do just that as McGrellin. We know that he wants to showcase why he is one of the PMWC champions, and here comes the grenades going with the shotguns as well. One player left standing, Vitali not being able to connect, but 7 shows up and is able to connect, and there goes United for Gaming. Great awareness here from iNCO Gaming. This is something that I want to see more out of this team, especially if they do have all their 4 players alive, especially if they're not in a situation where they're able to kind of push in, as we're switching over to Wolves Esports versus Team Liquid, 2 teams that definitely need the points. Reflections.
Must-win fight for Team Liquid. They had their struggles yesterday. We're questioning, is this roster losing their edge? Have they been losing their edge? Does change need to happen? Well, we're going to find out today, because Team Liquid hopefully bringing their A-game. Cardozan up close and personal onto Wancho. Flames out, Wancho disappears. Chief now has an off angle onto Baton. That's a good nade. If Chief can just get up there, file a pellet, he will, and take him down. Wolves in a bit of shambles situation. Only 1 more player remaining. Team Liquid has played this masterfully to the point where now I believe Wolves will fall. Wancho can't hold his ground. He tried, valiant effort, but it wasn't enough. But unfortunately for Team Liquid, as masterfully as they played it, they still took some damage. They lose 1 player, but I must say, it's nice to see them getting active. Now it's 7 eliminations. This is the best game we've seen so far during the 2 days of competition.
I'll take that sacrifice for this team. That northwest rotation ended up working out wonders. For some reason, Wolves wasn't expecting anybody to maybe come up from behind them. And the way Team Liquid was able to time that, it was kind of perfect. It reminded me a little bit of what happened to Xforce yesterday during the Erangel matches. But let's see what their circle is going to be closing in here, because I'm pretty sure if it closes in on iNCO, iNCO is going to be looking to just rack up the amount of eliminations that they're going to be having. IG as well. This is great positioning for IG as well, Enigma.
Yeah, and unfortunately, as that Team Liquid fight was going on, Rose of War full sending into intense game, getting completely wiped out on these engagements. And that's just the type of zone this is. You either take the mountain or you're full sending those POIs. Team Liquid, I believe, full slammed as a 4-man there. So 4v3 against the Wolves. You're expecting them to win, but a little bit of a rat play coming from the solo. Shoot to survive. Klaus not realizing the situation. And this is a team that loves playing the mountaintop here. They understand what these positions do and stuff like that. So I expect Shoot to survive. Hopefully they're able to eliminate this Loops player without taking any casualties. The mountaintop reigns supreme. The high cover is where it's at. And we actually see Klaus moving backwards, allowing Casper to potentially just get that elimination himself, try to secure ourselves that position in zone, because every life matters. Every player with a gun shooting is able to expect the most. And Klaus, he says, never mind. I'm going to turn around. I'm going to do it myself. Shoot to survive. 3 eliminations, all 4 players up. This is what we want to see out of our NA squad, right? We want to see them surviving. We want to see them getting the eliminations. And for it being Sanhok, I think this is a good starting point for the squad.
Well, another fight's going to take place as Influence Rage Lowboy will fall. In fact, he was the solo. He's now down and out. Shoot to survive. continuing their dominating run with 4 players up, 4 eliminations towards the bottom in 14th place. But again, all it takes is a solid couple of games for you to elevate yourself to the top page. More importantly, maybe even top 3. And well, Shoot to Survive is taking down Loops, Influence Rage. Why not try it Alpha 7? Well, Darklight, he's not going to be shy about it, nor is Klaus. And with them having the high ground, they've got a big advantage. But Revos, he's getting active. He's heating up. Not going to be an easy fight 7, but one Shoot to Survive needs to take.
Yeah, and luckily for Alpha 7, they have at least some cover here, and they do have the advantage that they're still within their circle. They are willing to just wait a little bit longer to see how this is going to play out with some of those teams. They know that Inco's going to be towards the bottom of this cliff. As you can see, the grenades coming in. Shoot to Survive, keeping an eye here for Alpha 7. Will Alpha 7 be able to survive? I'm not sure what type of utilities they have. I know that they took a very long time to be able to rotate into this actual circle when we ended up going to North Island. But Klaus, we saw him being able to sack out some of the players there from Loops earlier on. Can he do it with Alpha 7? Alpha 7 now starting to use some of their mobility to their advantage, getting a little bit closer, making it harder here for Shoot to Survive to being able to spot them. But they need to be careful because iNCO Gaming is close by. And while all of this is happening, there's one team that's absolutely loving this. It's not only just going to be Team Liquid, it's also going to be IG, because they're not having to really fight against anybody, especially IG.
Yeah, this is a crazy fight that's about to go underway. Carrillo needs to be very careful. He's got so he knows iNCO's in front of him. That's good. I thought he was full sending without any awareness of where iNCO was, but he's smarter than that. And in fact, he's going to potentially try to poke the bear a bit, but I think he's expecting them all to be at the car. Yes, he is. He wasn't expecting Vitali and Co. to be off to the right and be that close. A bit of a blunder, but now the fireworks start going off, and it's going to be Shoot to Survive, picking up a couple more eliminations, and that's going to be on to Savage. Klaus truly waking up, and Alpha 7 says, well, now's the time to get active. But who do they challenge, Enigma? You can't really go at the Shoot to Survive, at least right now, viably. You can't go down the hill onto iNCO. Alpha 7's getting put into the blender. I hate to say it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's just Team Liquid as well from Narnia taking shots from the compound. Unfortunately, it's just Alpha 7. They took a little bit too long to pressure iNCO. Having Shoot to Survive as well as a full 4-man on top of the mountain. Shoot to Survive actually sent 3 players down to the south side just to add more to the chaos. Essentially 12 or 15 players before the shots started raining down, all condensing down on the cliffside. And we even see it here. Mafioso trying to weasel his way in, but he has to drop down. He gets one with the shotgun, almost making it 2, but the iNCO spread, the vehicle's reigning supreme. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if McGrone will be able to get Vitali up. As long as they're able to keep 3 players, I don't think it's too bad, but I'm not... What happened here? Klaus down and out. He had 5 of the team's eliminations here, 7. What goes from good to bad for Shoot to Survive, they got to make it in the zone out as a 3-man.
It's one of those things when you get just so hyper-focused on those teams that are close by that you kind of forget about some of the other teams that might end up having an angle on you. And that's the thing with Team Liquid. They just have been sitting throughout this whole time, being able to spot players that maybe over-peak a little bit too long and get spotted out. But with Shoot to Survive, this is going to be a tough one. How much utility do you have to work with here? Because not only are you going to have to jump down that cliff, you really don't have that much cover for all of those players. You can see it right there. The zone is starting to do damage. On top of that, you're going to have to hope that something of the likes of what we saw yesterday in Mirror to happen, and it doesn't end up happening, as now we're narrowing down to the 3 teams left: iNCO Gaming, IG, and Team Liquid. With IG, their positioning right now, they're gonna have to start moving around. They're gonna have to need to use the madness there a little bit from iNCO Gaming. They're gonna be able to eliminate them alongside Team Liquid, and it's gonna come down. Can Team Liquid finally back it up? Can they showcase why they were the champions last year of the PMSL America Spring Split, as they're looking to perform miracles here on the second day?
Good old-fashioned 3v3. Silence can't get away, but manages to do so, but just barely. Chief Cardozo down, and I don't know if Team Liquid can do it. It's up to Ayala, and he's got to work his way up a hill, and the battle against the elevation difference on the hilltop. IG most likely taking this victory unless a miracle happens. Padrino's got Ayala in his line of sight. Chief is desperately crawling. Do you stick the rest? Do you go for it? Well, you don't have a choice. Team Liquid, albeit their best game, will give them their flowers with 9 eliminations. But intense game, remaining consistent from day 1 to day 2. They get the win, starting off the day, 9 eliminations. Well done. Enigma, intense game. They're on fire.
Yeah, and I think the key component was them being able to save that one coup under their belt, making sure it wasn't shot out from shoot to survive. Having even just Adrian go for that off play, even though he was shot and knocked, it allowed his two teammates. We saw the one on the rooftop of the shack getting that trade knock instantly, having that pressure from the top side. That's a team that understands the situation and the lay of the land. And when I saw that circle shift, I was thinking the only way Team Liquid wins is if they can take control of that road. Unfortunately, they couldn't. And we saw at the end, all it took was one frag grenade to finish the job. We talked about it with Team Liquid. They got those eliminations, but Intense Game played it to perfection.
They did, but Team Liquid, the fact that they finished off in second place with 9 elims, again, their best game. I'm hoping they turn things around. They're a partner team. They're a legendary team when it comes to PUBG Mobile, at least for our region. I want to see them perform. I think everybody else does. It's easy to say they're struggling. It's hard to say they're finding success, but maybe it's going to get a little bit easier to say that as time goes along. But hey, for our North American teams, we highlighted iNCO at the start of the show, 7. What a game that was for them. 7 eliminations, top 3 finish. Beautifully done.
That was. It came down to them just being proactive to making sure they were able to third-party teams. We saw them being able to do it when United for Gaming ended up getting third-party by iNCO Gaming, and then after that, they have a little bit of freedom to work with, right? Not really having to worry about them. Anybody coming up from behind allowed them to push up to that cliff and just hold off and see if they could maybe clutch up some even more placement points, which they were able to do. There you go. That's the fight that I was talking about. But for Team Liquid, I have to once again give them props for that push towards Wolves. The way that they were able to rotate, that they were able to time it, also scout as well. They did that perfectly, and it showed us once again, as you were saying, I mean, this is a Team Liquid that we've been expecting, not a win. And for IG, yesterday in Sandhawk, they ended up with second place. Today, first place. I think their favorite map, you know what? It might be Sandhawk.
Now, which one, Sandhawk or Miramar? Because let's not forget, they finished off Miramar with 18 eliminations, right? To end the day, they start the day with the win. But I'm right there with you. Second place yesterday on Sandhawk with 10 eliminations. Today, they do it a little bit better, getting first place, 9 elims. One thing you have to say, Intense Game, highly consistent, racking up the winner chicken dinners along with eliminations. They're inching closer to passing Alpha 7 for first. And hell, who knows? After this game, they might have just done that. You can really thank Padrino and Silence for being the top slayers yesterday for that IG roster with 15, 13 eliminations respectively. 19 elims. Team Liquid, though, big story. 15 total points coming for them. And excuse me, Intense Game, 19 points, not 19 elims. iNCO Game, looking great. Would love to see more consistency with them. Big story around them, right? North America, you've got a lot of great players, obviously, representing that specific roster. Bruno, Gary, 7, but of course, McGrellin as well. Coming from Alpha 7, he's got something to prove. He's looking to prove it indeed. Alpha 7 finishes off with 4. At one point, they had a 2-2 split in the cars, but that's not unorthodox. We've been watching Alpha 7 make these splits, and they do work most of the time. In this case, unfortunately, it didn't. We look at our second page. Some teams had a little bit of trouble, but Enigma, we do have to say, United for Gaming had a couple of great wins, a couple of great fights. That's why they finished off with 7 elims.
Yeah, and if you're losing to the likes of iNCO, who made it into that top 3, top 4 placement, I can't blame you too much. They had that good fight earlier on that eastern side just to get third-partied, and I'm really liking the fact that some of these squads are starting to take these engagements, and you're wondering it, Taylor. Alpha 7, with only those 4 points, they boost up to first place past them. So a new champion, right, coming into the PMSL Americas. This obviously is only day 2, the first game, but seeing any sort of change is big news here.
Hey, big news indeed. 7, you said it. Intense Game, but they could just work on their placements, right? Getting a little bit further along within that top 3 conversation. They could potentially be up there in first. Well, it seems like they got the job done in just map 1.
They definitely did. Being able to back it up. What is that now? Back-to-back wins. You mentioned what they were able to do yesterday in Miramar with those 18 eliminations. Being able to back it up here once again. First match of day 2 with the Sandhawk win 9 elims and then passing Alpha 7. After Alpha 7 looked unstoppable yesterday on the, I would say, on the first half of the day. This is good news, not just for everybody currently watching, because we're not going to have a team that's just running away with it, but it's also good because it's going to give Alpha 7 a bit of a challenge. And to be honest, I was surprised that Alpha 7 was even able to make it into the circle, because where they usually end up dropping, the rotation that they had to do, I'm even impressed that they ended with any points whatsoever. For some of the other teams, though, Influence Rage and another one that we mentioned at the start, Xforce, I want to see what they're going to be doing here on this Erangels coming up, because that hot drop did not go their way.
Not at all. But good news is for Xforce anyways, for that specific roster, Erangel's a great map for them. Hoping map 2 is going to be even better because, yeah, that initial drop, they were the second team to be finished off just following that of AGG. Another great roster who unfortunately fell way too early. Game 2, they're going to have to clean it up. Well, there it is. That's our only Sandhawk of the day. It was exciting. Without question, we already have a shake-it for first place. Intense game taken over, but Alpha 7, you better believe we're going to be fighting back to reclaim gold by the end of the day. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Erangel coming your way. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season. It's day number 2 and 5 more maps to go. Sandhawk did not disappoint. Like I said before the break, we've already had a big shakeup. Alpha 7 falling down to second. Intense game going up, albeit Only 3 points separate the two rosters. It's going to be a back and forth all the way till the very end, at least of phase one for our league play. But it is getting exciting, even for North America. I mean, look at iNCO. iNCO played so very well, and they're going to continue to do so. I firmly believe it. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, of course, joined by the wonderful Seven and Enigma. It's been a great day already. What can we expect moving forward for Erangel? Seven, yesterday, Erangel was relatively slow. We didn't see too many hot, spicy fights off the rip. We got that on Sandhawk. We got it on Miramar. But for Erangel, played 3 times in a row, it seems the teams are slowing things down as opposed to our old format.
It was. People were a little bit hesitant to actually end up taking on 2 fights earlier on, as you were mentioning, in regards to the comparison that we saw between Erangel and Miramar. I think for today, more than likely, we're going to continue to see the same damn thing. Nobody's going to want to fight earlier on. If we do end up fighting, you know what? Not even if we do end up fighting, I do want to see different circles. Yesterday, we ended up getting 2 circles that kind of were very similar. I want to see what some of these other teams, in regards to their landing spots, in regards to their rotations, how they're going to be able to adjust to that. One thing that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on, especially because they came in hot today, and I was seeing a lot of memes yesterday about Team Liquid. I want to see if they're going to be able to back it up. And with IG sending a big statement here after that first match, and Erangel being one of their slowest maps yesterday, I want to see if they can actually back it up as well there.
Oh, I missed. So there actually were legitimately memes about Team Liquid on the timeline? That's a real thing? That's crazy.
For sure.
That's wrong.
You gotta make sure you end up following memes by Kainat. All right? That was just like on IG.
Yeah, send me his ad, because honestly, I had no idea. That's crazy to think of, though, Enigma, because Team Liquid, again, is still such a historic roster and team who's had great success, but a lot of questions, and valid questions, about can they continue to be successful, and I understand the memes, I do, but Enigma, that game 1 from Team Liquid was perfect, and in fact, I think today is the turnaround point. It seems like they finally got their legs under them.
Hey, the legs under him, second place, you can't complain about it, but we're talking about different zones. Let's just do 3 milli zones here. We got the back-to-back-to-back Erangels, the mental chaos. Let Team Liquid drop milli. Let the zones come to them. Let's see what kind of numbers they can put up in all 3, because yesterday, I felt every team was playing center. Everyone was making the same rotations, finding themselves right next to each other, and really not taking any early engagements like we saw all of last year for some of these Latam and Brazilian squads. So for our squads, even NA, I know Wolves, Xforce, they like taking their time getting into some of these zones, but I feel like they're taking a little bit too long to find their engagements. Our teams need to find their successful moments early on to get their feet under them, because like what Seven said at the start, Xforce, that Sandhawk drop, you did not want it to go that way. And for that sort of squad, needing to get points badly, you cannot be losing these fights early on. I'm not sure if we're really going to be seeing too many hot drops today when it comes to Erangel here, Seven, but I didn't think we'd see any more than boot camp yesterday compared to today. And today in that Sandhawk, we just saw 3 or 4 teams fighting off drop.
Yeah, for Xforce, one thing that went well yesterday in regards to Erangel is they were always able to back it up with at least some type of eliminations. Even if they ended up getting knocked very early on, it didn't matter. This team was able to at least exit with 4 to 5 elims. So I obviously, congrats on being able to get those elims. I don't want to see that today. I want to be able to see you being able to place later on as well and continue on that road, because we want to see NA back on top. It might take a little bit longer, but I'm trying to get back on this NA hype train.
That's nice to hear you say that, man. That's great. I NA on top, and iNCO lead the charge. McGrellin, lead us to victory. You come from Alpha 7, the best team in the world. I believe you can make iNCO one of the best in the world without question. Hey, chat, we've been doing this thing where we have a giveaway, and I think it's about time to do that giveaway. Let's pull up the Amazon code. It's time to win. Make sure you're quick with the fingers, man, because there's some people out there in the chat that have been locking in every single code. They've been cashing in and cashing out. It's time to get a new winner. But hey, if it's the same winner, it is what it is, because they're just better. All right. But there's the codes. We're going to have them going throughout each of our drops. It might happen during the fly through, right? When we show the map, that's what the fly through is. When we show the map, the plane's going over, and that's the fly through. We might have it there. We might have it here. You never know. Just make sure you're paying attention and listen to us a little bit. All right. Listen to us a little bit, because we know and we like what we're saying. Brazil, though, been on fire without question, and Alpha 7 now has a chance to reclaim gold. Enigma, one of the things about Alpha 7 yesterday, at least on Erangel, top 3 out of the 3 times Erangel was played, but they did so in tremendous fashion with, I believe, a total of 21 eliminations from Map 2 Erangel and map for Aaron Gale. Looking to do much the same here. And the good news about them is they're never challenged on their drop spot.
Yeah, and I think for the most part, it's just that respect the other squads give. Maybe you need to have that sort of disrespect towards Alpha 7 later on in the match. I don't expect you to be going for that hot drop right early on against that squad, but taking that engagement to that team might be that sort of deciding factor. I believe on Miramar yesterday, we saw Wolves catching out Alpha 7, 1 or 2 players on rotation, both maps. So it's definitely a squad that are not the gods in the lobby. They definitely can bleed like the rest of us. That's a team that can fall under the pressure, and especially after seeing a 4-point game start today, they're coming into the interview saying we have the recipe to success. The problem is, and I know, Seven, you can agree with me on this, when you're the top team, everyone's going to be looking at you.
Yeah, everybody's going to be trying to hunt you down, and we've been talking about in regards to rotations, how our team is going to be able to adjust. In that last Sandhawk, you're really not able to see much because of just the way the circle ended up working. And on top of that, just because it's absolute madness, all right? This is usually why I end up liking Sandhawk being in the middle of the day, not at the start. But that's neither here nor there. This is where we'll actually end up seeing, if we do end up getting any circles close to what we saw yesterday, which teams went back and did their homework at night.
Let's find out as we hop into map number 2. We're on Erangel, and it's going to be familiar for the next 3. We got Erangel, back to back to back, but a good chance for a team that's good on this very map, which should already be the bread and butter for the competitors out there. Hey, this is a chance for them to catapult themselves up the leaderboard. Alpha 7, looking at them, I think they're going to be fine. But Enigma, you called out 3 military base zones. Hell, we might have one here, and Team Liquid likes military. They were on fire map 1. Let's see if they get it this time.
Hey, they're already landing there as well. They're set up for success. I believe it's only going to be one squad potentially dropping on the island with them. Yesterday, they had a bit of trouble crossing the bridges, it seemed, in each of the matches, especially that sort of mill-to power end zone. Unfortunately, these teams, a lot of them know the playbook. Erangel has been played so many times, and I like to bring up the idea of this dirt ball factor. I know Dave likes to call it the snowball, but when you're playing 3 Erangels in a row, we saw it yesterday with Alpha 7, when you have a good performance on the first one, typically the next 2 you will find success as well. So I'm interested in seeing today what kind of changes, what kind of shakeups we'll see out of squads. I'm not sure if people really change their drop spots like Sandhawk going into this first match at Erangel, but anything's possible. Unfortunately, the first zone here, Taylor,
It's okay.
And it's a small sliver of hope for that Millie start.
Very small, but if we get it, we get it, and I'll call you a wizard. On the left-hand side, what's the good news? Well, the good news is for Royals of War, Wolves, 9Z Globant, Xforce, Shoot to Survive, they're all going to be in the zone as it is. Royals of War have kind of the better option as they're going to be nearly dead center. Loops as well. Loops, though, no surprise. They love to be center zone. Their positioning is great, kind of akin to what I would consider for Team Liquid and based off their positioning. But military is where TL goes, joined by AGG. We most likely won't see them fight again, but going back in time, Seb, remember AGG versus Team Liquid? Team Liquid is pushed back over the right-hand bridge. Wolves is the reason for that. Team Liquid backs up. AGG get into this epic fight in the house, and it was Team Liquid who won, but both teams kind of cannibalized each other. Hoping they avoid each other on military. I mean, it's big enough for the both of them.
Yeah, it should be, especially with the circle. I think AGG more than likely is going to try to end up rotating towards that eastern bridge. And TL, if they do their usual stuff, especially with this kind of circle, they should end up going towards the western bridge. Unless they want to be fancy, unless they want to be something, end up doing something crazy, or maybe somebody's bridge camping it. That's when we end up seeing maybe some boatations or something a little bit different. But now I heard Enigma saying, if you know what, a dirt ball. If you're able to do semi-good here in the first match, second match of Erangel, and the third one, you might be able to do even better. One team that was able to do that yesterday was Row. I mean, the first Erangel, 14th place, the second one, 4th place, and then the third one, 3rd place. So if you ever wanted to see a dirt ball, I feel like that's exactly what you were talking about, Enigma.
Oh, yeah, the dirt ball. Dave hates it when I say it. Same thing with my socks and sandals at the beach. He doesn't enjoy it. I'm just a weird one, I guess. But for these teams right now, especially,
that's wild.
The interesting thing is you were talking about, I don't want to hear it from either of you, okay? For Royals of War,
what do you do when you get sand in your toes? Like, what? Go on.
It's a different experience.
Don't let me stop you.
Yeah. But for Royals of War, I'm a little bit concerned. Obviously, they dropped Gatka, right? They had the prime position. They've got the real Estate kind of right under their fingertips. The issue for me is if one of these squads, like I'm seeing right now, 9Z or Xforce, if they choose to rotate early on, you could get caught out in the open playing one of these compounds solo. I really hope that Rose of War, especially having that sort of snowball factor, that dirt ball factor coming in yesterday on the Aaron goes, I hope that they really don't start the game off as a 3-man. We've seen it struggle with a lot of these teams where they lose a player early on solely off the rotation. In the early game, Team Liquid as well, coming to mind yesterday onto the Wolves squad. So hopefully a lot of these teams, we keep bringing it back up. I'm fine with being the broken record in this regard. Need to see the VOD review, need to see the changes. And for a lot of these teams, they're needing to get the points because at the end of the day, whether it's you finishing in first, third, those advancement points will matter at the end when it comes into the finals. You want to secure yourself the highest placement possible. And for a lot of these teams, you're wanting to perform like Alpha 7. You want to perform like Intense Game. You can't be leaving it up to you just hopefully performing well. You got to take matters into your own hands.
Well, Rose of War, we're on board with them. It's going to be relatively quiet. They've split up a little bit, but they can converge back together pretty easily. Once again, Rose of War took advantage of the zone, stage 1, getting center zone. So did Loops, so did 9Z Globant, but potentially a story setting up between those three, as they're all going to be relatively close together. And of course, as we know, as the stages start to collapse, the teams will get closer and closer. So a real chance 9Z Globant, Loops, and Royals of War potentially find themselves in an engagement with each other. For the other rosters, they're slowly trickling in, making their way in for stage 1. You've got a couple of stragglers on the outside. Alpha 7, VIP, you've got United for Gaming, Savage, who's going to be all the way over on the right-hand side. So it's going to be relatively quiet. And 7, you were spot on. Team Liquid's going to be taking the Western Bridge. HG most likely taking the Eastern Bridge, where they could potentially get into an engagement with Savage. Speaking of Team Liquid, let's get on board with them. And it's a slight chance, but Wolves might be setting up already to have a repeat of the bridge fight.
I was hoping you would notice it. I was hoping you would end up calling it out. I wonder if we're going to get a little bit of a mimic here. And they're starting to realize it, too. Look how quickly they slow down. They were like, hold on, boys. I think it might be happening again. I think they might be setting up a trap for us. So let's back our butts up and let's take a little bit longer here and see if we can maybe find another way to get in. Wolves just stopping Team Liquid once again. And this is the thing, right? Now, what are you going to be doing here for this team? Now, are you going to be forced to go towards the Eastern Bridge and maybe end up taking a 5? A timing ends up aligning correctly against AGG. Little things like that here and there. Enigma, you're an ex-player. I kind of want to pick your brain a little bit more in regards to this. Would you have waited a little bit longer and see if Wolves maybe ends up clearing that place and then you end up rotating on the Western side? Or do you end up just saying, you know what, screw it, we're going to go on the Eastern side?
I think you got to fully disengage. Wolves Esports, one of those teams that is fine playing the 3-4 circles out in blue zone. If they get those, at least even 3, if not all 4 eliminations onto a squad like Team Liquid, it gives you loads of confidence. And for Coops to be able to potentially get those eliminations under his belt early on, that's the kind of play you want. And I'm actually seeing it right now. Wolves, I believe, turning immediately back around, potentially taking an engagement with one of the Brazilian squads. Team that definitely is needing points. Both of those teams really essentially just elimination hungry, I think, in my eyes. And with Wolves, we saw it that they didn't want to play so nervous. They didn't want to play so passive like they did yesterday. For that team to be kind of sticking true to their word from Juancho's interview, it's a good sign to see.
Well, Team Liquid's back on military as we saw earlier. Wolves, VIOUS Gaming close to each other. Loops is still out there. Yeah, I think Loops and VIOUS potentially. Vidden is by himself. He's separated just a little bit from Rafina and Zelda, and VIOUS Gaming could take advantage of it, but they're all in their vehicles. I don't think anybody wants to jump out and engage just yet, but it wouldn't surprise me if Loops might be the aggressor in this fight, but with Gustav's off at a distance, Rafina also not by him. Yeah, they're going to go ahead and set up inside the compound in the building. I believe the roaming is done. The looting up might be done as well. Now it's time to get serious. Get your compound locked down, and now start playing the gatekeeper role to all the other rosters that are coming in, or else you start getting shot up and you start getting taken down. And for Savage, that might become a reality. Savage taking a couple of pop shots, and that looks to be an intense game. Who's going to be holding them back off on the eastern portion of the map?
Oh, we have hope. We have hope for the Millie Zone, guys. I'm going to be the delusional one here. Team Liquid, they can stay on this side. The only issue is going to be AGG coming in. We thought they were going to take that Eastern Bridge. Nah, they're going to share the Western Bridge with Team Liquid. They might be able to make that rotation later on if they're able to concede the bridge and go out into blue zone if it does go to that north side. But Seven, I know you're thinking it's going to the mainland. You and Taylor both. I'm a Millie believer still.
You know what? I'm not even thinking the mainland. I'm being even more toxic, Enigma. I want to see a bridge finish.
A bridge.
Okay? It has happened, and it's usually absolutely wonderful. A team that would end up benefiting, that I guess if we're going to continue on that train, would be Team Liquid, a team that definitely needs to benefit of this fight. It's going to be none other than Xforce, as they're going to be going up with an 9Z. You got none other than a glider. Not a glider, just that vehicle right there coming in. If Fate does end up getting knocked, Valak ends up getting knocked, and what it looked like to be an Xforce win here, as they ended up getting the first knock, it goes complete opposite, and 9C Globant ends up taking the fight and getting the whole compound.
Well done, 9Z. 9Z putting up a great fight. Well, at least trying to. Remix running into a little bit of an issue, unfortunately falling himself. This is a wonderful fight, and the reason why is because this compound is going to be well within stage 3 and potentially even further on. So if you are able to successfully win, hey, you're in good company, and 9Z looks to be in good company, at least by themselves, although they do lose at least a couple of players. Joe, they don't lose anybody. I apologize. 4 eliminations, big win. Now VIP might be rolling up on them. But 9Z, a team that you were highlighting quite a bit yesterday, 7, pulling up and looking good in game number 2.
One team that was actually able to readjust in a way. They have all the 4 players ready. Remember yesterday in the first Erangel, Alpha 7 was able to find them a bit split apart. One of the players ended up getting eliminated, and then they were kind of forced to do something completely different. Not the exact same circle, but it is kind of the exact same area here. They were all ready for it. They were definitely looking for somebody to crash into that, and those are little things here and there, whether it was because of their VOD review that they ended up doing. Those are things that is just gonna end up securing them 4 more placement points, and on top of that, you get to chill for the longest time. I'm intrigued to see what Wolves is going to be doing there in that position. And we saw one of the players just driving around trying to figure out if IG was going to be able to do anything. And VIP, the team that is currently in 15th place, looking to loot up even more Enigma and see if they can maybe clutch up some more points, because 15th place is not where you want to be.
Yeah, 16 total points under your belt. Obviously, we've only played 7 matches, but coming into this match, they're really hoping that they get some sort of either Western or Southern shift. They're on Ferry Pier currently. Now, if it ended on a pier, I'd be good with that, to be honest. But that's taking a lot of wishful thinking, especially for the likes of VIP. And with that being said, it of course hard shifts all the way northeast. Savage having the best position in zone. Pachinki Hill essentially free for the taking. And we see every single player on this west side, whether it's Alpha 7, iNCO, everyone going to have to make this do or die send either through the center of the circle or around the edge. And a lot of these teams, I'd be worried taking these engagements, because we know it's never going to be that 4v4, right? It's going to be multiple squads taking engagements with you. And right now we're looking at iNCO Gaming, who had a solid performance last match, them being right on the edge of the circle. They got to be the squad that's able to gatekeep. They got to be able to control this hillside to make sure that these 2, 3, maybe even 4 squads don't take the fight. And now they're forcing it, Taylor, under Royals of War.
Oh, it's about to be crazy. iNCO on the Royals of War. Royals of War is getting picked apart left and right. You also have United, who's going to be United for Gaming, who's going to be off in the distance. Alpha 7 looked like they wanted to get scrappy and move on in. Royals of War, though, had a couple of stragglers from the outside who weren't inside the compound that iNCO crashed on, and they're going to be able to back McGrellan and co off. But iNCO has already struck while the iron's hot. They got a couple of eliminations. And let's not forget, they're coming off a wonderful game number 1. And boys, iNCO has jumped up to top 5 based off their results alone. They're on fire. They're looking strong, and they're representing North America incredibly, incredibly well. This could be a wonderful game coming out from them, and who knows, maybe even another top 3 finish. Things will settle down for just a little bit. The question is, will United for Gaming decide to crash in on the iNCO roster just ahead of them?
iNCO Gaming, you know what? Do what Enigma was saying earlier. Keep that dirt ball going. Let's see how big we can get it, because if they can get another good match here, I mean, you're going to be able to hopefully end up securing at least the top 4, depending on what happens there with Influence Rage or Loops, teams that are still alive as well. But for them to be aggressive, this is what you want to see out of these teams. This is another team, United for Gaming. We know that they definitely need those points. United for Gaming is going to end up fighting at least one player there from iNCO Gaming. Are they going to be looking to make the push? And that's exactly what they're going to be doing. You can see Vitali getting ready with those grenades, switching it out. Is he going to be able to knock anybody here from United for Gaming? He is going to be able to connect with one. King's turn around. He's going to get the second one, trying to make it 3. They're not being able to. There's still 2 players alive from iNCO Gaming. McGrillen trying to spot somebody from United for Gaming, but it might be a little bit too much for him. It's just going to be a 1 versus 2. And there you go. iNCO Gaming continuing on the dirt ball. Make it even more eliminations, but they need to be careful because 9C Globant is pushing in.
9C is coming in. They even have a hovercraft that's going to be off to the left-hand side. Remix. Milos is going to have an off angle. This might be the end, and it will be for iNCO. But give them their flowers. They took down 2 teams. They crashed in a Royals of War. They then took down United for Gaming, who had no choice but to push into them. And then 9Z happened to strike when the iron was hot, exactly when iNCO was still recovering from the 2 previous fights against United for Gaming and iNCO. So in my mind, that's still a big win for iNCO. I personally don't think they did anything wrong. 9Z just knew when to strike, and they did so appropriately. Now they've got to push in, which is going to be Loops just ahead of them. We transfer our attention to Team Liquid. Last time we were looking at them, Enigma, they were coming across that bridge. They were pushed back from Team Wolves. Now they've got Wolves still to deal with, but also they've got AGG that they're trying to finish off. And this is a rematch, a revenge fight from yesterday's competition on Erangel.
Yeah, and for Team Liquid, they actually rotated last zone. It wasn't like they came in just now. Unfortunately, they might have pulled an Xforce mistake, realizing that they didn't realize that a team like AGG was on their backside across the bridge, making it a 1-for-1 trade. It's not like it's a do-or-die play just yet, but for Team Liquid, having to have Wolves to your west, intense game to your east, and AGG at your backside, it really limits you on how you're able to rotate. We could see that as well here. Charlie just... I mean, this is kind of a grief play on a Team Liquid, to be honest. There's not much other counterplay you can do. You've got to go at least for maybe the elimination on one of the buggy players, at least a tire potentially, but not going to find it. And I'm interested in seeing where Team Liquid actually goes, because looking at that map feed and stuff like that, I know that there's not too much room to play. A lot of this zone is going to be that southern Pachinki field, if not everything on the mountaintop. So these teams right now, Taylor, I think they're going to start dropping like flies. They're going to start really piecing themselves out on the edge of the circle here, looking for even just a rock to play behind for this circle shift.
Well, Team Liquid's looking for even more than that, aren't they? They're pushing up, they're getting aggressive, and they're going dead center. This is a classic Team Liquid play where they love to just full send it in between everybody, parting the teams and take dead center zone, and they're going to be successful in doing so. Still a 3-man unit. They're set up nicely, and they're looking to go back-to-back. They saw the memes, and they want to prove the memes wrong. They said, look, guys, we're still Team Liquid. We're as strong as ever. And after that game 1 and potentially this game 2 finish, I'm starting to believe the redemption arc is fully underway. On board with Alpha 7. What are they up to? Well, they got 9Z Globant, the team that took down iNCO Gaming just a little bit ago, and they got Influence Rage just up ahead there, 7.
And if Alpha 7 is going to be able to clear 9C, that's going to be massive for this team. We'll see if that is going to end up happening. We know this is a team that likes controlling a big area, and especially with these rotations that they've been able to do now, forcing Rebel to just use up a lot of utility. 9C, remember, they got the hovercraft from Xforce earlier. Are they going to be able to use it to their advantage as Alpha 7 now trying to realize what are we going to be doing here? Are we going to just commit to this fight even though Rebel is at a disadvantage, or do we want to move on about teams that are currently just trying to feel out? Nobody really wanting to hop out of their vehicles and go for the strike. There you go. 9C's wanting to, but they might not be aware that Rebel's currently on the off angle. Rebel not being able to fully connect with the shots right there as he got very close to almost knocking that 9C player. And Alpha 7 now wanting to be a little bit more aggressive, taking matters into their own hands, taking the fight towards 9C.
Yeah, and this is a big moment, even with the damage, with the hovercraft, and the finish. Oh man, Alpha Carrillo, I'd like the play. It's just how do you counterplay that? The hovercraft just full send. He basically covered up the whole screen.
Bro, you can't. How are you going to counter a hovercraft in a car? The hovercraft takes you down. The car finishes you off. That was that was disrespectful. I'm just going to be completely honest. That was highly disrespectful, man. But you know what? I'm here for it. The disrespect is good sometimes against your competitors. And for Alpha 7, they are fuming. They just lost a player like that. But no time to really dwell on it. You've got 9Z Globant who's pushing up onto your position. They've got a car. You know, best case scenario, they re-rotate, and they're going to do exactly that. Now, Loops potentially having to face off against a hovercraft. And I'm getting worried for him, just like I was worried for Alpha 7-7.
That's right. With Loops here, I think they were trying to find an opening to maybe get into the fight there between 9C and Alpha 7, but it didn't really offer itself. And what ended up happening to Korea, to be completely honest, I think he still thought that 9C was going to be within the smoke, and that's why you saw him being able to get out and start shooting automatically towards where the smoke was. And he's like, I got knocked by a hovercraft. Okay, boys, I'm dead. Just got a double whammy right there. Wolves is getting eliminated as well on the elimination feed. Currently now down to just 2 players. Team Liquid, though, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing, at least from the elimination feed out of that team, getting some eliminations, getting some knocks here and there, and Juancho trying to get out of this situation, but running into the tiniest hay bale.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you can't destroy that just yet in the match, but they left Doran in the back trying to get an elimination, getting the knock, I believe, on Afrede, but not able to get the thirst. Going to be a solo now for Wolves, and car on fire, get away from it. Juancho running in the open. Cardozan trying to get the shots, will be able to connect. Wolves, 5 eliminations. Really a tragic story, to say the least. They were forced on that southern edge in the field, reigning supreme. But now we're back to the north side here, Taylor. Alpha 7 forced to deal with the hovercraft yet again. Milo's just really full sending on the mountain, and now at least they have Revo alive. They've got Squash as well. Both of their top hitters. Can Alpha 7 still make the most in this 2v4 spot?
Yeah, during the Titan series, we saw a lot of hovercraft action. Actually, it was Xforce who was utilizing the hovercraft so very well. Nice to see it coming back into play. It was sorely missed during our 3 games of iNCO yesterday. In fact, I don't even think we saw a hovercraft maybe once. If we did, it was just for a fleeting second. This time, it's taking a front and center moment on our screen. Loops, 9Z. Still opposite of each other, with Alpha 7 potentially wanting to get a third party. And that's kind of going to be their game plan. I mean, with only 2 players, they're a little bit in shambles. We've lost now 6 total teams. We're down to our top 9. And things are starting to get a bit dicey. And again, more focus has to be here. Nozada is going to manage to pick up 1. Milos is going to try utilize his nades to take down Rafina, and Ko is going to be just up ahead. And for the hovercraft, well, it's going to be down and out. And now they're looking for revenge. They're trying to run him over like he was running everybody else over, but it might not matter because the nades are taking him down slowly but surely. And 9Z, I believe, are on the out. But can Remix clutch it up? No, sir. Loops clutches. They're taking the fight. And now at 7, is this where Royals of War or Alpha 7 go in and attack?
For Alpha 7, I mean, this team is always looking to third party, so yeah, more than likely they are going to be looking to do that, even if they are down 2 players. You can see their squash being surprised, though, but the Loops players, and the thing is that with Alpha 7 now pushing, allow Influence Rage to make that push as well. Third party after third party after third party, and what we saw there, 9C being a little bit dominant with the hovercraft, that's not going to matter anymore because it's gone. Royals Award trying to get into the action as well, but I mean, Loops, to be honest, even though they might not have an insane amount of eliminations, with the 6 elims that they've been able to pick up so far, this is massive for this team because it didn't look like they were going to be able to really do much from the position that they were in. And there you go. That is it for Rafinha, but 6 elims for Loops, at least something for them to be happy about.
Yeah, but now it's just this 1v2 scenario. At least he's got this ridge to work with. 4 Royals of War. We're talking top 6. Every placement matters here. A lot of these teams losing those casualties early on, and now we're seeing it as well. The duo is starting to feel the pressure from these 4-man squads that set up early. Savage having smokes, having just nades pulled out in the open. I'm surprised no one else taking shots on him now. Forced again the vehicle, but Chief, the self-nade. I'm not sure what happened there, but now we're down to the duo of Team Liquid here, trying to hold off 2 whole squads, cresting over the mountain, make it 3 actually. Oh my goodness. Intense game. Savage and Shoot to Survive, all 3 craning down on your squad. 7, your Team Liquid, I think you got to just find a safe spot at the end of the day. You got to disengage from this fight.
Well,
not even that. Team Liquid had a bit of a 2-1 split there at one point. Instead of them having just deciding to be all together, they thought it was going to be the smart play, but with so many teams just having vehicles here with this terrain too that these teams are having to work with, it did not end up working out. Luckily for them, they still have Cardozan, they still have Ayala, 5 eliminations to their name, and currently in a top 6 situation. And if they're maybe allowed the other teams to fight each other, that could be wonderful. But one thing I do need to mention, and I gotta give them props, even though we really haven't heard much from them this whole match, is IG, the team that is currently in first place, the team that I was wondering what they were going to be doing when it came down to Erangel just because of the bad performances that they had yesterday. Still alive. 3 players, 2 Illims. This is what I want to see from IG. I want to see some differences, especially for not just IG, for some of the other teams, but at least one team that is finally being able to showcase it.
Yeah, the good news for them is they can stay on the low side and, again, allow those other teams to just fight it out and continuing on for their placements. The thing they're trying to do is outpace Alpha 7, right, to continue to maintain first place. After all, it's more money in their pocket, but more importantly, more pressure on the top dogs of Alpha 7. But they've already matched the energy. A7 dropped out in 8th place with 2, and now Intense Game is going for potentially back-to-back, which would be special because that's 3 wins in a row potentially, starting from yesterday going into today's game. Padrino, Intense Game, and Team Liquid still stalemated. Padrino is like a snake, inching forward, closer and closer to Ayala as well as the other teammates. And I say, man, Padrino is deadly in this spot. Cardozo and Ayala, if they're not ready for this, they're both gone. Intense Game pick up another 2, and then they have that hillside to look down on everybody else.
Yeah, and
they have nothing really to worry about in regards to behind them. So this is the smart play here. Let's take a look at what the next circle is going to be like. Oh, okay, we have 2 airdrops. So at least we have some cover from depending on what Savage ends up doing there. You can see Influence Ridge there towards the north, just scouting around. Okay, Savage is going to be safe. Ayala and the squad, the 2 duos there from Team Liquid is going to be safe as well. Now they're going to have to start worrying a little bit more towards the east. And I wonder if they're just so confident. They're really not expecting it. The grenade going to be coming in and it's going to end up connecting. You were saying it. Reflections, Padrino being sneaky there, and he ends up connecting in a big way with Ayala.
Oh, and Ayala's completely gone. Cardozo last alive. This is where IG is going to start to tighten the vice grip. They managed to get 1. Now they know they've got the numbers. They're going to continue to push up. No third party really to challenge them. You maybe Diego off in the distance, but for Cardozo, he's just all by himself. And the question is, when do you want to push up? When do you want to make the attempt? Well, for Adrian, a playmaker from yesterday with so many great moments, is going to take matters into his own hands. Cardozo has to swing the angle, but he just can't cover them all. And Team Liquid will be finished off in 6th place. 5 eliminations, though. They have made great leaps and bounds from their performance yesterday to today across the 2 maps. I'm still happy with them. But Enigma, with Intense Game winning that fight and officially taking over this hilltop, talk to me about where they're currently at. Are they in the power position to win this game now?
Oh, they are, and I'm really surprised Shoot to Survive, even as a duo, they didn't try to look for that third party. The only chance Intense Game gets weakened here is if there's that sort of third party potential. Influence Rage, they're a duo. I expect them to play passive, but for this team to be right underneath you, you should have gone up for that aggression. But now they're wanting to play the passive game. Savage Esports could potentially weaken the numbers. They have those 4 players still left alive, but the issue with this is we're talking at stage 7. After this, we go into stage 8, a small circle shift, and then it goes into nothing. This hillside, really, if you're someone that's not Intense Game or Savage, you're really just hoping for placements at the end of the day. We're talking it's essentially 2 duos and a solo spread across the map, Rose of War being the solo on that western edge, and really just expecting if Intense Game can potentially pick off some of these players with the high ground, or will they allow Savage Esports to control the dominant force in the center of the circle. And Taylor, you brought it up with maybe the 3-peat. Obviously, we'll count yesterday's game with that sort of back-to-back-to-back, but Intense Game, they're looking on fire right now.
Without a doubt, and everybody's in shambles. 1 player alive, 2 players, Royals of War, potentially losing their last one, and they officially will. They'll finish off in 5th place with just 3. But yeah, Intense Game looking the strongest outside of Savage, who has 4 players, albeit 1 was just recently down, but so was another from Intense Game. But the good news for them, because of their elevation, yes, the shots will ring true, they'll drop, but they're going to be able to get their team back on their feet. For Padrino, he's going to be the tip of the spear. Shoot to Survive, starting to get active. Dark Light to the left, Casper to the right. Padrino split right in between them, but Utility will officially back them away. In fact, that's going to be great to split the difference. Takes a little bit of damage off a nade, bounces a little bit too far. Casper has to separate, and now the 2v1 turns into distinct 1v3s. Intense Gaming, just like they did to Team Liquid earlier, pushing up together, covering too many angles to the point where Dark, like Casper, they don't even know where to look. 7.
That's right. I mean, Shoot to Survive has been wanting to third party this fight for the longest time, has been wanting to fight IG for the longest time, but we're finally starting to see why they weren't able to, and it's because Savage Esports just kept being a close eye on them and seeing if they were going to end up pushing up, seeing if they could maybe catch one of those two players getting a little bit too overextended. Intense game using that smoke gun to their advantage. And here you go, Adrian just going for it. This is the smart play. This is what they need to do, and they're doing it perfectly. They have the numbers advantage, they have the vehicles, and they're executing that perfectly. Nobody so far goes down from Intense Games, and now they get the chance to switch their focus over Savage and start collecting eliminations as well.
Yeah, that's a big win as well right there. Through the smoke, getting the player out of the vehicle. Savage really just underestimating the gun power that Intense Game has. They were able to get one knock in the back, but it's still a duo on that eastern side. And I believe it's actually just a 2v2v2. The Shack play with Savage, they're split. Intense Game, having them paired up right next to each other, while Influence Rage holds this mountaintop on the north side. All of these teams kind of just up for grabs for anyone to take the win here.
Yeah, I think Influence Rage is in a power spot now as Intense Game had to go down the hill. I'm looking at Lorenzen to be the playmaker. Savage in that Shack, it's going to be great for the time being, but when they have to move forward, they're pretty much going to get mowed down. All eyes are going to be on them, and what's most likely going to happen is Influence Rage, IG are going to continue their fight, finish it off, and then Savage will pay attention, or Savage will be the last team they fight against, but maybe I throw that out the window. Oh, wow, there it is. Lorenzen, I said he was the guy to watch. Well, indeed he was, as he'll take down the last remaining members of Intense Game, who finished off in third place with 8 elims. Now Savage, what can they do from the Shack Enigma? Can they make it out? Can they finish off Influence Rage, or did Influence Rage just win yet another game?
My eyes are going to be looking at Snacks here. He's got that level 3 gear from the crate. I believe he's the one sitting on it. He's got to be able to apply some pressure for Mauer to get off this sort of Shack. Both Influence Rage players are just eyeing it with that zone timer. We see it in the top right, 1:30 left with Mauer being so close to the edge. He's got to move any second now if he wants to confirm himself this sort of 2v2 fight, and we see it now. Great overhead. Snacks actually getting an off angle. Lorenzen notices too late. Snacks wins the one, but it takes damage. Now Diego gets the trade. Shotgun shots through the smokes, and he's 1 HP, trying to get the last remaining damage. And Diego, the 2v2, reigns supreme. Winner, chicken dinner. Influence Rage, a duo for what seemed to be those last 3 or 4 circle shifts, winning out on top.
Winning out on top indeed. 8 eliminations for Influence Rage. Beautifully done. Even their mascot there to cheer him on. Good stuff. And good stuff from Intense Game as well. That was a great end game. You saw many moments where teams were forcing themselves into situations, taking over power positions. Intense Game on Team Liquid is a perfect example of that. The way Petrino was like a snake in the grass to push up to the last remaining 2 members on Team Liquid to take them out, to take over the hilltop, and then focus their attention on Shoot to Survive. Just a beautiful symphony of moments. But for Influence Rage, they take yet another game. And funny enough, Seven, they did this yesterday on map 2, winning map number 2 on Erangel. This time, obviously, they do it with 8 eliminations. Yesterday, they did it with 11. But now they're once again in the talking point. But let's face it, they never really left.
Not a bad pattern, right? That you want to see out of a team whenever they're able to just go back-to-back days winning the first Erangel match. That is exactly what you want to see out of that team. And for them to just be, Enigma mentioned it perfectly, they were just chilling for the longest time with that duo. Nobody was challenging them towards the north. They didn't have to really worry about anything. And then when they found the positioning, when they found that area where they needed to push up, get those angles and get ready for that final part of the game, they were able to execute that perfectly. Another team that we gotta give some credit to, even though they didn't end up being in a top 3 situation. Loops Esports being able to finish here with 5 eliminations. I was hoping that they would at least be able to connect with more elims. It didn't end up happening, but great match here out of this team. And IG, once again, I mentioned it during the cast, I gotta mention it again, them being able to bounce back, get those eliminations, push the aggression here towards the end. Ultimately, they ended up getting a little bit screwed by their positioning, but overall, great performance here from IG after a back-to-back wins.
Yeah, wonderful performance indeed. IG, Diego, by the way, 5 eliminations, leading the stats when it comes to game number 2. Have plenty of highlight moments. Law, Law's been 0 eliminations here, but so many great moments. You can just pick and choose which one you wanted from yesterday. Obviously, today as well. Law always in the conversation and just outputting the damage with the roster. And you notice they did pick up at least a lot of eliminations throughout the game, but the majority coming from the end game. And in my opinion, that's when the best time, excuse me, to pick up your elims is towards the end. And in my opinion, Influence Rage did that perfectly. Intense Game walk away with 13. Their goal, once again, is to just stay above that of Alpha 7, and they do so by 10. So their lead will continue to grow. I believe they're going to apex the 100-point mark, if I'm not mistaken. But beautifully, beautifully done. Royals of War, from game number 1, where they didn't perform as well, to this game, a little bit better this time around, and as well as Team Liquid, Enigma.
Yeah, and for Team Liquid, I think it's just a good sign with how those zones went, having so many teams really just looking for your number, trying to get those eliminations on you, like Wolves Esports and stuff like that, for you to be able to get yourself into that center spot. Obviously, they got eliminated by Savage, who ultimately ended up second place. If they're able to in some way win that engagement, I guess you could say, as a duo or three-man, they could have definitely been one of those top 3 teams. But one team that we really got to give credit to again has got to be this 9th place squad. 9Z, 8 eliminations. They cleared house with 1 squad. They came around the north side, took the engagements full force on the mountaintop. And yeah, there was a lot of chaos going on. The hovercraft not adding anything less to that. But for these teams right now, I think the Erangel, a lot of squads were really happy with their engagements that match.
Intense Game will take it for first. Well, excuse me, will stay in first place at 96. Their lead grows. They don't break 100 points just yet, but they should be safely, to say, the first team to do so. Alpha 7 currently sitting in 7th. Influence Rage catching up, though. Influence Rage off that big win, inching closer and closer to breaking into top 2. They've jumped up a little bit, knocking Loops down, and a large reason why Influence Rage has done as well as they have is, again, Diego. Diego currently top 3 when it comes to overall eliminations for the entirety of the tournament for everybody. Law not too far behind in 10th place with 12 respectively. Who else are we looking at going down the list, 7?
Xforce. I'm going to be looking at Xforce. They just keep going down that list, and not in a good way. They started off the day here in 11th place after 2 matches. They're down to 14. Wolves as well. I mean, they started off the day in 10th place. They're down to 13. I want to see a little bit more out of this NA teams because they're not really being able to show me much. And something that I've been seeing too out of Wolves, and a big factor from that team has been Coops, right? We got a chance to see him yesterday being able to put up some eliminations for the squad. It was in Sandhawk when he was the last player. Ever since then, I'm being completely honest here. I can't think of a time that we have actually been able to see him being able to get more eliminations, or for us to be able to talk about him. For a player that of his caliber, I want to see a little bit more out of him.
Yeah, and he is a big talking point. We did have a moment yesterday where we talked about him in a big clutch spot. He was last alive. It was on Sandhawk map 1, but yeah, he's been quiet ever since, right? And you would expect him, of a player of his caliber, of his lineage, to be more of a talking point that he is, but maybe that's a deficiency with the team itself versus him as an individual player. But either way, it's a problem regardless that needs to be fixed. But iNCO, I mean, Enigma, iNCO's also been doing very well. They started the day in 5th place. They have maintained 5th place. After all, game number 1, 3rd place, 7 eliminations. This game, game 2, they finish off way earlier than they wanted, but 6 elims. Like, they have truly woken up from their slumber.
Yeah, and I think that's really attributed, at least those 6 eliminations, to that Sandhawk match. Them going out of their way, taking that fight against United for Gaming. That's a squad that's actively looking for these moments of success. You understand that, yeah, early on in these matches, maybe you're forcing yourself to look for these fights, but later in the match, they're trying to play for the placement. I think they've got a good understanding of how they want to play these matches. And in our eyes, of course, how we see it and the scoreboard shows it, I think they're doing pretty fine.
Well, 4 more games to go. That was our first Erangel of 3. Map 3 will be coming up after the break. As we do go into break, Sarpatch had a chance to sit down with Bruno, who we've talked about so much. Let's keep the iNCO storyline alive. What did Bruno have to say?
All right, guys, here we are after match 1 with Bruno from iNCO Gaming. We were very close. That zone did not bless us. It shifted to more to the left side. You were caught off on a weird position after that. How are you feeling after it?
I think that we do good movements in Sandhawk. In the game conditions that we have, we fought low loot because we rotate very fast. We get mid zone 1, mid zone 2, mid zone 4. But Sunhook is this.
Yeah.
It's this is a crazy map. The zone can shift off you, and it's very hard to get another position and to get a position security. And in the end game, top 3, we don't have smokes, but we do a good game. We constructed good, and if the zone help, we can win the game.
I believe you're gonna win at least one today. At least one, right?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season, day number 2. I'm Taylor Reflections, double joined by Seven and Enigma. 2 games completed, 4 more to go, and iNCO back-to-back about to be underway. It's going to be a lot of fun, given the fact that Influence Rage is now on the up and up, getting to go huge win. Back-to-back days, they win game number 2, and they do so with a high number of eliminations. This Influence Rage roster is filled with nothing but veterans: Law, Diego, Lil Boy, Larazin. And Larazin, by the way, making great plays throughout his tenure on Map 2 on iNCO. I expect him to do the same here. Diego is a player, though, Seven. What is he like? You know, obviously, he's in the best region in the world. He's on one of the best teams in the world. Diego, a big playmaker, now inching closer to even maybe being one of our top slayers in the entirety of this tournament.
The crazy part too here, I'm not even going to tell you as a player, I'm going to tell you as a human, because I got any chance to hang out with him. He is one of the nicest persons ever, man. Usually, like when you have fraggers, when you have certain players of that kind of potential, right? Sometimes You just see them walk a little bit taller. You just see them pop out their chest. You just see them act a certain way. I'm talking about Doc, by the way, for everybody watching. Doc is definitely one of those players. That's in CSA, by the way. But for Diego, he's super nice. He's super calm, super chill, and he's always wanting to improve. And I think we're starting to see that over and over again from this PMSLs, right? We saw what he was capable of last year. We saw what they were able to do as well when it came down to PMGC. And now here in this stage in PMSL America's 2025 spring split, we're starting to see this team just make the right decisions, because that's exactly what we saw there in that last Erangel. They didn't have to fight anybody. They just had to be patient. You saw them being in you actually didn't get a chance to see him, but I was keeping a close eye on them. They were just getting into a vehicle, rotating around, just making sure if anybody was going to try to make a push, making sure that they had all their surroundings covered. And as soon as they heard a fight, as soon as they saw an opening, they moved up and make sure they cover all the angles. And ultimately, that's what ended up getting them the win.
Getting the win indeed, man. They're doing a lot of things right, and they're having some top star-studded players who are ending up at the top. Like I said, Diego looking wonderful. For Alpha 7 on Erangel specifically, Enigma, I've been talking yesterday to today about their long rotations. Like, these guys are not scared of starting on one side of the map and ending up on the completely other side of the map by stage 1, stage 2. What's up with that? They're one of the teams that take the biggest and longest rotations. Are they trying to cover as much ground as possible to potentially, end up slay heavy, or is it just situational based? Like, what's up with it?
I think there's this sort of mindset that happens with a lot of these IGLs as well, where it comes to, there's always this empty side of the zone. We're seeing a lot of teams, especially with those repetitive Western circle shifts, a lot of these teams opting to take the southern edge. Alpha 7, they realize, hey, we can take some blue zone. We can go all the way around, make that great migration that we like, I guess you could say, coining it as. And they've been finding themselves on these slower parts of the map. Now, obviously, that Erangel we just watched, 9Z came in, Loops rotated in from the compound that they had centered up. And ultimately, all three of those teams lost to the demise of Influence's Rage Duo. But for you to be able to make it into that circle shift is what you want. You want to be able to at least give yourself that opportunity to shoot your gun, not be getting third-partied from Narnia. You want to make sure you're actually able to give yourself that fighting chance. And for Brazil, it seems like every single time we look at them, they're putting themselves in those situations.
Well, it seems to be the case. On the dead side of the map, that's going to be your strongest. Besides, there is a caveat. Team Liquid, again, loves to just split the difference and go straight in between everybody to take center zone, which pays off. Pays off without a doubt. You know, Hate is a player I want to kind of highlight a little bit. And the reason why, coming out from United for Gaming, Hate is a guy that's towards the upper echelon of eliminations. But everybody else, 7, is way below him. And it brings up that conversation we had earlier about Revo. Revo being as strong as he is as an individual player, he's obviously backed up very well by the Alpha 7 roster. But as an individual performing well, you still need your team to back you up. This United for Gaming, I feel, can be so much better if they could support Hate a little bit more, much like Alpha 7 does to Revo.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the main things, right, for some of the players. We were kind of even talking about it earlier in regards to Wolves being able to do that with Coops too. For some of these players, they just maybe still trying to figure out what is their actual role. Even though they might have the role, they're still trying to figure out what they need to do to actually position their players in a way that they can excel. I mean, we have seen it in the past, especially going back to an A, where you have Fate being the IGL in the past. He decides to switch off from the IGL. He decides to become a bit more of a fragging power, and he ends up working out wonders for them. So this is usually what we tend to expect from some of these teams here at the beginning of the PMSL. I'm pretty sure when we get to the second stage, we might see a little bit more of that. Teams actually sitting and getting ready and being able to position their players where they can excel at.
All right, well, here it is. Map 3, excuse me, hopping into Erangel. It's going to be a fun one. Team Liquid last time around went to military along that of AGG. Looks like we're going to have much the same, but I will say that it was fun to see about the military base, not only from AGG and Team Liquid's perspective, is Wolves and their consistency to always pick the proper bridge to counter Team Liquid. That's been happening since yesterday. It happened today. I'm sure it's going to continue to happen, and I want to know if it's even intentional or it just happens by happenstance. And I honestly don't think it's happening randomly. I think Wolves are targeting, if not Team Liquid, at least trying to target the bridge players, camp it, and go for easy elims. Because if you do look maybe at Titan series, Enigma, Titan Series, the bridge plays, there's always some congestion happening on the bridges during Titan Series. There's always some type of way to pick up a plethora of eliminations there. And I think Wolves are doing the same thing. And look here, you also get your military base zone. You at least get one out of the 3.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm wanting. I'm interested in seeing now with Wolves. They made that early rotation to camp the bridge. Are they going to cross it immediately? Nova back in the day would not even loot their spot. They'd be going all the way to that western side of Millie base off the vehicle drop and just immediately hightail it for the bridge. So I'm interested in seeing how many squads actually decide to make that rotate. A lot of squads opting to either go towards Ferry Pier. We know obviously Xforce likes going on that western edge, but with Primorsk not being in the drop range, they might have gone all the way north, which really is a sob story in my mind, because when you go for that sort of Stalbert drop instead of Primorsk and it goes Millie, you got to go all the way across the map. You got to deal with every team in front of you. We had to deal with it back in the day when we would drop Severny on Wildcard 7. You remember those days way back then.
Yep.
A lot of these rotations are just, they're fine-tuned for people to camp you out. And for Team Liquid, luckily, they won't have to be the ones dealing with the camps from other teams. They can finally be the big bad bullies on the bridges if they choose to start camping for points.
Selections, you ask, are they doing it on purpose? Boy, I do hope so. I do hope that is on purpose, because so far it's been working out for this team. Something that I kind of was looking at Alpha 7 right there, especially when they realized the circle that we're working with, and something that I kind of want to talk about earlier too is they are playing different. Even though we've only played 2 matches so far today, something that I've seen different out of this team is that I don't know if it's because of the circle or what they've been having to deal with, as we see Ro being able to knock one of the Loops Esports players there as they're trying to make the rotation towards Military Island, is that Alpha 7 is struggling to get towards the center of the circle when it comes towards those first circles. That's something that they were able to do very well yesterday, and they were able to adjust from that. Today, they're only having to play edge most of the time. Once again, I don't know if it's because maybe they're wanting to switch that strat. I know for sure in this one has to do with the playing path and with the circle that we got, as 9C Globant having to lay down and making sure that none of the players ends up getting no, as Ro doesn't give a damn. Bro is just driving straight down the middle and saying, we're going to go to our spot. This is Military Island, baby. This is ours. Thanks, Enigma, for calling that out.
Hey, I'll call it every day of the week, baby. But I know a lot of these teams, what was that, 3 squads just now driving across the bridge? Wolves as well, actually opting to swim across in the dead center of the Millie Island. And this is what I was wanting to see. How many teams are going to opt for that botation play? How many people are going to rotate early to set themselves up on the mainland for the island? Or how many teams are going to try to really wait it out in that blue zone? And we see it now, even 9Z, they're actually kind of struggling to realize where Rose of War opted to set foot on the circle. It's going to be this far southern side, maybe even a boat camp if any teams choose to rotate down on this far southern side. And I believe as well, it's looking like Primorsk might be another hot spot, that botation play coming into mind. The hovercrafts, I'm wanting to see it, to be honest, okay? It's a safe cross. It's not as weak as just a regular boat, even if you got the skin on it. Doesn't give it more HP. The hovercraft, wanting to see come into play. But with that being said, Taylor, I'm not liking the forces of N8. We're having Xforce driving right next to Alpha 7 on that far western side, and there's no other team in play. It's going to be just a straight 4v4 brawl of those squads.
Oh, Alpha 7 wants it. I know they want to take this fight, especially if they see it's Xforce. They're going to view them as weak, and they're going to push directly into them. And for Xforce, now's the time. Get in a boat, get in a hovercraft, anything. Disengage. Get across that water if you can. But Alpha 7's not going to allow you to rotate easily. They're going to gatekeep them. And in my opinion, this was a bit of a blunder. But now I'd say that Xforce does manage to get into some type of vehicle. They're going across the water, and Alpha 7 didn't collapse on them as quickly as I thought they were going to. But developing even more so as Team Liquid versus 9Z Globant. 9Z landed on Military this time around. They had a feeling Military was going to be where the zone was going to end up. And, well, they ended up picking right. But unfortunately, in this case, they ended up going dead center of Military, which is where Team Liquid was already set up. And, well, TL has managed to pick apart 9Z one by one. And because of that, they only have 2 players to work with, and Remix is in dire straits. Consistent utility. Team Liquid pushing every angle they possibly can. Remix is dead, and now it's up to Kogoat to take on the entirety of the TL roster in front of him. We're talking 4 fresh and ready players, and they're not going to fall easily. Team Liquid control their landing spot. They control military, and 9Z Globant are out 7.
And that's what we want to be able to see out of Team Liquid, a team that last year, whenever they were able to just hanker down, make sure they were in the center of the circle, they took full advantage of it, showcasing it once again, why this can be such a dangerous team and why we were so shocked yesterday at the performance that they were providing us. Today, it's more of the Team Liquid that we expected them to see, as they already, they're top 6 in the leaderboard. Now we got AGG versus VIOUS Gaming wanting to take a fight here. We saw Xforce rotating out earlier that were able to make it towards Military Island, so that is good to see. 100. Charlie, are you going to be able to connect with this? He's not going to be able to, but Fran is going to be able to, as he ends up getting the knock. And meanwhile, AGG rotating around, trying to figure out where they're going to be going here, as we have a lot more teams running around. X4 Valley getting knocked. X4 Fate getting knocked as well. No, boys. What kind of push were you trying to do? You guys got a little bit... Oh, no. You guys got a little bit too impatient there and wanted to make a full push there towards the center of Military Island. I don't know how I feel about that, Enigma.
Yeah, it's just that rotation. They should not be expecting that compound in any way, shape, or form to be free for the taking. They took way too long on the rotation to get to the south side, and I feel bad for a lot of these teams really getting just too careless with these milli zones. I understand maybe it was free for the taking back in your own home region, but every squad now, when it comes to these sort of events, especially LAN tournaments, they're going to make sure you're keeping the basics standard. And these teams right now, they're jumping the gun, especially Xforce. They're not ignoring, or they're not, at least I guess you could say, taking in the information they should. They're just assuming what needs to be done. And unfortunately, it's just showing the fault in their plays. Roles of War now, they actually have 5 total eliminations as a squad, with it being only the stage 1 circle shift, us having 2 teams already eliminated, as well as 1 or 2 squads losing players. I think it just shows the lack of carelessness some of these squads are having, with it being this milli zone.
I'm going to say Alpha 7, they're on the rotate over towards military, and the shots that are ringing in, well, that's coming from United for Gaming, who takes a page out of the playbook of Xforce and will go ahead and rotate in Alpha 7 themselves. And oh no, Squash is in the water, and he has no choice but to swim over. United for Gaming, however, I don't believe are going to be able to cross the water easily. They're going to have to take all their vehicles, go towards the left side bridge, and rotate in, which, good news for them, there's nobody camping that bridge. Of course, they don't know that just yet, but now I say they don't have a way to cross the water easily. They find a boat. But now you waited a little bit. Squash is going to see them on the boat, and Alpha 7 is already going to be set up on the shoreline. This story's not over with yet. United for Gaming have to play this very carefully, 7, or else Alpha 7's going to wipe them out.
They want that elimination too. You can see them going straight towards that boat, trying to see if they can maybe end up spotting anybody. But as you mentioned it, Alpha 7, at least 3 players of Alpha 7 are going to be set here, and they need to be careful because Alpha 7 is going to be looking.
Oh, no.
He's calling it.
Okay, that's Squash. Yeah, Squash, you're chilling. You know what? Just stay under. Maybe be a little bit of bait towards your team. Alpha 7 trying to see if they can spot United for Gaming, and there we go. They're going to be able to spot them, and they're going to start shooting right away. They didn't even want to wait for them to get closer, and everybody from United Gaming decides just to jump ship. They don't even want to risk it, and Alpha 7 is like shooting fish on a barrel right now, just waiting for these players to end up popping up. They should be easy pick up limbs here for Alpha 7, as now they're getting back on the boat and seeing if they can pick up Squash as well, and maybe run some people over.
There's no way VIP joins into this party, is it? Like, VIP is now at Ferry Pier. We've seen United for Gaming make the mistake. Does VIP make the same one? Take the vehicles to the bridge. I know it's scary to cross that bridge. Typically, teams are camping it, but there's nobody there. They don't know that we do. Squash is picked up, and Nickman, you think it was strategic to drop Squash out into the water and pick him up later on so he can then call out the rotate from United for Gaming if they decide to do it, because he had a perfect vantage point, and most likely because of his call out, Alpha 7 was very well prepared to challenge United for Gaming before they got anywhere close to the shoreline.
We call those happy accidents when it comes to the competitive spectrum. Okay, Squash unfortunately for United for Gaming, I don't believe they were able to see how many players were in that boat. So I believe they actually thought all 4 Alpha 7 players were going to be stuck in the water. Instead of it being just squash, they only saw that one boat leave, not both of them. And after that, I mean, we all saw it unfold in front of us. One big mistake I think we saw from Alpha 7 is going to be allowing Mystic from United for Gaming to be able to keep rotating in the boat. He potentially could save his teammates in the water if he can find the shots onto Alpha 7. And one thing, you were talking about VIP taking the boat. They might have misheard you. They were going right towards that pier looking for the engagements. Unfortunately, not going to find the knocks. And now, wait a second. They're giving the free shots to Alpha 7. They're pre-farming right now across the water. The boat explodes. I believe they even got one player close to being knocked. That's not... What happened to the bridge? But what happened to scouting back in the day? Okay, no one by the bridge right now.
Yeah, it's getting messy. it's very messy, and Alpha 7's very happy for this. They were the team to rotate first.
I feel like Reflections.
You what?
I feel like they're hating life because they're just causing so much damage, and they still are sitting at 0 eliminations. We saw United for Gaming. They ended up jumping out of the boat because it was about to blow up, and then when they saw the players like what we're seeing right now with VIP happen here, stopping them from getting the hovercraft, which is actually really smart from Alpha 7, they ended up just denying the eliminations. Now they're trying to see if they can actually secure some. There you go. At least now Rebel's going to end up getting 1.
Wow.
There, a couple. Yeah, he's got him. VIP's fried. Legend. Ayuya. Nowhere to go. Taking the hovercraft is just adding insult to injury. On to the other bridge fight. This is on the complete opposite side, on the right-hand side of the map. Shoot to survive, going against VIOUS Gaming. And let's also add an Influence, Rage, and iNCO into the mix, who are going to be just dragging behind. And, well, this is about to be just a cacophony of non-stop eliminations. And the question is, who's going to pick up the majority of them? And let's also throw IG into the mix. IG is going to be gatekeeping Influence, Rage, who's about to start crossing. Now iNCO's running straight in. Enigma. This is going to be like your typical bridge fight. This is why I love bridge fights. I really do, because at times you get so many teams stacking up. That's what we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams on the right side bridge.
Yeah, as soon as the zone connects, by the way, they're all going down to blue zone. None of them are making it, and it maybe is going to be one solo making the, I guess you could say, the Mad Max kind of full send across the bridge and then driving in. You're going to be coming in 1 HP, no squad mates. Why even bother going for the placement at this point? I want to see all these squads just drive out into the blue zone, go for those engagements, because right now we're talking 13 teams. 5 of them are right here in one spot. The rest of the squads, they're all sitting pretty in the next circle shift. They're not caring about this eastern bridge, which, by the way, that western bridge, we were raving about it. No one took it after the first zone. They all opted for those vehicle rotations, and unfortunately for them, Alpha 7 was the only team to really get the points for them. And every second out here, I mean, it's really just showing how many meds these people have. We're seeing Marlon working with 2 bandages. His teammate at least has some med kits to his name, but the rest of these squads, as soon as you take damage, they're actually looking for it. They're going to start using it like it's candy out here. Darklight now getting pressured on. Has the shotgun shots, but he's waiting in the smoke like a rat in the night. These teams right now, I mean, this is the plays you make when everyone starts gridlocking each other. They don't want to rotate. Everyone goes for those points. And Taylor, at least Influence Rage, they're actually keeping their numbers strong somewhat here on the bridge.
Yeah, they are. They're holding it down. And I do want to point out, iNCO has made a hard rotate over towards the bridge where nobody is at. It's a big heads-up play. 7, it's a bit of a leap of faith for iNCO, right? Because they don't have the overhead map. They don't know that nobody is camping that western side bridge. So they're taking a leap of faith, but it's going to pay off.
Yeah, and I think once they get even a little bit closer, there you go. Now they're starting to get a little bit closer towards the bridge. They're going to end up realizing, okay, boys, I don't think anybody's going to be holding this. There was so much shooting going on that eastern bridge that is the right call. And honestly, once again, impressive play. Little things like this. Impressive play there by iNCO Gaming and showing why currently they are the top NA team when we end up showing the overall. Because of a little place like this, they're allowing themselves to, you know what, let's secure a spot possibly within the circle or at least inside the military island without having to fight our way in like all of these other teams are having to do. And they were able to make it in. Nobody ended up getting knocked. They didn't have to use any utility. And on top of that, they might even get an airdrop as well. So great heads up play there by iNCO Gaming.
Now we see it, the Force 1v1, and what do you know? Both teams eliminated. Only one of them got the elimination. I believe it was actually one VIOUS Gaming player, Nunez, making it in, so we knew. At least I knew. All those players, they were done for. And going back to the iNCO Gaming rotate, we see them now. They actually kept going to the far south side, which should have been Xforce's spot, right? Instead, they went to Rose of War, completely free on the south side. Now, unfortunately for iNCO, there's not a lot of terrain, really. They can play too much, but seeing something a little spicy here. This north side loops really has to be careful. Never mind. I know Team Liquid's there, but still, dealing with the pressure, dealing with the active play, I guess we could say, from Team Liquid, opting to look for this engagement early on. Unfortunately, they did lose Cardozo early on here, 7, but Team Liquid, through the eliminations they've gotten over the last 2 maps, I definitely feel them taking a good engagement here with loops.
Yeah, with Team Liquid, I'm fine with them losing a player there earlier on. They're currently still set. They have that little height of, and not even a height advantage, right? They have a bit of a crater there in front of them, and they just have to make sure they fend off all of this utility that Loops is going to have to end up using on them, because they know that Loops is going to have to push in. Are they going to be ready, though, with this vehicle push? That is one thing. That is the only thing that you kind of have to worry about with that man disadvantage. And luckily for them, Loops as well does have 3 players too. Chief is getting ready with that grenade. Loops is going to be going around trying to get some different angles. Getting actually a little bit spicy here, as Alpha 7 might end up getting eyes on this fight. And if they're not, this is a perfect... Oh, no. Okay, Vitinho, don't do that to me. Don't scare me like that. I thought he was going to end up Molotoving himself. Nieselda being able to find a spot right there towards the towards the top of that little hill, not being able to connect with the grenade, and instead, Chief is going to end up connecting with the grenade. Great hold so far here by Team Liquid.
Yeah, Team Liquid, but also Savage, take them into account. They were in blue for a long time. They were all in a vehicle, all 3 of them. They ended up rotating down to the southern portion of the map, just behind that of Loops. And they've been third party in this fight, and now they're even going to throw their hand over onto TL. Interesting, though, for Loops is they left Rafina behind to be that off angle, and, well, it doesn't work out. And I'm curious why he didn't just push with his roster. Why not just full send it into Team Liquid? Utilize your numbers. Was he there as the anchor? Was he there as the off angle? Was he there just for a contingency plan? Maybe, I don't know, Loops loses their life. He can stay alive and go for the placement points. Either way, it didn't work out. You got to give credit to Team Liquid. They stay alive, but I'm with you, 7. I thought Alpha 7 was going to third party that a bit more aggressively than they did, but I believe they caught on that Savage was going to be coming in full send, and that's why they kind of pumped the brakes.
That's right. And I mean, I'm also scratching my head in regards to why Loops decided to leave Rafinha back there, because with the terrain change, they were making the push. They know that he wasn't going to be able to get any angles unless for some reason he wanted to try to get on top of those buildings, which just wasn't going to be happening. And Team Liquid, I mean, with this position, they're continuing to hold people off. iNCO now having to find a way to make a push here towards Royals of War, but Royals of War defending it well. iNCO players are starting to go down. Remember, iNCO had to do a crazy rotation in, and now they're even sending it more towards the center of the circle. If they're able to find a spot here, this is going to be perfect for this team. They're going to be able to lay down and not really have to worry about anybody except Coops is waiting for them, being the little snake he is. This is what I want to see. Little plays like that from Coops, adding easy 2 eliminations to his squad, making sure that his squad is safe from the back.
Yeah, well done from Wolves, man. They end up sniffing out that situation, and let's face it, iNCO was in damage control. Once they got wiped out, or a couple members got wiped out from Royals of War from the southern portion of the map, they had no choice but to go up north, try to find some real estate in military. Wolves, they were there. It's kind of what happened to Xforce earlier. They were running away desperately from Alpha 7. By the time they got the mainland, they had no choice but to try and take over the shoreline. They get there, and it's already established. Attention now on Wolves versus AGG, and Melgar in the hovercraft, and he's coming in hot. Straight into Wancho, straight into Dorian. Plus, let's not forget Coops is on the off angle, the guy that just finished off iNCO Gaming just a little bit earlier. Fighting around these plates is never easy, but AGG, they're going to get the first down. Might as well follow it up with the second. Doran, Coops, last alive. Matter of fact, it's just Coops in this moment. AGG are fighting this flawlessly, but they're not out of the woodwork just yet, because you got Alpha 7 Royals of War. Enigma, it's pure chaos.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Wolves, as soon as I saw the circle shift, I was thinking in my mind the only way they lose this if players start dropping like flies. And unfortunately, AGG, the squad right next to you, was the team that took out Baton as your very first player. So AGG came into that fight with Wolves knowing exactly how many players were alive. And as a team that's desperately needing to get these points under their belt, the Millie Zone, maybe that's the shakeup this squad needed. They were taking that engagement with Wolves, and I'm surprised Melgar wasn't able to spot Coops there, but nonetheless, it's going to be only that matter of time, right, Seven, where Coops is going to get found out. He's going to have to go for either those 1 or 2 elimination points and really try to salvage this game, which in my mind should have been a top 3 from Wolves.
I honestly think he might end up waiting it. And if anything, if right now with AGG being so confident, Melgar didn't get a chance to see him, he's probably going to be like, okay, we might be all clear. He's still there within the zone. Now AGG is going to have to start pushing up. Coops, we might end up seeing the thing that I ended up calling out last time from you, which is you being able to clutch up even more points for your squad. This is what we want to see out of him. You saw him earlier on being able to pull out a nade and really thinking about it, wondering, do I even want to expose my location here? So far, he's showing that this is why he scoops. This is why everybody was so hyped up on him being able to come back to NA. Hopefully, he'll be able to make something out of this as Alpha 7 trying to get some angles. Royals Award, though, that's a team that I don't even know what Royals Award is going to be doing here. They got really no cover, and they only have very little vehicles to their advantage.
Well, good news is, though, all 4 of them's alive, and the zone, not too bad for them either. They can still stay on the outskirts, and they've got a little bit of this hill advantage. It's not much of a hill, but it's just enough to stop the fire from Alpha 7 or whoever else decides to put their attention on them. You got to benefit AGG, though. AGG, Alpha 7 have a tremendous advantage. And let's not forget Team Liquid still alive. They started a military, and they held their ground against 9Z Globant early on. And then they followed it up against Loops a little bit earlier. They're sitting at 8 eliminations. The question is, can they get more? AGG is going to put up a tough fight ahead of them, Enigma.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this is going to come down to where this circle shift goes. Royals of War is really not wanting to slam Alpha 7 just yet. They want to make sure that that's the play where they can actually get a spot in the next circle shift, because if it shifts to this eastern side, they'd much rather be slamming on someone like Coops or potentially on that road side that's on the southern edge of the map. And for these teams right now, I think we're really starting to see it now. They're understanding all the players are in the circle. They're really just going to kind of wait, see if anyone's going to get a little too over-eager potentially before the circle shift happens. But with it being kind of the slower moment, I think this is the moment where you kind of calm down as a team. You understand, you kind of get your decisions, your plans of urgency made before it actually happens, so you can come in prepared for this slam, for this team fight. We've seen a lot of teams yesterday where they were allowing the zone to control their decision making, allowing themselves to really suffer from the zones and from that timer in the top right. So now I think we're seeing it as well. These teams like Alpha 7, Team Liquid, they thrive when they have time to think. And even though we've seen their moments of brilliance coming through from them having those instincts, when they have that decision making under lock as well, like they have today, these are scary teams to deal with.
I think AGG ended up spotting Coops right here. He put out a smoke towards the street, and they automatically started looking that way. The vehicle's right there too, so they're starting to be a little bit worried of what's going to be happening, if anybody's even going to be there. So AGG, that plan earlier about Coops being able to be sneaky, maybe get some eliminations, just became a little bit harder for him. So AGG is aware that he's there, but if they end up overextending, Alpha 7 might end up getting angles on them too. They still have that hovercraft to their advantage. So if I'm pretty sure once this next circle is going to end up popping up, they might try to get towards the middle, blow that thing up, and use it as cover. But first, they're going to have to deal with Coops, as Coops is still within the circle. Team Liquid's going to end up spotting the hovercraft as well. They're going to be taking shots. They have vehicles to their advantage, too. Remember, they took care of a lot of people, so they might end up having some utility to work with, too.
Smart.
AGG versus Team Liquid now wanting to engage, now having to engage, as Royals of War is also getting into the mix.
Yeah, they've got to push this fight. They knew once that zone shifted, they had no choice but to try and take down AGG. Rotating past them just wasn't going to be a possibility because they're very aware Alpha 7 is also up there off to their right. So facing off against AGG, taking their position is going to help them. But so far, not so good. They've already lost one player. That's Mythic, and now they're down to just 2 players to try and face off a very, very healthy AGG roster, 6 eliminations, 4 players still up, and more importantly, they've got the forward position, which means now Team Liquid still has to push into them. But with Mythic gone, Mythic was the tip of the spear, and he couldn't pick anything up, and Melgar takes down Chief, and it's only a matter of time before Ayala is going to fall either to utility, to shots, or to ultimately to blue, and he's not even going to be able to get this res off. I think he's going for one last-ditch effort. As soon as he apexes this little berm, he should get shot, but he's not going down without a fight. He'll at least drop Melgar. That's good news for at least Alpha 7, who can now potentially continue to hold AGG back. Again, Team Liquid, they made the right decision. The only way forward was straight into AGG. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out for him. But now the story continues, 7. Here's Coops, still alive.
He is going to still be alive. There you go. He's going to be able to end up connecting with one nade. Can he actually get that elimination after the knock? He's not going to be able to. He ends up surviving, though. And now he's making AGG life a little bit harder. Grenades are going to be coming in. AGG, with all the distraction that happened there with Team Liquid and now having to worry about Alpha 7 too. Getting a lot of pressure here, not only just from Alpha 7, from Coops as well. Coops having to make sure he stops and cancels that grenade. There's only going to be just one more player, and these are all placement points that he's going to be able to collect. Look at this now. A top 3 is secure there by Coops, so people might have said in the chat that he was sleeping, that he was being not a factor towards this team, but he made the right play. He ended up sacrificing his team to secure extra points for them, and this little awareness stuff like that from a player of that caliber that I want to continue seeing. Even if the team is not performing towards the likes of what we want to see. One player can make a huge difference. Royals Award trying to see if they can maybe make a huge difference with those 9 eliminations that they have. It's going to be difficult, though, because Alpha 7 is really set up.
Yeah, and I think Rose of War, you might actually honestly have to push towards Mafioso or Revo. You can't allow it to be up to choice. After this, it goes into nothing. And in my opinion, when you have that player on the roof, you're really going to be struggling trying to push into the center of that last circle. Doesn't matter if you have the vehicles or the smokes, the utility Alpha 7 must be sitting pretty on this far western side of the zone has allowed them to just really crane over the competition. And I love the play. We got to bring it back with Coops playing passive, allowing Squash that's playing that northern rooftop to essentially be your teammate in that situation. Get the damage going on to AGG and secure the placements. I'm not sure if he's actually going to be able to get any more placements, but man, Alpha 7, they're getting way too aggressive with it right now.
I think it's perfect. You know,
You're loving it?
With
You're loving it?
with that.
Yes.
Well, you said it right. Where was Rose of War going to go? To Mafioso. Like, they're going to try and utilize that rock. They have 0 cover. The only cover they have is where Mafioso is currently at. But Rose of War find an opportunity to drop Squash. And I don't believe he has been spotted. So he's just going to stay there. But the reality is Rose of War still have to push forward. I think Alpha 7's in a great power position, but it's going to come down to utility. Can Royals of War effectively connect? Can they take down Mafioso on that forward rock position? Because that's the next objective. They take Mafioso down, it makes their lives a lot easier. And by the way, chat, just an update, Coops is still alive, hanging out in the outskirts, trying desperately to secure a second place. But now we're in stage 9. This zone is going to collapse into nothing, and Coops has no choice but to finally get active, throws a couple utilities out there, and believe it or not, takes down Victus. He's still finding eliminations, and Victix is fully gone. Coops, a one-man army.
Coops making it happen here for Wolves Esports as he's trying to collect even more points, not just the placement points, making elimination points as well. And you were wondering, was I happy with seeing Alpha 7 had to push up there? Yeah, they kind of have to push up. I know they had those vehicles and they had those compounds being able to secure themselves. There you go. Coops ends up getting eliminated, being able to secure a top 3 for his team. Not bad there out of him. Mafioso currently not having any more grenades to his name. It is going to make his life a little bit harder. It is going to become a 1v1 situation. Him making sure it doesn't become a 2 versus 1 situation here. He barely has any armor to his name too. The smokes are going to start coming out, and I don't think Royals of War has any more grenades as well. This could be a massive pickup. You can see his teammate being able to just let go of all those nades that he has. They're going to be coming in. Can Mafioso connect? Almost being able to connect. Here comes the second one. And he does it with style, boys, turning the player camera around and showing his face saying, yeah, I know people have been down on me, but I'm still able to get those eliminations even though I'm the support player. Alpha 7 fighting back strong on game 3 of day 2.
And they will secure their third winner chicken dinner of the 2025 PMSL America spring season. 2 of those wins coming from Aaron Gell, one of them from Sandhawk. But they're undeniably back on top because Intense Game ended up falling a little bit earlier on than they wanted. Alpha 7 most likely overtook them once again. They only lost first place for a couple of maps, but they managed to regain it in just a nick of time, Enigma.
Yeah, and for Alpha 7, I think it really comes down to having trust in your teammate. Instead of going for that revive, you said, hey, drop me those 2 frag grenades. I'm going to land a dime right on top of them. And for the most part, that first one did a little bit of damage. The second one secured it. And for Alpha 7, you got to have faith in your teammates, right? It's not just the Revo army. It's the Alpha 7 army in these lobbies. And for the most part, obviously, we see Coops as well at the end there. I was getting a little worried for Alpha 7. He actually knocked one of those players as he was coming in from the zone, not just that Royals of War thirst he had early on. So those players right at the end, man, showing why they are big names in this lobby. And finally, as well, we can't stress enough, Wolves pulling up to the competition finally after day 2.
Yeah, well done. And man, just recapping, watching the replays, you get a sense of how deadly this map was. Military zones are always chaotic, and this one was no different. Team Liquid started off the game controlling military against 9Z Globant. They did a wonderful job pushing Alpha 7 back at times. They were pushed in by multiple other teams, and they managed to hold their ground. But where they ended up ending was against AGG. Once again, I stress, though, Team Liquid had to push into AGG. There was no choice. But once they did, AGG just had their number, but it was Coops. The one-man army securing a third-place finish, and more importantly, picking up elims towards the end was incredible, 7.
It was. I honestly thought he was going to continue to be patient. I thought he was maybe trying to go for a top 2 situation and end up surprising these 2 squads, because I felt like they had forgotten about him until those grenades from him started coming in. But I mean, ultimately, Alpha 7 just way too strong with 11 eliminations, and this is what we were expecting to see out of this team. Remember, this is a team that had to fight to get into Military Island. It wasn't just a cakewalk. They were able to take on United for Gaming. We thought Squash was going to end up getting eliminated at one point. Somehow, him being able to just jump out of that boat whenever it was on fire ended up being a blessing in disguise. And then ultimately, they ended up going after VIP as well, and they just cleared so much area for themselves, set themselves up perfectly there with that positioning too on those buildings.
Yeah, the positioning was great. They got a little bit lucky that the left side of military was not as active. I say that, yes, it was, but you got to think about where they were. They were on the shoreline. Everybody else was in the water. It was easy picking, shooting fish in a barrel. And while Alpha 7, they can clearly do that. They can shoot even players moving across the map. Best believe they can do it when they're in the water. 21 points. Well done. But Royals of War making an appearance. They've been heating up a little bit today. They've had some great moments. Game 1 was a bit rocky, but Game 2 not too bad. And then Game 3 even better. Royals of War accumulating 15 eliminations across 2 games today. And that should help them, at least elevate them up the leaderboard. For our second page, nothing really to write home about. I mean, Xforce still struggling. We noticed them very early on going towards Primorsk, running into Alpha 7, forced to go across the water. Well, that story ends over on military. They tried to get the southern portion of the island. It just didn't work out for them. They ended up getting eliminated. VIOUS Gaming had a couple of moments, but again, they fizzled out way too early. Alpha 7 back in first place. Most importantly, the first team to apex 100 points, Enigma.
Yeah, and they're the most wins in the lobby. Obviously, Influence Rages below them with 3 total winner chicken dinners, but it's just showing that their consistency on the matches they don't win is going to outshine every other team. And especially, we can't stress enough, the elimination counts in these matches that they do win, it's consistently in that double-digit range. Some of these squads, even 7, you had mentioned it yesterday, that last Miramar, some squads are making that top 3, top 4 placement, but they're not getting any eliminations under their belt. And unfortunately, we didn't talk about it too much for that second page, but I'm pretty sure 90% of those teams were the squads that were on that eastern bridge, just getting caught in the blue zone. So I'm not sure what the game plan is. I honestly want to see that blue zone again come into play, have that milli zone come into play, because these teams, I want to see changes out of it. There was too many mistakes for that milli zone for it to be the first one we experienced in the tournament so far.
Yeah, if only there was a stat, right, that would show how much damage Blue Zone can actually cause in just one match, because we would see an insane amount of damage, especially just from that bridge fight. You call it out perfectly too, Enigma. While it was happening, you said, okay, yeah, they might be able to pick up some eliminations here and there, but everybody's going to end up getting eliminated by the Blue Zone whenever that fight does end up stopping. But overall, man, once again, props to Coops. I was questioning him earlier in the day. I was saying, yes, we got a chance to see you yesterday when you were by yourself. Let me see that again. And once again, he clutches up. As hard as he might be, he needs to keep doing that. He needs to keep carrying the team in these situations, whether it's just sacrificing the whole team, being patient, waiting for the right opportunity, whether it's placement points, whether it's elimination points. We need to see more of Coops if Wolves wants to have a chance at qualifying.
Well, Game 3 gave us a lot of excitement. Alpha 7, the fan favorites, they get a big win in a dominant way, especially with how they controlled the shoreline. Royals of War make an appearance. They looked great, and they gave a wonderful fight against Alpha 7 towards the end. And, of course, we can't forget Coops. We've been highlighting him from North America, making a wonderful appearance in the end game and staying alive. More importantly, even picking up eliminations by himself against some of the best in the lobby. But sticking on board with North America, Shoot to Survive, they've been a talking point, and so has Casper. Sarpatch had a chance to catch up with Casper going into today's competition. Let's hear what he had to say.
All right, guys, here we are after match 2 with Casper. Casper, we got 1 kill in this fourth place, right? Yeah. What's Laggy Panda telling you after the matches? What is he seeing with you guys?
Well, after the games, Panda is telling us to keep performing good because we had 2 okay-ish games, and it's definitely better than yesterday. So he's just telling us keep the momentum up and focus on keeping all 4 players alive till end game.
You did that right now. You got to 4th place with all the players, almost all the players. Just lost some there with who killed you? Who was the team that killed you? Intense. With Intense Gaming, they almost won the match as well. But how are you feeling otherwise?
I'm feeling good. Just sad that we keep getting shut out, cars.
We'll have to take care of that, right?
Yeah.
All right, man. Thank you very much. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season, day number 2. Halfway through, we've seen 2 Erangels, 1 Sandhawk. We've got 1 more Erangel remaining, which would be map 4, which we're about to hop into. It's been a wonderful day, a wonderful time, of course, with 7 and Enigma. And with 1 more Erangel to go, we got some storylines to still unfold. Alpha 7 in first place. Intense Game need to catch back up. Coops, though, making a heroic effort, 7, and well, he's got some other players that are looking to maybe go head-to-head with him. Who are we looking at?
Let me just put on my Coops hat, okay? I went from wanting to see more to still wanting to see more, but in a more positive way here. I mean, so far, this is, by the way, for this whole 2 days, he has 11 Illims, 314 damage, so he's still being able to put up the damage, and we're comparing him to Fate, and honestly, quite a surprise, Enigma, to see Fate being the top fragger for Xforce as well.
Yeah, and for Fate, mostly I was talking about it on that first Sandhawk game. He was actually one of those players in the top 3 for damage dealt on the day yesterday, even though his whole team was on the bottom half of the leaderboard. So unfortunately, we haven't seen too many signs of life out of his squad. Obviously, those rotations are the big ones we can point out, but Coops, man, that last match, obviously his teammates just really getting picked apart from Team Liquid, Alpha 7, even AGG, but he's able to keep strong. He's able to keep calm, cool, and collective. And in my mind, if he had some smokes there at the end, unfortunately, he wasn't able to loot most of those bodies. If he could have potentially given himself that opportunity, he was winning 1v1s at the end there. I believe he secured, 3 eliminations at the end. So him being able to put up those points, even if it's just something small, it's better than nothing.
One thing to mention, too, there from the head-to-head, reflections, what's the average survival time for both of those players? You ultimately want to end up seeing more, but I think it kind of has to do with what their teams is currently being able to provide them to, and why I was also saying that Coops, you kind of have to carry the team in this situation currently with the way that your team is performing. Average survival time at 16. If you can even bring it up 2 minutes, I know it might not seem like a lot, but it's hard, especially when your full team is not performing. And for Fate as well, I think he was down to like 13-minute average survival time. Not what you want to see out of those top players from North America.
Yeah, Coops, Baton, those are the 2 leading slayers on the roster of Wolves. And well, for Xforce, they're just having such a tough time, and it's really disheartening because I know they're a great roster, but they find themselves making these plays that just are not the proper, at least not properly executed. I think it's a good idea. Like, for example, going to the shoreline, not knowing Alpha 7 is there, I get it, but going to shoreline, making a boat take, that's the proper play, but the way they executed it was just very, very poor because you notice once they did hit Military Island, they freaked out. They just tried to go as deeply as they could to the shoreline, not even caring or even potentially thinking about who was in front of them, and there was a lot of teams in front of them. It might have just been better to do what Alpha 7 did. As soon as you reach that shoreline, just stay where you're currently at and then gatekeep all the other rosters coming on the boat take themselves. That would have put Xforce now then on the shooting end of things against Alpha 7, against VIP, and everybody else rotating into them. They didn't have to make such a drastic effort to get to the shoreline. They could have just taken their time and felt things out. And I think that's the big thing for North America, but also for Xforce more importantly, is just slow things down. It's always go, go, go. And we see that in the Titan series at all times. It's Xforce is a team that won't respect the NA competition when they're going against them, and they carry that gameplay into a level such as PMSL, but that doesn't work out here. Slowing things down is a little bit smarter, right, as opposed to just going full send to the wall like they do against North America.
And I think they even full sent up from the shoreline in a boat into that Rose of War compound. You're able to kind of just coast in 7. You were kind of mentioning it earlier on, seeing if we had that replay point of view. But for this squad right now, man, I mean, we can't ignore the fact that western side of the map, Millie, there's 3 focal points you focused on, 1 rotating. It's either where you go where Alpha 7's at, where Mystic went from United for Gaming on that middle point of the map. They added that within the last year for these squads to make those easy rotations on the west. Or you come where iNCO Gaming essentially was on that close cliffside. Instead, they just get lackluster. They go right down the middle in the shoreline, and they're essentially nowhere close to any vehicles. I'm not surprised they got 3-pieced by one of the members of Royals of War because you're just allowing yourself to do these careless actions. It's one of those eye-opening experiences that, Fate's really the only player on this roster that has this competitive experience on stage. I understand he's putting up some numbers yesterday, but we can't be leaning on just him. Same thing with Coops. We can't be leaning on these star players. They're not putting up numbers like Revo where you're able to support them and give them the opportunities to shine. We got to shine as a whole team.
That's the big thing. Shine is the team, man. Xforce, come on, you got it. Luckily, we do have iNCO representing very, very well. Not necessarily in that last game, right? 7th place, but still overall as a whole, top 8. Come on.
I'll take it. For iNCO, I'll take it. I was even saying, okay, iNCO, you know what? That's the right push. You really have nowhere else to go. You're going to have to fully send it towards the circle. There was one problem. Like iNCO, I didn't see or expect Coops to be waiting and chilling on the other side of that fence and catching all the last 2 iNCO players just off guard. But for iNCO, I mean, we're just seeing smart plays, and we got to give props once again on that rotation. Going from that eastern bridge, saying, you know what, there's just too much mayhem there. We have a better chance at going towards the western, playing slow, and they were able to do that. They were able to kind of slow it down a bit, making sure they made that progression towards the circle safer and try to find some openings here and there. Completely the opposite of what we've seen from Xforce.
Well, we're about to head into our 3rd and final Erangel of the day, 4th map as a whole. What have we seen so far? Well, Alpha 7 has reclaimed glory. They're in 1st place with 104 points, the first team to pass 100. Intense Games now in 2nd place with 98. Very healthy nonetheless. But Royals of War potentially heating up. That 2nd place finish was impressive, albeit it's a military zone. And military zones, you tend to see some unusual suspects finish up towards the top. I don't know. It happens every single time as opposed to a standard zone on mainland. Granted, Alpha 7 built different. They're going to finish on top regardless of where the zone is. That's just how good they are. But one team that has been missed has been 9Z. Imagine, 9Z, last place last game. They are not happy with that result. They faced off against Team Liquid for center military zone control, and they were obliterated. All 4 players died. Meanwhile, Team Liquid walked away with all 4 of their players and ultimately would go on to finish relatively high 6th place with 8 eliminations. So 9Z out for vengeance, and they want victory. They're going to be on my radar. I want them to go the distance. Hey, Amazon gift card, chat, get active and be quick with it. You can have a chance to earn you a little bit of money just for watching the stream. It's not a great thing. Free $99, the best price out there. Earn some money. Make sure you're claiming these gift cards. We've got, 3 more games to go today. 2 more potential opportunities to earn a code. I wish you all the best of luck. Erangel, map number 4. This last time we'll be seeing Erangel today, but at least the player's perspective, Enigma, they're well and ready for this. This is the 3rd time they're going into it. They know exactly what's about to happen, and that plane path is relatively low. I'm still feeling another military zone.
Oh, I'm wanting it, baby. And I don't care what the plane path is even per se. It's all about that first circle pop. I'm wanting to see the chaos. I want to see the mayhem. We saw 5 teams on the Eastern Bridge. Yeah, iNCO rotated away, but we got to include them in that chaos early on. That Western shoreline, that's another one. And I really got to question the 9Z rotate, right? Because we all know where Team Liquid lands. They've gone there the last essentially year in the military base, but instead we're going to drive full force with what I believe was half their players not even having armor or helmets, so a little bit of a lackluster maybe mindset driving in so carelessly into someone's POI, but hey, they're the players, not me. I'm not one of those mathematicians out there being their coach, but for these squads right now, they're going to be having a bit of an easier drop. I think most of these squads can make the rotation if you drop into that North George or Severny shooting range area. You understand that you're going to have to take vehicles a lot of the time. There's no big mental, hurdle for some of these teams, but for that being said, we're about to see the plane path, I believe, show the zone, and there we go, baby. Yes, even though it's that 50-50 mark, TL, AGG, I'm wanting to see that chaos happen again like last game. Let's pull it down south 7. I want that other milli zone.
I feel like there's even more chaos with this circle that we're going to be having
water
here. It's all water. There's absolutely nothing to work with here for those teams that usually tend to go towards the north. I know Alpha 7 earlier was able to make a rotation out of Primors. That's not going to be happening. And for Savage, I mean, they're not really going to be able to do much because they have already lost 3 players to VIP, and VIP hasn't really lost any players. So good start there from a team that's currently in last place. You were seeing a team that we were talking about earlier, Xforce, now getting pushed all the way down to 15th place. I want to see a little bit of a moral reaction here, especially on this last Erangel when it comes down to Xforce. How are they going to be rotating? How quickly are they going to be rotating as well? Are they going to be focusing more towards the edge? Are they going to be focusing more towards the center of the circle? Questions like this, luckily for them, they are going to be in Primors. They are going to be a squad that really is not going to have to worry about much, at least for the first couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Are they going to set up and maybe try to defend it if anybody, which I'm pretty sure some teams will end up trying to go for it? Or what is the game plan here for Xforce, as they need to have a good performance here in Erangel?
Without a doubt, they need to get this quick rotate. I don't want to see them stay in Primorsk. Get to the land. And this time around, it would be smart for them to send it straight to the southern shoreline, which is what they tried to do last game. But unfortunately for them, again, they were pushed out of Alpha 7, by Alpha 7, excuse me. They were already weak. Their minds were going haywire. They had to go through at least 2 or 3 squads. And hey, we're in the glider, baby. We're airborne. Big fan of this. And Fate, he's got an overhead view, Enigma. He's going to be able to see that entire shoreline and call out, hey, it's free and clear. Boys, get over here. We've got all the real estate we want.
Yeah, and luckily for him, that western compound just on the southern side of the military base island, it is going to be free. There's no squad there just yet. Obviously, 9Z, we saw on the map making that early rotation south, but they're going to take their time. They're going to trickle in straight through the compound. So hopefully, Fate, you won't be able to get caught off guard here. I see the rest of the squad, I guess you could say, stacking in that hovercraft with Alim that he had when we were seeing the other players. And I'm interested in seeing if Xforce really would commit all 4 players, or if they were maybe going to get a little cheeky with it and leave a player back in Primorsk if it goes back north. But I think you're right, Taylor. They're going back down south. They're going to make sure that they secure themselves that point of entry into the island and make sure that they're able to survive into the late game. Because right now we're seeing on that battle tracker on the right, 24 total points. This is not the start you want. Luckily for them, it's going to be VIP below them. But VIP for this match, they took out 3 players already immediately off drop. So they're feeling it. These teams right now, especially near the bottom, they want to shoot up the leaderboard while they still have a chance of getting more advancement points from this phase.
For Xforce, I'm actually really surprised that Fate wanted to go that far south. I thought maybe they were going to do a bit of a play that Alpha 7 was able to do in the last match, where they stay just on that edge of the water, trying to see if anybody is going to be coming in, trying to see if they can maybe end up securing more eliminations. But that might just be them with their playing pad. They want to just fully focus on them being able to make it towards the end of the match, not really having to fight anybody. But overall, I'm hoping it ends up working out there for Xforce. They need the points. It's a team that we want to see them perform well. You mentioned it earlier, Reflections too. It's a team that sometimes when we just talk about NA, when we see them being able to perform NA against NA teams, they seem to just not really give a damn. They seem to just do their gaming style, play however they want to play, and not really worry about the consequences. Here, they end up getting punished, and I'm hoping that in this scenario, they don't end up getting punished for going that far south.
Yeah, going south indeed, and I hope they don't get punished either, 7. I really don't. Again, big fan of Xforce and a lot of those names in the roster. Want to see them have success. I do. I never want to see that team fail. Unfortunately, it's been rough for them. Maybe Wolves will be their next opponent. See right in front of you, we've been watching this fight kind of stagnate for a little bit. It's the right side bridge. Typically, we see a lot of teams rotate over to this location. Most likely going to see more activity on the left side bridge. But for the meantime, it's VIOUS versus AGG, a repeat from the last map. AGG, VIOUS were going at each other's throats, setting up. VIOUS, I believe, ended up taking the first early hits. It was AGG who was victorious, but let's not forget there were multiple rosters who ended up pushing through them. Fran has an opportunity maybe to pick up one. That's going to be Igor, who might be apexing up just a little bit, Deminor as well, and hopefully VIOUS is going to be able to at least pick up that Fran is on this elevated position. They were looking up at him earlier, and I think they know where he's at, but if they don't, he's going to pick them apart. All eyes on Fran as some damage is already going through. VIOUS is taking it.
Oh, that's going to be 2 players knocked, I believe. Fran actually, never mind. He's actually only going to be able to get the 1. His teammate got knocked on the off angle all the way on the eastern edge. His support factor. Luckily, Fran, he said, I'm going to get the job done. Winning another 1v1, leaving Menor out in the open. AGG needs to start supporting the squad mates, leaving the compound, accumulating the forces down. Here we go now. Charlie finally making the cross around the bridgeway, and now VIOUS, yeah, they're forced to go into Nunez again. 2 games in a row, forced to play the solo play, but this time around, 7, it's going to be stage 1. This isn't stage 4 or stage 5 where you might get lucky with placement. You still got every other team left in the lobby.
Yeah, and for Fran, not gonna lie, I was a little bit scared there when he was on top of that bridge, just waiting that long. I thought maybe they were gonna end up getting him with the TPP. Luckily for him, ends up getting 2 eliminations to his name. I know he'll be happy about that. And earlier we talked about all those teams that were on the Eastern Bridge. We're not gonna have to worry about this one. This time, we're going to have to worry about that Western Bridge because I feel like there's going to be a lot of teams, especially if it does end up going to Military Island, which is definitely what you want to see, Enigma. I'm with you there. I want to see it again, too. Maybe get it 2 out of 3 matches today. We're going to be seeing just so many teams compacting here, and I'm wondering who's going to do the iNCO play that was able to do it in the last match. Who's going to maybe decide, you know what, that might be a little bit too much mayhem for us. Let's go back to the Eastern Bridge.
Yeah, but the north side's always that deadly factor when it's these sort of circle shifts. And Taylor, I know you've seen a lot of these zones play out in this scenario where I think if you get stuck on this northern side on this western bridge, you just start brawling out away at the compounds. You don't even fight on the bridge half the time. You just start going for those eliminations, and then you start sending it off crazy, whether it's the bridge or even the ferry pier, just to start swimming to survive.
Yeah, and I think some teams might want to start contemplating swimming could be the better answer. Alpha 7's one of them, IG2. You're looking at number 1 and number 2 on the leaderboard, potentially running into each other at Ferry or Primorsk. Loops, though, getting active themselves. They're going to be one of the many teams on this western side bridge. Everyone thinking, okay, we got to push forward. We at least need to get to Middle Bridge to be safe in the next stage. But is it even possible? It's going to be tough. You've got a lot of teams already set up over in that location, including Shoot to Survive, one of our North American rosters who are set up. One up top in Casper, Klaus just underneath by the bridge. So everybody making the adjustment. Do we want to swim? Well, maybe so. Alpha 7 looking like they're already getting a head start, potentially finding a boat, maybe even a hovercraft. You've got United for Gaming, who's inching their way closer to Ferry Pier themselves. 9Z is going to be setting up where Alpha 7 set up in the last match to gatekeep those teams coming across the water. Great chance 9Z can output a ton of damage on A7 if A7 goes straight into the shoreline.
That's right, and that's why I was wondering if maybe Xforce was going to be that team that ended up positioning themselves up here and seeing if they could maybe end up getting some eliminations. So far, though, for Alpha 7, from what we're seeing, 9C wasn't fully set up like they were. That's why you see them being a little bit worried, thinking if maybe a team is going to be able to spot them. For them, they're going to get a free rotation out of this. Nobody's really going to end up challenging, and that is going to be massive for them because they had to do a full rotation from North Georgia Pool all the way down. Impressive timing, and honestly, some luck there for Alpha 7 not getting spotted by 9C and not getting spotted by any of the other teams that wanted to take the high ground. Now, they're going to be that team that's going to be a bit of a pain, especially if they get up to the top of that cliff. For IG, for any of some of the other teams that might be looking to make a rotation, whether it's with a hovercraft or with a boat, it's going to be a lot harder because Alpha 7 is going to be waiting for you.
Yeah, but talk about waiting. I mean, Rose of War full sending on a United for Gaming. They're actually trying to dip in the hovercraft. Too much HP for one M4 clip to deal with. I believe that's going to be all players from United making the cross in the water. A little bit of a scary scenario for one of our teams, but I mean, the bridge plays, especially that last match, having so much PTSD for some of these squads. They're opting not to make any rotation around any bridge right now. They're either forcing the swim or they're finding the hovercrafts, and we got to bring it back to this Alpha 7 play. I was worried they were going to drive right into Wolves, but instead, wait a second, don't shoot the glider, please! That's a intense game out there.
That's IG, man. IG getting crazy. I know you guys can't see the map, but they are hugging the blue zone way out there in the water. If they get dropped way out there, they've got a long zone. They're on fire. They're dropping. Oh, what an effort, though. What an effort that was. You don't often see the gliders utilized as many times. We've seen it twice in the same game, 7.
You love to see it. I was hinting at it earlier. I was calling it the wrong thing when it came down to the hovercraft. Maybe I was foreshadowing, wanting to see that glider, and now you mentioned it. We got a chance to see it twice. It didn't end up working out there for IG, as it was just too much with Alpha 7. By the way, VIOUS Gaming once again getting knocked right there, being eliminated, sent back to the lobby. That's one team from yesterday to today reflections. I was expecting to see a little bit more out of them. Yesterday, they were quite an exciting team to watch. Every single time we felt like we went to them, we were starting to see fights. But so far today, we really haven't been able to see much out of this team. And if I'm not mistaken, they really haven't gotten that many points. They've only gotten 3 points the whole day.
Yeah, speaking in regards to loops, right?
Yep. No. VIOUS Gaming.
Oh, VIOUS, yeah, they've struggled. They really have. Again, they've been in a lot of good moments. You go back to the last game, camping the bridge. And even this time, camping the bridge, like I'm thinking VIOUS, they're going to pick up quite a bit. But, you know, last game, 2 eliminations. This game going against AGG, they get eliminated themselves, last place. Yeah, they've struggled, man. And it's a team that was much hyped up. Much hyped. At least from my perspective, I was hyping them up, and I still will. But they just fizzle out early. I don't think VIOUS is at the skill ceiling that they want to be at. They're not at their peak. I would love to see that roster stay together, though, because I think in the future, they could be nasty. I truly believe in that roster. I believe in them as an organization. The question is, though, can they stay together long enough to even go into the PMSL fall season? That would be a treat to behold for sure. Team Liquid has parked the bus on the outskirts. This water enigma, I mean, actually, I think it's one of those rare zones where there's more water than land.
Oh, yeah, of course. And it's just, unfortunate we didn't get to see too much of that map play. We were hinting at it with the glider when it was getting shot at, but half of it being, I guess you could say, forsaken by the water. And Alpha 7 really loving these zones because we know for a fact that they'll be able to work the shoreline in some way, but gotta bring it back always. The bridge, we knew it was the west bridge this time around instead of the eastern one. It's going to be shoot to survive, gatekeeping. I believe Royals of War, but iNCO Gaming, they're still going on the full aggression. They don't care about these engagements. They're saying we're going to at least give ourselves that fighting shot, and that's something that they have been securing more and more as the matches go on. And look at this, they're still driving up towards AGG. The 3-man full spread out, not realizing iNCO is sitting in blue zone this entire time, and 7 getting the off angle here. 7 Worlds finally applying the pressure to AGG when it matters most.
That's right, and iNCO's going to be looking to get this spot. There you go. There goes one knock. Now they're going to have to switch around. One of the players is almost getting knocked, but iNCO staying alive with only Melgar being the last one alive for AGG. Easy pickings there for iNCO Gaming. Once again, making the right decision, up to 4 eliminations, and gonna have to find a way in for Xforce. It ended up working out for them going south as they are going to be within this circle. Alpha 7, all those teams towards the top. 9C, remember, that was a team that was set up very early on. They just didn't get to the cliff in time. That might end up backfiring, especially with a new circle, having to go over Alpha 7, having to go more than likely over S2S and also VIP. That is going to be very, very tough as Shoot to Survive is looking to get into a fight with VIP.
Yes, they are. Shoot to Survive pushing up. VIP currently inside of the building. This fight is taking place just outside of the new stage. So pushing forward, it's going to be a necessity. Getting rid of this team, it's only going to make your life a little bit easier. Klaus with the nice nade, I believe connects enough. Yes, it does to at least drop Poppy Sour. Now he's going to focus his attention on another VIP member just ahead. That's going to be Frady, who managed to take a little bit of the high ground. Darklight and his crew pressuring the outskirts, and VIP quickly falling apart. I say that, but then Legend, Ayuya start the fight back and in fact turn the tides of the engagement and take down Shoot to Survive. It goes from Shoot to Survive having an undeniable edge to then all of a sudden they take it back into their fingertips. 9Z now pushing up onto VIP. This is where that fight just took place. And 9Z won it. 9Z said, well, if you couldn't get the job done, we can. We believe in ourselves. And they've got a tall task ahead of them, man. Again, all of this engagements, all of these fights are taking place outside of the stage. And, well, not only is it 9Z, you also got Influence Rage and Lil Boy's pushing up with Diego. You got 9Z, VIP, Influence Rage, and, well, Loops. They're going to be the gatekeepers waiting for all of this to finish so then they can finish off anybody who ends up rotating in. And surprisingly, Enigma, everybody's broken away. They've disengaged, and they're full sending it to the shoreline.
Oh! Yeah, and I'm really interested in seeing if 9Z's just going to full send VIP. You know they're a 3-man going to the coastline. You understand they're all splitting the vehicles, but this north side is still just this little clown fiesta of cars going around. Loops coming all the way from the zone on the eastern edge, finding their spot finally as these teams were brawling in the northern edge. And now we see it where VIP kind of ended up. We're going to get a quick replay. This is actually going to be Xforce on iNCO Gaming. This is going to be the far south side. Fate with a nice Chico 1v2. The support from the squad mates being able to clean up the squad. In my mind, 24Ks was knocked there, but it looks like Fate, man, just putting in the paint, finding the shots down. This is the player that we talked about with the damage. He's making sure it happens. And for that squad, for Xforce, having 4 elims with 4 players up, they're looking good right now, Seth.
They're looking great. And remember, this was a lesson too from yesterday. They ended up getting caught with their pants down when a team pushed up behind them. They were ready this time. You can see they're starting to do a bit of a VOD review. And also, if we were to look at the map right now after this fight, I mean, Xforce is split. They have Fate currently in some buildings as they're trying to take care here of VIP, the last two players standing. Hayuya is going to be able to heal up.
Nice.
But the grenades are going to be coming in, barely being able to survive as Hayuya is going to be jumping away from this fight. He wants to survive a little bit longer and see if he can maybe start clutching up some placement points. But I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing here out of Xforce. I'm wondering if at some point, are you going to decide to disengage, especially with Fate currently in a great position? You know, as soon as this circle shifts, if it's anywhere near Fate, they're going to have to make a quick move because some of the other teams might want to go for those buildings too, and you want to be ready for it. And there you go. They're going to hop into those vehicles and hopefully just go back towards where Fate is.
Yeah, they can maybe even do a 2-2 potentially, but someone definitely needs to team up with Fate. You can't allow Loops to get a knock onto him there. Obviously, we understand Fate's a great solo player, but there's times and moments for those situations, and he's already done that. This is the timing now. This is the late game where you have to play as a squad. And the nice thing is Valak actually knocked and thirsted one of the IG players, leaving it down to just a solo on the south side. So in my mind, you could honestly be allowing those two players to brawl it out on the shoreline and then get the easy picking scraps from the top side. We actually see 24 Ks was the player left. Alim grouped up with the squad mates. And Alpha 7 now, this is the question mark we have. They made this rotation on one vehicle. They don't have any more of these land usage vehicles. It was only a boat. They're going to have to move in on foot. And now we see it 9Z full sending into the dead open. I believe it's just a super small dip here that Law's next to, allowing himself just to rain down the terror on these teams, man. 9Z Remix actually being the last player alive here, Taylor. Team Liquid trying to find that last elimination.
Yeah, that's a terrible spot for 9Z and Influence Rage to finish the fight that started a little bit more north. Remember, everybody disengaged, full sipped it south, and well, they end up in an open field in between Team Liquid, Xforce, Loops, Wolves, Alpha 7, and I mean, the smoke is going to help, but only so much. It's only a matter of time before this 9Z roster is fully eliminated. You could even say for Influence Rage Law, who's just up ahead. They're kind of done and dusted at the moment, but the big stories are with Team Liquid and Alpha 7 on the shoreline. Both of those teams potentially clashing once they have to go forward, if they have to go forward. I mean, we're still only in stage 5, very early on. We've lost a ton of teams, but that's reminiscent and pretty common of these military zones, especially when you look at stage 3, you've got more than 50% of the zone in the water. There's not enough real estate on land for these teams, the 16 teams, to get into. Therefore, you're going to ultimately lose a lot of the rosters on the bridge and as they rotate across the water, or even in the glider, as we witnessed a little bit earlier. So Team Liquid, Alpha 7, Wolves on the shoreline, that's going to be crazy once they have to move forward. And Enigma, you did mention that 2-2 split for Xforce. They did send Alim up. He's going to join Fate, so they will continue with the 2-2 splits as a whole, and Loops will stay up there. But, you know, I mean, honestly, other than 9Z and Law, nobody wants to be in the middle. They're going to hug the edge of zone as long as they possibly can.
Yeah, and with it being stage 5, it seems like a stage 7 sort of circle, even though it's just a little bit of water now, right? We understand just how severe that is to these players. And unfortunately, I believe actually 24Ks was eliminated on Xforce, leaving them down to just a trio Valak on that shoreline. Now, I do believe he will be able to play it correctly and kind of weather the storm and stay alive as his off angle. But now my eyes are kind of looking at the two northern teams. Wolves Esports Coop's been holding this spearhead spot towards the center of the circle, being able to apply the pressure towards Alpha 7. We saw it last game. He dominated that 1v1 against Revo, going 100 for 0 against them. Even though he didn't get that initial thirst on him, he did pick it up at the end from the bleed out. And for Loops as well, being a full 4-man. Yeah, that's a possibility. But it's always about the time, right? 7, you got to make sure you get that opportunity. And I'm not sure if Xforce is going to give it to him.
Yeah, I think they were aware of it right away. As soon as that circle closed in, they made Valak go back towards them in that position. And instead of Loops actually going for a crash, they're just going to be being a little bit patient. They're going to be waiting to see what's going to happen. I mean, Alpha 7 right here, not really going to be able to work with much as they do have Team Liquid currently holding them off. VIP Esports, Hayuya being the last one alive. For VIP Esports, even though this might not look like a great match, is a great match for this team. They were able to collect up to 6 eliminations so far. Rebel's gonna end up getting eliminated there. There you go, Alpha 7 just getting picked apart left and right between Wolves, between Team Liquid. Not really much you're going to be able to do, allowing actually Wolves Esports to move up very close to where Team Liquid is at. But Tom being able to engage there with the shotgun, finding that player and seeing if he can maybe spot Chief. One of the players though from Team Liquid did end up falling down. Hopefully Wolves Esports is going to be able to catch on that. Not that he's going to be able to do much with that, but we'll see if they... Oh, okay, he got back up there. At least Cardozo is close by next to Chief. Chief still throwing grenades. Ayala does end up getting picked up. Going back and forth. Valak as well on the elimination feed, stopping Loop Esports from making any changes. And look at this. Coops now switching spots here with Carrillo. Two of the greatest players from Americas going up against each other. Who's going to be able to win it? Both of them have shotguns. Carrillo's going to have the high ground. Coops gets knocked down by Carrillo as he barely survives. And he's going to be able to secure some more points for Alpha 7.
That's crazy. Carrillo stays alive just by the skin of his teeth. And Wolves want revenge, but they've got to dodge nades. They've got to dodge Team Liquid, who's slowly, actually, I should say quickly, pushing forward to take down Wancho. This is Team Liquid's spot. They own military. This is one of their bread and butter landing locations. Team Liquid, they want this game. 4 players alive. If they can take down Wolves, if they can take down Alpha 7, in my opinion, this game is open wide for Team Liquid to take it for themselves. And let's look at where they are on the leaderboard. Currently 7th place. Where did they start? Well, much further down at the start of the day, right? The memes were circulating. People were questioning, is Team Liquid still the team that they used to be? Well, you can argue no, but they want to put all those narratives aside. They saw the memes and they want to prove the doubters wrong. But their job's not finished just yet. Yes, they have the manpower, but Wancho could do a lot of damage with his utility alongside that of his teammates. And while they're looking to do exactly that, let's throw a Liam into the mix. He's going to manage to drop IR, or should be Mythic, off in the back lines. Now Team Liquid is being pincered. Wolves know this, and they want to take them down now. They want to push forward and tighten the vice grip and suffocate this Team Liquid roster, and they're doing it. Wolves managed to take down one. Cardozo is bleeding out. Chief and Mystic have no choice now but to just park the bus and hold what they got, because after all, they go forward. They've got to face off against Wolves. They go inland. They've got 9Z. They go behind. Now you got Xforce. Where do you go from here, Enigma?
I mean, you got to start working into the zone. You ignore the fact that your teammates just got pieced up by Baton with the pump shotgun. You got to focus inward. And unfortunately, if you're not 9Z, who's been sitting pretty there all game from that northern rotation they did, the only other team that's feeling confident is going to be Xforce. You have Fate in the compound on the east playing the elevation. You're trying to make sure this timing is something correct, but Wolves are making sure that the timing is going to be in their hands. They're full aggressing on a Team Liquid and the jump shot. Baton putting them down. I think he got both the Team Liquid players there, winning the 1v1 10 total eliminations for the team. 5 of them on the back of Baton, even though he's a solo now. Big 1v1 win for that team. Big placement points. And now the question marks start coming through 7 Worlds. Which team is going to get these last few elims? Which team is going to secure this last Erangel win on the day?
With all the control that Xforce has currently, because they were able to fend off Loop Esports when they're making that push. They have all the angles, even though they're currently outside of the circle. They're making sure that they make everybody's life a little bit more difficult. They currently have 3 players still up. The original players that were able to fend off Loop Esports. Xforce looking to answer back, looking to be that positive team for North America, getting the first win. We'll have to see if it's gonna happen, as Valak, you know his hands are sweaty, currently driving around on this hovercraft. Gonna have to jump up, but this is great. Remember what I told you guys, if he's able to blow that up, it is pretty much gonna become just full solid cover for this player, allowing his teams to possibly push up on them. But they need to be careful, because Intense Game still has 1 player left alive.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing, if that hovercraft does blow up, he's dead center zone. That's an immovable object.
Wow.
You just got to utilize your utility. And speaking of utilizing utility, Remix takes a nade to the face. He's in no man's land. Reyes has no choice but to look on helplessly as he'll survive as a solo. Xforce, moments away from securing not only their first win of the 2025 PMSL America Spring season, but more importantly, bringing home gold for North America as a region. Chad, I see you. North America needs to lead PMSL. Why does this region even exist? Why do we care? Well, we care because of moments like this. Xforce showcasing a truly masterclass, fixing the mistakes from the last game where they rotated into Alpha 7. They were mowed down in the water. They go to the shoreline only to be eliminated in 14th, 15th place. Now Xforce are reaching the top, the pinnacle, and a chance to win is here, but it's not guaranteed. We've watched solos in the past make big impacts. State Coops a couple of games previously, or even Reyes. But Reyes will take down the other solo, and now the cat's out of the bag. Xforce knows where he's at, and it's a 3v1, and Reyes is out in the open, going against Valak with the hovercraft, Aleem with the car, Fate inching closer and closer. Reyes has no choice but to just throw out any type of smoke, any type of concealment. But here it comes, Xforce for North America's first win, just around the corner. Aleem gets to run over, and it's official. North America on top of game number 4. They take the win, and it's Xforce full speed ahead, baby.
Xforce being able to clutch up the win there. Reyes, in a way, saving Xforce, as well as Rafa from Intense Game had 2 players in their eyes. He was waiting for the right moment, and the right moment, luckily for Xforce, didn't come soon enough as Reyes was able to stop him right there. This is great to see. Great performance out of this team right from the get-go. They wanted to make sure that they were have all the players alive there towards the end of the game. They still had 3, and that was huge. That was just enough Enigma because they were able to fend off a lot of people, and the way that they were able to actually fend off Loops Esports and iNCO Gaming, that just showed me a lot from what they learned from yesterday, because yesterday it seems like they just kept getting surprised over and over again.
I think it's a big sort of weight off their shoulders, right? They had been underperforming so severely, and for this squad to be able to come in and, like you said, actually have to make their most out of some of these situations, go after some of these fights. It's not like they were gifted that win. They had to make the rotations, they had to take the gunfights, and ultimately the end there, I know you were kind of stressing as much as me when it came to that solo getting in nade range. Luckily for them, though, the other solo player from Worlds of War was able to spot him. They were able to get that 3v1 going in the end. And for them, I think it's a big sort of relief. You're not having to deal with the stress. You understand that, hey, we can win in these sorts of lobbies. And to be honest, I wasn't expecting Xforce to be the team to get the first North American win, but here we are. And for them to have it in such a confident sort of fashion, these 12, 13, 14 elims, whatever that counter was, Taylor, it's a big sign of success.
Yeah, without a doubt. Xforce learning from their mistakes from the game previously. This time, wasting no time, getting the Primorsk, taking a boat, taking a hovercraft, and actually even taking a glider, right? So sent Fate in the glider. Remember, he was just hovering above like the bald eagle for North America, baby, scouting the landscape, saying, hey, all is clear. We got all the real estate we want. Nobody has settled. Come on over, boys. The water's fine. They did exactly that. And by setting up early and taking one of the furthest portions of the southern, like towards at least the southeast portion of military, they were able to set up nicely. Everybody wanted to get there. Everybody wanted that shoreline. Alpha 7, Team Liquid, Wolves, and even Loops, right? But Xforce took priority, and because they did so, they were able to cut off any other rosters who were then going to the shoreline themselves. And we highlighted Fate earlier. Fate, 5 eliminations. He's had such great moments. I believe it was you, Enigma, who highlighted his damage as a whole in the tournament compared to all players. And, well, there he is, right, pulling up some of the most eliminations alongside that of Valak. I mean, this roster has so much potential, and for anyone out there who has watched Titan Series, you should know these 4 players and know how good they are and how good they can be. And we knew that. I've just been waiting for them to finally get a W, and well, they did so. Well done. Seriously, well done. That's a big win as a whole, and they played it very well. And 7, it wasn't easy. They had to take down Team Liquid, right? They had to take down Intense Game at one point. I mean, they went through basically the top dogs, and they ended up being the top dog because of it.
100%. I mean, it came down to that position. Remember, at one point, I was telling them, boys, are you guys going to be aggressive this match? Are you going to be willing to take that cliff and do what Alpha 7 was able to do in the previous match, maybe go for more eliminations? They had a completely different plan. In their minds, they were probably saying, 7, you know what? Shut up. We're going to be able to get those eliminations, and it's going to be later into the match because they were able to. The Valak, by the way, a big performance here from Valak. You were mentioning Enigma. Fate, we expect this out of him, right? He's been in these situations before. Valak, to be honest, this might be the first time that I see him being able to pop off like this in a stage of this caliber.
Yeah, and for him, I think we had even brought it up at the pre-show. He was looking a little tight, a little nervous to being in this sort of position. Someone that's played competitively over the last few years, unfortunately not having this sort of LAN experience. And when we saw those player cams at the end, right, fist bumps all around. He was the one that was probably the most hyped out of anyone for that team, and he seems like one of those momentum players. We could see it even right now. Xforce, they were down essentially what I believe was 15th place, shooting all the way up to 10th, 47 total points. I know we have this left side of the leaderboard as well we could look at, but the main thing I want to look at is just our NA boys finally showing up today.
Yeah, showing up indeed. Granted, 47 points. They got a long way to go before they get the top 3. But look, this is day 2. That's it. Just day 2. We have so many more games to go. And let's not forget, Grand Finals essentially is a clean slate. Granted, yes, you do have your your bonus points that will be earned throughout phase 1 and phase 2, but it essentially is a blank slate. Plus, it's match points, right? So it's a big difference for Xforce to get a win this early on, put some wind in their sails, 7.
That's right. I mean, even though we're talking about top 3, this is still phase 1. We still have phase 2 for a team to be able to get this pressure off their shoulders, as Enigma was saying, finally being able to get this win, finally showing why we talk so good about them, why we hype them up. This is definitely a step in the right direction. And another team that we got to give some more props to as well is Wolf Esports. Now that is back. I know the last one, the one before this one, it was mostly Coops. This time around, it wasn't just Coops. It was actually the whole squad. They ended up getting 10 eliminations to the name, 14 points total. And once again, NA just finally starting to show up. Not just saying Brazil, this is PMSL Brazil. No. This is PMSL Americas for a reason.
Yeah, and I gotta take it off that, Taylor, because people in chat as well as Stars, shout out to Stars, one of the previous NA players, people were actually quoting that it was Baton 1v4ing Team Liquid there. So he got all 4 of those eliminations on the coastline. It wasn't just Coops that game. It was the whole team being able to show up. And for him, those points is what matters most. Not only was it those 4 eliminations, but also the placement points they got off of it. Speaks volumes. And unfortunately, at the beginning, we didn't really get to catch it too easily, but Coops actually managed to fall off the cliff. That's why he had to circle back and take that 1v1 with Alpha 7. Imagining some of these scenarios with all of those players up against Team Liquid, it could have been a completely different outcome, right? But for these teams right now, I'm seeing a lot of signs of brilliance, a lot of different names finally showing up today. With it being only day 2 of the tournament, I'm expecting a lot more names to show up.
Without a doubt, history has been made. North America has got a victory, and they did it before Latin America, mind you. So now it's only Brazil and North America have won so far in PMSL Americas. Well, that's all the airing gals we've got for today, but still 2 maps remain. We've got Miramar coming up, and don't you forget, yesterday, Miramar gave us some of the highest scoring games for certain individual rosters. Intense game being one of them. Do they return to the podium? Do they overtake Alpha 7 again? We'll find out after the break.
Coming in, but just connect, almost being able to connect. Here comes the second one. connect, almost being able to connect. Here comes the second one.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season. It's day 2, 4 games done, 2 more to go, and it's both Miramar back-to-back to finish the day. Yesterday gave us some of the highest scoring games. This time around, I'm sure it's going to be much the same. That last game was incredible. Xforce, the way they controlled the end game was great. Enigma, hats off to you. You said you wanted 3 military zones. We at least got 2, and it did not disappoint.
Hey, I mean, for the most part, the chaos ensued. First game, it was that Eastern Bridge. Then afterwards, it was the Western Bridge in 7. I know you've got your opinions on the milli zones and stuff like that, but the beauty of it is you and I aren't playing these games. We get to just watch the madness happen and see these teams have to suffer through those sort of zone shifts.
I'm with you. What you mean? I like them. I like the madness. I was the one calling maybe something in bridge, but yeah, I'm being toxic. That's too toxic. Let's keep it with just Millie. But you know what? We're going over towards Miramar. Give me some PMGC finishes. Give me some PMGC all the way towards the east on the islands in Miramar.
Oof. I want chaos. I want down and dirty zones. Get diabolical, baby. That's what I want. Speaking of diabolical, Xforce, again, the way they controlled that was just chef's kiss. Beautifully done. Valak was a large reason for the success on that map for Erangel, and Sarpatch recognized that and therefore had a chance to grab Valak after their big map 4 win. Let's hear what he had to say.
It finally happened. It's Xforce with the first winner chicken dinner for NA. Valak, congratulations. I was very hyped.
I definitely raised my voice. You know, they're the Brazilian teams. They've been loud. And so I made sure when we win this game, I was going to be the loudest person in the arena. We felt very confident. You know, we said we were going to use the hovercraft strat, and we killed loops with it. They tried to crash us. I mean, our confidence is through the roof right now.
That's awesome. Love to hear it. You and Fate with the most kills in the team. Things are popping off.
Yeah, so we called our coach, and, you know, he told us to mentally reset. The first 3 games didn't go our way. We're making bad decisions, bad calls. He said, take a deep breath. He says, we're all very experienced. Mm-hmm. And he said, like, take every match as a new game. So that's what we did. We calmed ourselves and, we won the game. So,
bro, first of many. Let's go with 8.
Big fan of that interview. Valak saying he raised his voice. From what I'm hearing, apparently that's not common. So for him to get hyped up and get aggressive means he's truly feeling the moment, feeling the energy. That's what LAN brings. Enigma, he even said it, using the hovercraft strap.
Yeah.
That was something we witnessed during Titan series, and it was something they made sure they wanted to use.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're confident with the hovercraft, bring it out, baby. All of you can use it. Everyone can be safe and secure. And I love the fact that he said that loops crash gave him loads of confidence. That's what you want to hear. And for them coming into these last 2 Miramar matches, I'm hoping we could see that confidence, hear him potentially later on, getting the loudest in the room again, not just this one time of the day.
Not just the one time of the day, baby. Great interview as a whole. Wonderful to hear from Valak. Anything you took away from it, 7?
For me, it's just that mind reset. That it's completely different, right? I know we didn't get a chance to play the interview at the beginning of the day, but you can see just a little bit more confident, having his chest out, standing up straight, and that's what we want to see out of this NA teams as we are going to be jumping into the first Miramar of the day, because we're still gonna have one more, and I'm wondering if some of the teams that ended up performing so well in Miramar yesterday are gonna be able to do it again today. Reflections.
Yeah, that's the question. AGG, they've had a tough time today. We've watched them have a tough time, mainly during Erangel on the bridge fights going against VIOUS Gaming, they would win that fight, but then fizzle out early on. AGG, though, yesterday had a wonderful Miramar Game 5, finishing off in 3rd place. iNCO, also back-to-back 2nd places. Highly consistent. It was something Enigma was harping on during the performances on Miramar. I hope they make a return. They've kind of been skating by today, 5th place, around there. Now's the time to finish off strong, secure your 5th place or even higher position. And for Influence Rage Intense Game, 2 teams that are on the upper echelon also had a wonderful performance on Miramar just yesterday. But it is a different day, and we might see a different team end up on top. But those are the usual suspects. Those are the teams that made it. Yo, 7, back to you, baby. Look at this zone.
I was kind of half joking, okay?
Well, you got it anyways.
I know I requested it. I know I want to see madness, but I mean, if anybody from NA can take advantage of it, boys, I'm gonna take it. All right, just give us, keep on giving us some madness, because honestly, those military island circles and finishes were just great, Enigma.
Yeah, the milli zones, they speak volumes, but now with it being this Miramar play, those islands are a lot smaller here, okay? Especially that eastern side. There's not a lot of room for you really to be working with if it does end on one of those 3 islands per se. But unfortunately, Taylor, you're bringing up kind of this repetitive factor. Unfortunately, I believe this is 2 games in a row. Savage Esports losing 3 players immediately before we can even pull out of the map view, right? So really unfortunate stuff for this team. This is a squad that was around that middle of the pack, right? Unfortunately, not even, oh my goodness, just barely scraping by. But what do you even do at this point? You didn't even make it before the zone popped. You're down to a solo. The team right now, the morale has got to be at an all-time low. Back-to-back games where you're getting eliminated early. It's not something that I expect from one of these squads like this, especially a team that had some moments of brilliance yesterday. Today, it seems, though, that pressure, that VOD review, maybe it didn't go well. Maybe they thought the wrong things, while some of these other squads like Xforce and Wolves, they put the pedal to the metal. And one thing that even Seven Worlds brought up, right, in terms of the mental resets, you got to ignore the leaderboard at some point. You got to go game by game. You got to make sure that you understand that every opportunity is new when you get into that sort of seat, when you get into this playing path. And for the most part, yeah, this Eastern Zone, a lot of teams aren't going to like, but the beauty of it is a lot of teams don't like it. That means that you can maybe weather it. You can overcome this adversity. And I guess you'd even say secure these opportunities for yourself, because a lot of these other teams, Alpha 7, even at the start, they were struggling a bit. Even though they got some placements, the elimination counts weren't up there, meaning a lot of these other teams here, especially today, Reflections, they're starting to perform in that elimination counter.
Yeah, and it's a great news, or it's a great point to bring up Alpha 7, who are now 6 points ahead of Intense Game. And again, Intense Game yesterday finished off incredibly strong, an 18 elimination win on Map 6 Miramar. They can do the same thing and go into tomorrow with the 1st place position. They've already overtaken it once today. They're looking to do it a 2nd time. As far as Alpha 7 goes, they had a wonderful game number 3 on Erangel. They finished off in 1st place with 11 eliminations. We had a chance to sit down with Cunha to hear what their mindset was like going into Game 4.
Guys, here we are with Coach Cunha after match 3. Let's talk about that play on the boat. Squash stays in the water like a U-boat at submarine. Spots the guys from UT. And says, hey, they're coming over here. Tell me about it, because it was fun, it was awesome, it was a great play, especially by Squash, right? With the quick play to stay in the water.
Very smart. And I mean, this decision that he stayed on the water just happened, wasn't like a decision that he really wanted to do. He took his opportunity, and we used very, very well our communication to do that. You know, our players, when we cross the water, we stop there and start to listen what Squash was saying. So this was the most important thing, our communication, and the way that we did, because the same time that we were killing the players that was inside the water, we come back to take Squash and be back to the game, you know. And after that, we kill VIP.
True.
Yes,
You went
8 guys.
Eight guys, yeah. You went. You stole the amphibious car. They were almost getting to it. You just stole it from them.
Yes, Mafioso saw one guy from VIP getting close in there, and the boys took the boats and we need to go fast, and was like too close when as you guys saw.
They're playing great. They normally do, but they look.
Alpha 7.
Yes, but they look really great. Thank you very much.
Great awareness, honestly. That's what we were mentioning, especially with what happened during that match in Erangel. Just great awareness from the whole squad. Took advantage of a bad situation with Squash having to jump out in the water as the boat was going to be able to just end up blowing up. And they mentioned it too. Mafioso with the awareness, knowing that somebody was going to be going for the hovercraft, stopping that because it would have been absolutely toxic for that team. Overall, I mean, Alpha 7 showing why they're currently in first place. And I'm actually surprised that we're not seeing them being able to just have an even bigger lead, Enigma, because right now it's only 6 points separating them from second place.
We can't forget as well, the start of the day Intense Game has had some phenomenal matches, to say the least. And for Alpha 7, I really enjoy the fact that they weren't even expecting VIP to be making it across the water. Surprised that there was 8 players on that northern side with them. And for the most part now, luckily for some of these other teams, they don't have to deal with as much water per se as those 2 out of 3 military zones, right? But for these teams right now, I'm actually seeing a lot of early rotations coming from these squads, these players opting to really play center. I can't stress enough, thinking back to the last Americas, on how much edge play these teams made, now switching it up to these center positions, looking to fill the spots on the map where they feel matter the most. And Taylor, I want to get your opinion on it, because a lot of our NA teams as well, some of them, when they get the opportunity to take center, they take it. But if they're on the edge, they opt to stay there. They sit right in the blue zone. And I really wonder if that's really worth it in some of these lobbies.
I don't think it's worth it for North America yet. I think it's worth it for the likes of like Alpha 7, because that's been their play style for the longest time. And we've highlighted that even from spring season of 2024. But North America, I think, is better off getting positioning inside zone. In fact, I think that's where they lack. I think they lack on positioning more often than not, because they are so focused on being aggressive. Because you look at the Titan Series gameplay, they're so used to being aggressive and pushing fights and getting eliminations. And PMSL, especially on the world stage, when you go towards EWC, that's the ultimate goal, right, guys? I mean, 3 spots for EWC. You can't be all guns blazing, and playing the edge is so tough to do. You've got to be built different. I don't think NA is currently there. So for like Xforce, for example, moving in, why did they win that last game? Let's talk about it. Well, that last game, what did they prioritize? A rotation, going from mainland, going to the southern portion of military. And because they set up early on, they find the most success we've ever seen them find, instead of playing the edge and pushing teams like they typically do. So I think for North America, Xforce, iNCO, and the likes, and the others, yeah, going center zone is definitely my game plan and what I would like to see from them. The zone will hard shift up towards the northeastern side of things, and that's going to benefit AGG, who's dead center. Team Liquid as well, who's had a phenomenal day. They've jumped up to 7th place. They're just mere points away from being in the top 5. It's possible for them to achieve that from this game alone, 7.
Yeah, I'm just glad you guys weren't able to see me there while you were cooking with what you were saying, Reflections, because I was probably looking just like a bobblehead, just nodding my head up and down. Yep, I 100% agree with what you're saying in regards to some of these teams. Definitely need to be able to prioritize just the zone a little bit more in regards to not just trying to be so aggressive. I was expecting them to be aggressive because that's usually what I'm used to seeing, especially out of Xforce, right, earlier into that match. But for them to make that shift, make the right call in that situation, as Valak was able to say it, that's what we want to see more out of. And one team that I actually want to see a little bit more out of today, especially in these last 2 matches, it's going to be 9Z. Yesterday, I mean, we saw them perform well in Erangel. So far today, we really haven't seen much out of this team. But yesterday during Miramar, we really didn't see any pop-up performances from this team. Just to refresh everybody's memory, they ended up with 11th place, 4 Illims, 15th place, 0 Illims. So hopefully we'll be able to see something out of 9C. A team that was quite exciting to watch yesterday. Today, they're kind of letting me down a little bit. But now we're going to be switching over to Xforce in a situation where they're going to have to be defensive here, and they're going to have to be defensive against Alpha 7.
Yeah, the scary thing, though, here, Seven Worlds, is the fact that both of these teams are essentially on that center point of the map. Yeah, they've got this roadside kind of to worry about, but scouting these positions are so hard early on in the match that a lot of these teams might opt to just full send. So if you're either one of these teams, you're going to be having your eyes and ears open, hoping that the other squad gets crashed. And I'm really kind of interested in seeing. I've only seen it once before, Taylor. It was actually a competitive game back, I think, in PMCO, or one of the first PMPLs. This eastern field, east of Influence Rage, completely flat and barren, not even really hay bales for these teams to play at. I've seen it shift there, it was essentially a Zone 8 stage game. If that compound on the east side of it, it is one of the most deadliest spots on the map for you to play on in Miramar. And for it to have, essentially, in my mind, a quarter of the zone potential in play there on the next circle shift, I could see a lot of these teams dropping. But now we got to shift it right down to the south side. Loops making the rotation into VIOUS Gaming, a squad that's desperately needing the points, already having 4 elims, taking the brawl at squads. But Igor caught by another squad rotating south. That's going to be VIP.
VIP coming up from the southern portion of the map, now into the northern side. Loops has one player down that's in a bete. Fortunately, they're going to have to leave him to bleed out, and VIP might not even get the cleanup. It doesn't even matter anyways. VIP is going to hug this right side. They're most likely going to extend past Loops and probably go all the way up into the northern side to be just south of Team Liquid. That's what I would do anyways, and there's even a benefit to going there because now you're going straight into a solo of Loops, which is going to be Rafina. Focus our attention to Alpha 7. It thought it was going to be against Xforce, but not the case this time around. It's actually United for Games as Alpha 7 suffering an early loss, but snapping back, putting the attention onto Hate and dropping him. Mystic, unfortunately, just trying to crawl away as quickly as he can. He's not going to be able to. He's going to be finished off. Alpha 7, good recovery. I would have been shocked. No offense to United for Gaming, but I would have been shocked if that would have been the team to eliminate Alpha 7 this early.
100%. I thought that they were going to maybe end up losing one of the players there for them to be able to just showcase why they were so good yesterday in regards to just being ready for that trade. They were able to execute it perfectly, and I'm actually surprised. I don't know why Xforce didn't end up trying to third-party that. I'm kind of happy about it. I was surprised because I thought they were gonna go for it, but I'm pleasantly happy that they didn't go for it because it might have been just way too many teams close by. There you go. United for Gaming gets eliminated. You can see the player just putting his hand to his face saying, "Oh man, this is just not going the way we wanted to." A team that's currently in 12th place and a team that has definitely showed up today. Team Liquid. They have been exciting so far, being able to just make one of the biggest push. They started off the day in 13th place, now in 7th place. Usually they say Miramar is our favorite map. Miramar is our map. Let's see if that is actually going to be the case today.
Yeah, Miramar, especially with Team Liquid, looks like they're holding a 2-2 split. Cardozo and friends holding down the backside while Ayala holds the spearhead, maybe even contesting Charlie, the AGG solo player, which, by the way, before we saw that circle shift, AGG had a full floor man spread, essentially on 50% of the map. So them coming through, unfortunately, we're going to see it now, actually wondering what happened with that Savage Esports player. Well, he just got eliminated, 0 points, losing 3 players early on. It's not something we really were expecting much out of, but it's really tragic, especially Taylor, that it's back-to-back games. You guys lost so many players like this.
Yeah, back-to-back always feels bad, and it's hard to recover from that. You know, you have the short-term memory. Next game's going to be different, and then you go into the next game, and it's not different. You're like, what's happening? Why does this keep happening to us? And sometimes it's not a good answer. It's just the unfortunate circumstances you run into. And that's just how the cookie crumbles, unfortunately. For AGG, 4 players alive, you know, big fan of this roster, but man, today they've been in shambles. It's been incredibly difficult. They've managed to get the best of VIOUS Gaming multiple times, but aside from that, AGG has not been able to come alive. This game, they're dead center. At least positioning-wise, they're great. Of course, the next stage is going to be popping up soon, but it still benefits AGG. They've got the high ground. Now, they do have Team Liquid ahead of them, but I'm thinking anyways, AGG, based off of where they're at, unless they get into a skirmish with 9Z or Alpha 7 who push into them, I think they're chilling until endgame.
Yeah, and for AGG, I was just looking at how spread out they were. As soon as the circle closes in, they decide to become a little bit more compact. So great play, great awareness there out of that team. And yeah, you mentioned, I mean, today hasn't been going their way. Yesterday really wasn't going their way either, as they only ended up getting just 15 points. IG, one of the players getting knocked. Xforce on the elimination feed. Okay, 24K. We see you being able to get the knock. And Wolves, so far today, I'm pleasantly surprised with what they have been able to showcase, especially on the second half of the day. Hopefully this continues on. This is a team I feel like, I don't know if I'm speaking for you guys, all right? But I feel like a lot of us expected this team to be the NA team that got the first win. Am I right on that, or am I...
Of course.
Striking out.
Wolves?
Yep. Yeah.
Honestly, iNCO, man. But then again, Wolves, I thought too. But either Wolves or iNCO, without question. Xforce, no way.
See, I was thinking Xforce. Obviously, iNCO, they had their second places, but they weren't really that close to wins. It was more they were sneaking by with some of the placements. But now we're wondering what happened on the north side. Xforce, they were forced into this fight with Shoot to Survive. Full rotations around from Klaus, Valak, needing to support his teammate. Getting the full stun play, and his teammates baiting him out in the open. Alem, unfortunately, being knocked in the process 1-for-1. But Xforce, they're the ones set up for the revive. They're the ones set up for this engagement. Shoot to Survive now having to turn their backs from the inside of zone towards Xforce here. And Taylor, I'm wondering, yeah, Shoot to Survive, you got to take this fight now. You can't allow this reset to come through. Where's the pressure going to be coming from?
Yeah, and I hate to see NA on NA violence, but yeah, you're right. You're Shoot to Survive. You've got to push into Xforce. You've already got Fate down. You've outputted a lot of damage. Your compound is up for grabs, but are you willing to do it? Are you willing to take this opportunity? Well, they're doing so. They'll get the full finish onto Fate. Xforce would not have to fight it out with just 3 players alive, but Shoot to Survive has 3 themselves, so it's an even fight. But Papa Blue's moving in, and it's going to start ticking harder and harder, especially when stage fights begin. So finishing this fight quickly is only going to benefit you, but Aleem is looking to turn the tides, taking down Bob, focused on Casper. Casper splits the difference alongside that of Darklight. Will take down Aleem. It's now going to be a 1v1, actually. 24K versus the last remaining player of Darklight. Darklight, so weak, finished off by Playzone, and it will be Xforce moving forward. But man, they're doing it with just 1 player, and it's 24K. I know that hurts.
It definitely hurts, but at least for them, being able to secure 2 eliminations, it's going to be tough for this player to get any more points, but I'm hoping it happens. Something that we didn't get a chance to see in the map, and we didn't get a chance to see because this fight was going on, was Alpha 7 was able to catch somebody from AGG. Remember I said AGG might have been a little bit too spread out? Alpha 7 caught 1 player that was very close to them, and they made sure that AGG back up. I wonder if that's going to allow Alpha 7 to just get some more terrain, especially when we end up getting the next circle. You can see AGG still there towards the center, being a little bit too split out for my liking, especially with the way this team has been playing, and they need to make sure they come back quickly because all of those teams, Alpha 7, VIP, Influence, and maybe At Loops into that too, they're going to be looking to find a way to get in. And meanwhile, Coops is currently knocked down, and he's a player that currently has 2 eliminations to his name. Luckily for him, his team is close by and will be able to pick him up.
Yeah, thankfully for Wolves as well, they were able to clean up that last player of Intense Gaming. I believe that was what the trade was for Coops to make this play, at least force that player into the 1v1. Now, Wolves control all of this northwestern side, but unfortunately, this eastern edge is where all these teams were congested down. Alpha 7 taking pod shots at VIP, actually having 2 players already knocked it. Squash just laying it down through the smoke, through the doorway onto the player. Now down to just Ayuya. Influence Rage as well, hearing the commotion, trying to get their piece of the pie in it. And I think you're going to be right here, 7, about AGG and Alpha 7. They allowed Alpha 7, the most dominant team in the lobby, to get this information on your squad. You need to allow yourself this opportunity to try to keep back this Goliath in the lobby. All these teams fighting on the eastern side, you got to look for your piece of the pie here and try to get these eliminations, because if you're the 3-man right now, you got to be looking for the fight.
Yeah, and AGG might end up getting distracted here with some of the fights going on. I know we currently have Influence Rage versus Loops right in front of us, but some of those teams were rotating around. Vitinho now continuing on the fight here against Loops, being the last player alive. Loops Esports up to 4 eliminations. Some players are still alive for Influence Rage. It is going to be a 3 versus 1. The grenades are going to start coming in. Diego, all the buggies going around. Little boy going for the push. Is going to be able to connect. Having Vitin very, very low on HP. Can he actually find them through that smoke? And there you go. Loops Esports Vitin does end up getting eliminated. And what I was going to end up saying is Alpha 7 taking advantage of AGG playing way too spread out, way too confident, and being able to pick them apart. And all of that north that was controlled by AGG is now controlled by Alpha 7.
That's right. And also for Team Liquid's sake, Team Liquid stayed in the back lines. They will pick up the last remaining player of AGG and now can capitalize on Influence Rage, who now has to push into Team Liquid. And matter of fact, this is a beautiful chance. They might be able to third-party this fight between Influence Rage and Alpha 7. By doing that, you're killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You're getting the top dogs out of the lobby, plus the other top 3 team, putting Team Liquid definitively in the top 5 running. but will they choose to actually be the aggressors? Well, at least at the moment, I don't think so. We focus on iNCO against Wolves. Nice shots from 7. That's going to drop Wacho up ahead. He'll reposition with the nade, or and even the smoke, I should say, to maybe focus on to Coops, Door, and laying as low as he can. He wants to make sure he takes the perfect opportunity to attack onto McGrellin as well as Adrian. And the chance has arrived. You see him poke his head up, but the smoke unfortunately obscures his vision. He can't effectively attack. McGrellin pushes forward, but now McGrellin's getting double teamed, and he's taken down. iNCO is out. And again, the question remains, Team Liquid, Influence Rage. Does Team Liquid aggress onto them? Well, no, they don't. They sit idly by. They're taking their time, and Alpha 7's taking the opportunity now to take down Influence Rage.
Yeah, unfortunately for Influence Rage, just in between both of the powerhouse Brazilian teams, right? Team Liquid and Alpha 7, who, by the way, both have all 4 players remaining. Gonna pick them apart, even at distance. You're wondering if they were gonna make the move. No, they're gonna sit, wait, and be pretty. The southern side is for Team Liquid's sake to take. And for the north side, obviously, we just saw that Wolves fight. Luckily, Doran was able to win that crucial 1v1, then get support from Coops. But now, you're only a duo, Wolves. You've got to deal with Alpha 7, who just completely wiped AGG. Wow. Royals of War takes the action to you, and here we see it, Revo spearheading it with the vehicles. Coops trying to make the magic happen, but as a 2-man, as the Ridges are given up from the man advantage, can you really even take the fight here? Do you have to rotate away? And I think Wolves understand it here, Taylor. They got to find this fight in their favor. They got to find one knock, and Revo might give it to him. Coops, you got to land the shots here. He gets the one on the star player. Coops making it happen right now.
Yeah, Coops, he's going to go ahead and go up the hill, focus attention on the remainder of the Alpha 7 players. He's not going to be overly aggressive, but he's going to keep that pressure up, right? He wants to make sure Alpha 7 knows his presence is there, but where are these shots coming from? Way off in the distance, I believe, Royals of War. That game plan from Coops, now fully gone, and also take into account, Revo's not fully dead yet. Alpha 7, get him back onto his feet. You said it, Enigma. Taking down your star player, taking down the top eliminator in the tournament. Well, he gave it his best effort, but Revo's back in the action. We're down to our top 5, and Alpha 7 is already on 11 eliminations. Great positioning on the map. They can't be stopped.
What's the most that we currently have? 16, if I'm not mistaken, that they were able to pop off yesterday with IG. I think Alpha 7's looking to break that, and I'm with you. I think Coops was wanting to make sure that he ended up securing that elimination, but he ended up overextending, allowing Rowe there to get an angle on them, and that's the thing. I mentioned it earlier with Alpha 7. They're always there for the trade. They're always there. If given the opportunity, they're going to try to go and pick up that player, especially of the caliber of Revo. But now, what are these 2 players going to be doing? One thing, I got to give props, even if they do end up getting eliminated. Coops, once again, being able to just show up for his team, having 4 eliminations to his name. And then we go over to Alpha 7, and everybody's currently getting eliminations. It doesn't matter if you're Rebo, if you're Squash, Carrillo, Mafioso, everybody has 2 or more to their name.
Yeah, one team, though, we got to make note of, 9Z. They made that early rotation. They lost a player early on, still being able to keep 3 players strong. Maybe it was just based off of these crate placements, this sort of warehouse compound they've been holding for the last few circles. But either way, getting into the top 5 situation as a 3-man with only having 1 elimination, if they could somehow pick one off onto Team Liquid and force themselves onto the southern side of the compound, they could very well take out Team Liquid here. But with it being that top 5 scenario, stage 6, we've still got some zones to work with. The only 2 teams that are really sitting comfortable right now are going to be Alpha 7 and Royals of War, right? Both squads with the 4-man. Team Liquid, yeah, they've got 4, but they're kind of under the thumb of some teams in this zone. Man, that's not a pretty one if you're a Wolves fan, especially being a duo. You're going to have to force yourself in front of all these teams.
They are going to have to make that push. And where do you want to end up making that push, right? The closest compound is going to be one that Alpha 7 is going to be holding. We might end up getting that 1v1 again between Carrillo and Coops. And boy, I'm pretty sure Coops will be looking forward to hopefully getting that rematch as Team Liquid. I mean, we were mentioning them. I mentioned them once again. Reflections, this team saying that Miramar is one of their favorite matches. So far today, they've been popping off, going off here into the first Miramar. They are currently in a top 5 situation with 3 eliminations, and the best part is that they have all players alive. They might be able to take the fight there towards 9C.
9Z, is it possible to take them down? Well, absolutely, but they're going to be a little bit forward. And oh, this guy, Remix, he's going to be annoying. Sitting in the bush, in the corner, and Team Liquid, all four of them, might potentially push into Kogoat and Milos, not knowing Remix is sitting in the corner. And Remix takes at least 2 players down. I'm going to be so annoyed if that ends up happening, but it's the smartest play you could possibly imagine. The Bush Wookiee himself, Remix, and he's waiting. He's hungry, and he knows it's going to happen. Mythic will be the first one to push up. Ayala just behind him. And Enigma, if you're playing in this situation, if you're Team Liquid, do you even check this corner where Remix is at?
No, you don't check it, but you're also common to your teammates. Don't go into the crates, guys. We know there's going to be someone in here, whether it's you're expecting it to be a 3-mana 9Z or a solo from another squad. Luckily for them, it's going to be just the 3-man here with Remix on the outside. But I think a blessing as well for Team Liquid is if they were able to kind of step on that landmine that is Remix. He doesn't have a DBS in his hands. It's 2 auto guns. It takes them a bit more time to get that first initial knock, especially when the player doesn't know you're there. They're going to kind of do that weird run where they keep going through, not expecting to get shot at that moment. But a lot of these teams, we were wondering kind of how they're going to end up. I'm surprised Wolves is actually even able to find the spot in this circle shift, but it seems like it's only going to be a matter of a few seconds. The circle shift's about to pop. With it being stage 8, it's going to actually shift dead center, and Alpha 7, they've got to move a little bit, Taylor. I'm kind of feeling a bit uneasy on this positioning.
Yeah, Alpha 7 has to move. You know, they were feeling great about their spot just a little bit earlier before stage 8 ended up popping up. And then, of course, because they had a compound, they had a little bit of that high ground, and everybody else potentially had to push into them, but now not the case. So for them, 9Z, Team Liquid, they're going to have to push into them, or at least push around them. Either way, they've got to take care of them. That's the reality of it. And those nades are hurting for sure. 9Z, most likely chilling for the time being until Team Liquid gets finished off. And this is just going to be a wild symphony of eliminations. And Coops will also find the end of Carrillo's gun. They're in a bad spot themselves. So 7, this is going to be a wild ending, but all eyes on Alpha 7, 9Z, and TL.
Alpha 7 is going to be using that utility to their advantage, though. You can see now the smoke cloud coming in, that curtain coming in, and it's going to allow them to push up. Team Liquid, though, they're trying to get ready. Mafioso going to be able to find them, but Mafioso's going to get spotted by Ayala. That's going to be a massive disadvantage there for Alpha 7 with their anchor being down. And on top of that, Rebel's still trying to get this eliminations on Wolves. There goes Wolves. Top 4 situation here for Alpha 7. Trying to find an opening. The grenades are going to be coming in. It's not only going to be between Team Liquid. 9C is around as well. And on top of that, you have Row 19 just being patient, waiting for the right opportunity. All this utility from all these teams that have been patient, that have been waiting for the right opportunity. It's going to be close quarters. I'm pretty sure we're going to end up seeing some shotguns as well, but who's going to be striking first? Team Liquid was able to do it in regards to Mafioso, getting him whenever he peeked out, overextended too much. 9C, they're not even moving, boys. They're just waiting to see what Alpha 7 and Team Liquid are going to be doing.
And for what it's worth, I love where 9Z are at. They're in this like fatal triangle. They can funnel everybody into them, and each of them can cover each other's angles. They're not just stacking on top of each other. Their line of sights, they can cover so many different paths. Their opponents are pushing a Mythic just on the opposite side of Remix, who's been the Bush Wookiee. He's been bush camping for the longest time. Finally, 9Z gets active. They have no choice but to shoot. Remix with 2 TL members in front of him. The question is, when does he choose to attack? Is this the moment? They haven't spotted him. Remix, you can pick up 2, you can pick up 3, and there he goes. 1, 2, get the 3 on the cheap. He switches guns, he drops, but still a devastating effect. 9Z getting active. They want to capitalize off of these downs. They know they've got Team Liquid dead to rights, and in fact, Team Liquid are now out. 9Z did exactly what they needed to do.
Yeah, but now we're leaving it up just to Kolgo. Milos wasn't able to survive, and now the nades come through. Alpha 7 understands the situation now, somehow finding a knock as well across the map. 3v3 situation. Alpha 7, they're on top of the crates. They've got the uphill advantage now here, 7. Will they be able to find the nades? Revo's got a few in his bag, but the reset comes through. Can they find the angles? And for Rose of War, I think you got to get up on here. You can't give Alpha 7 all this space.
Alpha 7, luckily for them, they are a team that's currently within the center. You can see Royals of War now being aware of that, trying to make the push. They currently do have the numbers advantage, and Quash is trying to switch that around as he currently has Aragon just pinned down against that buggy. If he even picks up, there you go. He's going to end up getting knocked. There's going to be 3 here in front of him. There goes 1. He's going to get cut off from the back. They're there for the trade. Is it going to be Alpha 7? Yes, it is. Being able to get that second win for today. Alpha 7 showing that they want to stay in the first spot and playing that perfectly.
And that's their 4th winner chicken dinner of the tournament. And more importantly, one of their highest scoring games, 16 eliminations. Alpha 7 dominant from start to finish, taking positions by force. Nothing was given to them. Everything was earned and gained. Think about how different that could have ended, though, if it wasn't for them getting Revo back into the fights. You remember, Enigma, he was dropped. We said it best. His star player, or Alpha 7 star player, was down and out. But because Royals of War was third-partying from behind, it gave enough opportunity to get Revo back in the fight, and it made all the difference in the world.
Yeah, and for them, even though they were a 3-man at the end there, it just shows that their positioning, their awareness on the situation after getting that 9Z solo at the very end. They accumulated all their forces on top of the crates and stuff like that. And even though Royals of War, they got the reset, they had the man advantage, it took them too long to question that player up front. It took too long to get that knock, ultimately leaving it in this 1v2 situation, which, if we're always talking about Alpha 7 being on the better end of the stick, I'm always picturing them winning that. And that's why the elimination count, I mean, it just always goes up exponentially from this team when they reach the end game. All these teams next to them, they struggle to hold a presence against them. And for Alpha 7, man, I mean, 4 wins under your belt. We're talking coming into almost 12 games. They've won a third of the matches so far, guys. A team where it's out of 16, if we were to think of it really as a battle royale, any team could be winning. If you're having that many wins, you're doing something right.
Without a doubt. I mean, it's no surprise. Alpha 7, we've even heard it during their interviews previously. Look, we know we're the best in the world. We're finally reaching our final form. This play, though, from Remix, taking a pause. Gosh, he waited so long. If he doesn't switch guns there because he has to obviously switch the gun with the bullets because he used all his bullets to take down 2 players, he picks up 3 from TL without question. Remix set the trap and executed it perfectly. Revo, 7 eliminations. His score tally overall as the elimination leader continues to grow. In fact, nobody's even able to touch him. I believe he's at 35 now. Yeah, 35 eliminations for the 2 days of competition. And that's not even counting the last map we're about to watch of Miramar. Padrino just behind him in second place at 20. Guys, he is leading by 15 eliminations, even over the top Slayer. 7, that's incredible.
Can you say he wants that MVP? Can you feel it? Because that's exactly how I felt yesterday after that 24 elimination performance just in one day. But I mean, 26 points total for this team. Being able to just improve, continuing to improve on their performances. They weren't able to catch up to what Intense Game was able to do yesterday in regards to eliminations with their A team, but boy, did they get close, and they just played that out so well. I'm gonna continue just pushing this storyline with Alpha 7. I'm loving the way that they're setting up. Yes, they are trusting their teammates. They're trusting Squash, even though he is in a way a new player to this squad, but they're always there to just back each other up and there for the trade, and it's working out wonders.
Working out wonders indeed, man. Revo is just so incredible. Great player, star-studded. Alpha 7, happy to have him. And let's not forget Squash as well. Squash has been instrumental in their success. McGrellin was there for so long, then transferred over to iNCO Gaming. They add in Squash, and Alpha 7 hasn't gotten any worse. In fact, I feel they've only gotten better. 136 over that of Intense Game, who's sitting at 104. Comfortable to say Alpha 7 will secure first place for its day unless something just crazy happens, like it did yesterday in our final game on Miramar. In fact, we don't have any movers and shakers for our top 4, but for Royals of War, second place Enigma on Miramar with 5 eliminations will jump them up above iNCO Gaming, RIP NA, but plenty of time to catch up. One more game remaining.
Yeah, and for Royals of War, we can't ignore the fact that 4th place is only 1 point away from them. Obviously, the top 3 is a bit of a jump, but for them to be able to reach into contention against Loops, who in my mind, I felt today, they're getting their typical eliminations, those 4 or 5 each game. Maybe not as many placement points, but today it seems especially Royals of War 7. I know you were hyping up this team a lot today about this momentum and stuff like that. They're coming back into this Miramar on the same map after having such a good performance. I only expect them to perform well.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that they continue on this performance, especially with that performance that we just saw out of them. And for this team, when we went to yesterday's Miramar matches, I mean, they didn't do that bad. They did end up with at least a 4th place finish with 5 eliminations. So for them to be able to back it up here with another good performance, a 2nd place finish, 5 eliminations as well. And the beautiful thing too is that that team played it out perfectly. They didn't have to fight anybody. They had also the terrain working with them. They waited for the right moment and they tried to position themselves in a good position with everything that was going on between 9Z, between Team Liquid. And if it wasn't because of Row, I feel like Remix would have been able to get that 3rd player. And Remix, you would have gotten your clip that you can share on Instagram.
Without a doubt, he would have got that clip easy. And especially if you had a DPS, Nick, but you called that out, man.
Yeah.
He has a DPS there, cleans up all 3 just like that. But I still give him credit and give him his flowers. That was a wonderfully executed play. And I did appreciate that 9Z, as soon as Remix gets 2 players down, 9Z wastes no time. They get out of the crates. They capitalize on the attack on Team Liquid and ultimately take Team Liquid down and finish off in a higher placing, securing 3rd. And I'm happy for that because going into map 5, I highlighted 9Z's had just a bad day, man. They've struggled today. Yep. But that last map, especially yesterday, usual suspects, we were talking about them. Success from yesterday to today. 9Z was one of them I wanted to highlight. They find success in map 5, Miramar. But the good news is we have one more map still remaining for today. Another Miramar to close out the day. An intense game did it yesterday with 18 eliminations. Can they do the same here and potentially close out in 1st place? Well, we'll find out all that and more when we come back from the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season. It's day 2, and it's nearly done with. 5 games completed, 1 more to go. We've got Miramar up, almost ready. I'm Taylor Reflections, double joined by Seven and Enigma. I have no idea what you guys did, but we're having a blast. We're having a good time. That last game, Seven, was nutty.
We're out here just doing visuals. You said 5 games already, 1 remaining, day 2. We're just, in case somebody doesn't have the sound on over there, we got you. We got you covered. But yeah, honestly, Alpha 7, great performance out of that. I was even saying during the break, I did not expect them to win that match, Enigma. I thought it was actually going to be Royals of War if they would have pushed up a little bit more. And ultimately, Alpha 7 showcasing why they are in that first place and why now they are finally starting to create the lead that we were expecting yesterday.
Yeah, and for the most part, I think at one point, obviously, they had been passed up by Intense Game early on, and then having the gap at 6 points, and they're like, hey, guys, we're tired of this being a close race for those sort of advancement points. We're going to make it a 30-plus point lead, and I agree with you 100% for that Rose of War play. I think they could have probably pressured Alpha 7 more. Everyone knew they were on the north side. Everyone knew they were down a man early on from their rotation, trying to get pickoffs early on. But ultimately, at the end, every team has to decide where they want to rotate. They opted to go south, ultimately losing that 3v4, but nonetheless, a good performance out of Royals of War, who obviously, like how you had said, Taylor, they were struggling a bit today, being able to get on their feet on a comfortable map that we expected to see from them yesterday.
Yeah, without a doubt, getting on their feet is the most important part because they were struggling a lot, and we were highlighting it quite a bit, by the way. And speaking of highlighting, let's highlight some of our top-performing players. Let's look at our MVP ranking list, and Revo, no surprise, will be at the top spot. 37 eliminations, 10 assists, 6,300 damage, 7 dwarfing even that of second place, which is Padrino, who's been on fire this entire tournament.
Adreno's over there feeling good about himself. You know what, boys? I got 20 ELMs, almost 4,000 damage. Red was like, calm down, my boy. I'm over here sitting at 37. I got 17 more eliminations than you. 6,300 damage. I mean, Revo is honestly just popping off, and he's taking advantage of what the team is able to do for him. We saw him when he gets in situations where he ends up getting knocked, the team is able to pick him back up, and right now he's excelling when the team needs him to.
Without a doubt, excelling indeed. And man, 37 eliminations is crazy. And I'll have to do a stat check. I think that's more than some of the teams have combined, of course, further on down the list. Wonderful stuff. Incredible performance. Revo is just simply that guy, but still early goings. It's only day 2. And we haven't even concluded, right? We've still got 1 more map to go, and anything can happen. And I hope, actually, Seven, let's do it. Call the zone now, because you did it last time. Enigma had his chance. You called it. It was right. Where do you want zone to be in map 6?
I'm going to be nice with this one, okay? I want a bit of a picado finish. Or maybe hit me with Los Leones. One of those two, by the way. Just want to point out that Rebel has the same or more eliminations than 7 teams in this lobby. That is ridiculous.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Alpha 7's so happy. Give him the max contract if you haven't already, man. That is your guy, to say the least. Miramar, map number 6, the final map of the day. Chat, get loud. Let us know who you're supporting and who is going to finish off the day strong going into tomorrow's competition, day number 3. Well, let's find out. Los Leones, you wanted a nice zone? I'm thinking we're going to get a nice zone this time around. Today's been just nutty and crazy. Enigma, it's time for just something standard for once.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the standard, at least for those POIs, Picado, Los Leones, players don't enjoy those either, by the way. They hate the city zones on Miramar because you come in, they like playing the terrain or the long rotates, and then they see that circle close right onto compound buildings, where for most of these POIs, it's too hard of a crash to have. So if you get pushed out to the edge of the circle like a lot of these teams have opted to do, especially this last match, I'm honestly hoping we get one of those POI finishes. I want to see the suffering continue for these teams. We've seen the squads from yesterday perform well today on these Miramar matches, and I still got to give credit where credit is due, right? iNCO Gaming, they've been able to get a lot of eliminations early on. Unfortunately, today compared to yesterday, they're the team that's getting third party, not them doing the third partying and getting the free eliminations. But right now, it actually looks like iNCO Gaming is going to be on the east side. We're going to be looking at Alpha 7 at El Pozo. No contest for Medi Squad. We usually see a team. Oh, no. Not like this.
Not one team right now in the zone, boys. We were going for something smooth. We were going for something, you know what? Okay, let's be a little bit chill here for the last match. Yeah, that's not going to be the case. The PUBG Mobile Gods of Americas doesn't want that to be the case, as we're going to get Valle del Mar, Partona's in there too, Minas del Valle, Chumacera. I mean, if we can get any of those POIs. You were talking about it, Enigma. Those POIs are even more incredibly hard to get into because of that terrain, that awful terrain, especially by like Minas del Valle. Yikes.
Yeah, and I think Wolves is actually going to be pretty ecstatic about it. They're the team that drops Monty. The only other squad next to them is going to be 9Z, but unfortunately, this fight's going to be all the way off on the other side. Nowhere close to zone. 3,000 meters out. VIP clearing out United 4 Gaming 1-by-1. Unfortunately, losing one player, but hey, he's taking the 1v1 with Brady. The Tommy gun, limited on ammo. Getting the shots down by the mini of all guns, trying to hit the pistol swap. Not going to be the case. VIP 3-1 now. Trying to find this last player, but the Winchester Taylor, I'm not sure if that's the gun of choice I want to have out here. Understanding Joko is on the outside here, but you still got to be careful. The 249 in his hands could definitely get all 3 players here.
Oh, yeah. What's he shoot? Okay. All right.
Okay.
Hey, he's saying, come my way. Come on, what the smoke, baby. And he's shooting the opposite weapon, too. So he's kind of giving false hope. Oh, that's all he's got? Okay, cool. Pushing out. Oh. That's one. Hold up. He's cooking. My boy Joko, United for Gaming, is cooking through the door. Jiggle peek. Boom, boom. Oh. He's dead, man. But I tell you what, Joko, I was feeling him in that moment. He hit that first shot, and it was looking good. And some body shots. Okay. And look, who's he talking to? What's he even saying right now? I'd like to think he's talking to the enemy team. I doubt he is, but let's get spicy in the land center.
I'll translate what he's saying. He's saying, ¿Qué estamos haciendo? Which means, what are we doing here, boys? Why are we pushing 1-by-1? Why are we giving them a chance even with one player there? Jeez, I love the player cams, by the way. I love being able to see the reactions there when players do end up talking that smack. One player that we haven't seen much of, and it's going to be one of the iNCO players, is Bruno. Boy, that guy can definitely talk smack. Don't let him get hot. Don't let him get confident in this lobby. If not, you're going to be seeing him getting off the seat and just pointing at players and screaming at them. One scenario, just to point it out to everybody, since we're currently not really seeing much with some of the teams rotating around and trying to figure out what they're going to be doing within this circle, is during PMGC, Bruno, when he was part of the Vicious, he stood up from his seat. He looked down at Bigatron, a Luxy, and he was at Suxy actually, and he was like, "What are you gonna do about it?" After they hot drop him, after they eliminated him, it was toxic, and I absolutely loved it.
Listen, we call that aura. And by the way, you said that it's Bruno's in we gotta watch for. Taylor, you wanted Stars last year to be here. He's not the case. Bruno's gonna fill those shoes for you, okay? We're gonna have to monitor the player cams. And I know, obviously, we've got someone on the back end maybe looking at that. If we could get any sort of clip of that man standing up and going crazy, we gotta make it a GIF. We gotta make it happen, baby, because we gotta show emotion here, guys. The NA players, yeah, they're comfortable and collected like Fate, but I need to see some real emotion out here, Taylor.
Yeah, dude, come on, it's LAN. The whole point of LAN is to talk smack, to be there facing your opponents. When you take them down, you let them know, like in this case. Doran onto Carrillo, Alpha 7. This team's been breaking up, making these split pushes, and we've been calling it out. You know, it's a bit disrespectful to the lobby. They don't respect the lobby per se, and in this case, it was much the same. But unfortunately for them, Carrillo bit off more than he can chew, and Doran takes him down. Alpha 7 now has to finish up the game with just 3 players.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, this teams have just been hugging each other pretty much throughout the whole day. That is the third engagement that we see between Alpha 7 Esports and Wolves Esports. I'm not sure if maybe Wolf went back to that drawing board trying to see what Alpha 7 tends to do, trying to see if they can maybe cut him off or whatever the case might be, because yesterday during Miramar as well, Wolves was able to stop 2 players of Alpha 7 in that last match. They just didn't end up working out for them ultimately. But once again, Wolves being able to catch Carrillo on the pretty much on the off angle with that rotation and losing 1 player there for Alpha 7. Not what you want to see, but I mean, for a team that was just able to get a win, has been dominant throughout the day, they're able to afford some mulligans here and there. And why not? Give them to NA. NA needs those points, boys.
We do.
Hey, listen, this is an interesting thought. Aaron Gale Wolves Esports targets Team Liquid every single bridge. Is it on Miramar now? They turn their sights at the other dominating team, Alpha 7. Because it's like you said yesterday, that final match, they caught 2 players off. That was what we noted immediately from the elimination feed, is Wolves is going out of their way in these early parts. Obviously, there was more so a scouting issue maybe with Creo, but they're wanting to take these fights. They're not afraid to go against the top dogs in the lobby. And yeah, we can question them and maybe say, hey, this is something that maybe you don't want to do. But with it being only the second day of competition, you got to be comfortable going against these teams. And I enjoy now that Juancho interview kind of really speaking volumes of this team needing to play aggressive. They need to not be nervous. And for Doran especially to hit those shots, it speaks volumes as a team as well about what these matches today have meant for them.
You know what? Talking about these 2 teams fighting each other, I'm wondering if Sarpatch, if you are listening to us by any chance, please go up to Alpha 7 and see if they have noticed that Wolves has been able to engage with them multiple times. Because with them having a coach with the support system that Alpha 7 does have, I wouldn't be surprised if they even end up fixing some little things here and there on the rotations so they can stop that from happening, especially when you have one player by themselves like Rio trying to scout and getting just caught off guard by a team like Wolves.
Fight underway. Juancho firing some shots up on a team just above him. He'll disengage for the time being, join the rest of his roster, who's going to be down low. But good for him for taking that engagement and then feeling confident enough to back away instead of sticking it and getting overly zealous, overly greedy. More often than not, I do notice North American teams tend to do that. They'll want to just finish a fight. They want to get scrappy because they just are all hot air. And it's like, hey, sometimes the best course of action is just to break away. And that's what they did. They're still relatively split as they look to be going more towards the southern portion of the zone, which is now going to collapse onto them. They'll be on the edge. And if they can all, bunch up where Doran is currently at, I think they're going to be in a solid spot. Or maybe even join Juancho, because right now the top of that hill is all them if they decide to take it. You got Alpha 7 and Loops, who's relatively close. You got AGG moving in, but yeah, actually, I take it back. I'm going where Baton and Juancho are currently at. That's where I want to be.
I like the idea there, Taylor, but for some of these teams, I think they really opt to just play that shoreline, especially on the southern part of the map. Maybe you're figuring a team like AGG or S2S rotates into you carelessly, because a lot of these squads are going to opt to say, hey, with these hard shifts, with this hard pull, you're going to expect squads not to be in front of you. It's going to be a lot of open terrain, and now we're seeing it as well with Juancho's rotate Wolves. They opted to go towards the south side. I would have loved to have seen them play the warehouse that they were at, but I think this play opens them up more to that rotation. Anywhere that it goes to the north here, 7 allows them to at least fight their way into the circle instead of being surrounded.
That's right. I mean, with Wolves, this situation right here, this positioning that they're going to be getting, at least now you're going to have not only some vehicles to your name, right? You're going to have some opportunities to maybe split around a little bit. They're currently scouting, making sure that there's nobody nearby, securing that buggy later on. That's a smart play as well for them if they do decide to stay within this building and just not really having to worry about a lot of people. And for them, if for some reason the circle does end up shifting their wave, that is going to be massive, because all those players towards the north, I mentioned it earlier, with the terrain towards Minas del Valle, it's absolutely horrible. Even if you have a buggy, even if you have a vehicle, it's just a terrain that you don't really want to be part of. A team that has slowed down a bit, but is still maintaining themselves there within the top 6. iNCO Gaming representing North America. McGrellin, I mean, this player, I can't wait. I actually want to look up and see how many eliminations he has, because if I'm not mistaken, every single time we go towards them, he has been able to put up elims. A bit of a contrast of what we saw whenever he was playing with Alpha 7.
Yeah, McGrellin sitting at 10 eliminations currently, at least for the 11 maps we've seen completed so far. So currently at 10. But we know he's capable of so much more. So much more. And, you obviously, if we can compare that to his previous stats, right, in the fall season, that would be a great comparison without question. But regardless of his individual performance, iNCO has had incredible success. For them to be top 6 is very impressive. I feel we've highlighted them a ton of times. And look, 67 points to 73. That's not a lot and very doable. They could jump up the top 4 if they find success in this game, which they have history of that. Let's go back to yesterday. iNCO Gaming, second place 2 times in a row on Miramar. It's within their wheelhouse. to obviously have a deep run. And well, we're going to have a bit of a shift. And I wanted to say Shoot to Survive was making a bit of a play towards Los Egos, and now they're going to have to go all the way over towards the bridge and work their way up. But Enigma, I kind of like that. Even though it was unintentional, that part of the zone is currently dead, which gives them free real estate if they can get there quick enough.
Yeah, and I really just feel bad for Wolves as well. You wanted them to go north. I think either of these spots now just works against them because VIOUS Gaming is not going to be moving from their position. They're going to hold that roadside meeting that all those Western teams, I'm talking VIP, Wolves, Alpha 7, they're all going to have to start brawling it out for that Western edge while all these other teams start coming in for free. S2S as well, you made mention of it. They're able to come all the way to that Eastern edge. I'm not sure if they're going to realize it just yet that it's free, but they're going to find themselves in. And the north side, I didn't think actually any fighting was going to go on here, 7, with it being the close shift, but Xforce being pinned down right now by Royals of War.
Yeah, and I mean, with Royals of War, with this current situation that they have, if they're able to take care here of Xforce, they're going to have a lot of ground there towards that northeast to play with. So I think that this is why they're truly wanting to commit to this, but you don't want to end up overextending. You don't want to give Xforce any chance to make a push here towards you, as Valak is now being caught off guard. A grenade's going to be coming in, landing very close to him, and there goes Valak getting knocked by Aragod and being able to confirm that elimination, and that is it for Xforce. They weren't really able to do much after we saw them being able to get that win earlier in Erangel, getting eliminated early on in this last match.
Oh! Bob into the water, nearly runs over a player, and actually can still take down Baton if he plays this appropriately. Baton not even focused on Bob in the water. I mean, like, he keeps looking a little bit. He's keeping him in check, and Bob will stay in the vehicle. But Wolves just up above him. You'd have to assume Bob is just biding his time. I don't believe he's going to make it out of this situation. If he does, it's going to be a miraculous play. Nade being cooked. He's most likely cooked himself. And Casper bleeding out. In the meantime, for Wolves, the next appropriate action, though, is for them to then head northeast, which Alpha 7 currently going to be the gatekeepers in this moment. So from Wolves, even though they're focused on Bob, this might be their last elimination. I'm highly expecting Alpha 7 to eliminate them once Wolves starts rotating in.
Yeah, it looks like Revo was able to shift south, but I honestly thought he was going to go a little bit more, even get to the bridge almost, but instead, I think being that 3-man has made him too hesitant. But Dorian, if you're going to stay in the open, he's going to tap you to death. Unfortunately for Alpha 7, Revo, I think will maybe get thirsted here by Hegor on the off angle, and you're making note of it. These Western teams, especially Wolves, gonna struggle with coming into the zone. Hopefully, Coops and Juancho will both be able to follow behind Baton, who's currently the only one in circle for the team. And I'm really interested in seeing a lot of that southern side is still clear if they could just get past VG. Unfortunately, though, circle shift comes through. Savage Esports being the team dead center, having a lot of control while everyone else forced this western road, which a lot of that's just mountain play here, 7. You're not able to even rotate freely here.
Yeah, the place where I didn't want the circle to go, it does end up going. With this terrain, it's absolutely awful to even try to make a rotation, even with a vehicle. You just gotta hope that nobody's gonna end up seeing you. There you go. Wolves getting eliminated, for them at least being able to secure 4 eliminations here in this last match for day 2 of PMSL America's 2025 Spring Split. Meanwhile, Igor, you mentioned earlier, he might have been able to thirst Revo. He was not. Squash was able to pick him up. And now VIOUS Gaming trying to see if they can maybe capitalize on them having to overextend for Alpha 7 with that revive, but they're not going to be able to capitalize. Alpha 7 is going to be able to get away with this free. Scave, nothing's going to happen to this team. Getting super lucky, I feel like, for Alpha 7. They're not really losing Revo, and on top of that, being able to get out of that situation with Squash as well.
Yeah, some of it is luck, but give credit to Mafioso. If it wasn't for Mafioso firing shots down range, Revo and his crew wasn't going to be able to traverse that hill safely. Most likely, they were going to lose at least one or maybe even both of the players. So Mafioso firing those shots, Enigma, that's what saved them in the end.
Yeah, and I like that he was able to peek early, right as the squad was first starting the vehicle to draw attention, and then afterwards, ultimately just ratting it out on the ridge, watching these players look like fools in front of him. And yeah, Hegor 100%, I think, should have gone out of his way to look for that thirst. But nonetheless, Alpha 7, they're trying to salvage it now towards Mafio. So definitely a player you want to get up all these squad mates being able to perform. But the issue is now you've got IG to your north, you've got AGG to your north, as well as both teams oh my goodness, driving up to Alpha 7, getting pincered by, what is that, 3-4 teams on the western side of Circle and 7. I know you're looking at a lot of things right now. Alpha 7, do they get away in this situation as well?
I think they might. I think both of the teams ended up getting scared by each other, with Loops pushing up, with none other than VIOUS Gaming pushing up as well. They both ended up backing up. One team that is not going to be backing down from this fight is going to be iNCO Gaming versus Influence Rage. Influence Rage currently having 2 players knocked from iNCO Gaming. iNCO Gaming trying to see if they can maybe recover from this. But Influence Rage as well is going to have all the players alive. Now starting to drive around. Then it's going to end up backfiring as Diego ends up getting knocked and ends up getting eliminated. 7. And the rest of the squad now having to worry as IG is going to be making the push, surprising them. And IG is just going to be making them easy clear up here, as now they're going to have to focus on Influence Rage. And Influence Rage being forced to back up a little bit, create some distance between themselves and Intense Game.
Number 2 and number 3 currently in a battle for the death. Whoever wins this has a very real chance of, well, obviously keeping and maintaining their spot, but going into tomorrow with a lot more confidence than they would if they died off in this engagement. The question is, who's it going to be? I mean, for Influence Rage, you got a couple of players who are quite low. Same thing for IG, but neither roster wants to make an attempt forward. Lorenzen is going to be the one who has to try and go big wall, dodging a car, hops out, can't get the elimination. Influence Rage will lose their lives. An intense game, almost reminiscent of what they did yesterday in Game 6 Miramar, finishing off with 18 eliminations. Naturally, they don't have as many here, but they're at 5. They still have 4 of their players alive. I don't know. Enigma, does history repeat itself? It's possible.
Hey, listen, this is enlightening to say the least. It can strike twice in the same sort of situations. And unfortunately for Influence Rage, they were probably expecting Rose of War to help with the third party, but ultimately just playing passive on the mountaintop, allowing IG to just full send with the Murado in their face, and Silence, I believe, got all 3 of the Influence Rage players there. So really a player that's stepping up in the final match of the day. And with that circle shift, we see a bit of it going down south. Alpha 7, Team Liquid, that might be a dynamic we see, but all these other squads in the north, IG, actually Rose of War already making the rotation. This is opening up a little bit here, Taylor. A lot of these teams are able to, I can picture it, weaseling their way into this next circle shift again.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these teams could. IG, Alpha 7, TL, Royals of War also moving through. Savage has been quiet, but, I mean, they can. They've just been center zone for the longest time. 9Z have been active a couple of times, firing pop shots, but they've also been relatively quiet. All eyes have to be on this AGG as well. I believe even Loops, because Loops is fighting VIOUS Gaming on the opposite side, and they've managed to get 1 drop on Dominor. Now they have 3 more as the finish is in, so 3 more players to deal with. The good thing for Loops is they've got all 4 players left alive. It's been a relatively quiet game for them, but 2 eliminations could be up to 5 if they can finish off VG.
That's right, VG now having to back up there from that situation between Loops Esports. And you guys were talking about teams that might be able to edge their way into the circle. One team that is currently trying to do that, it's going to be IG, as they're going to more than likely have to fight there with Alpha 7. They did end up losing 1 player already to Alpha 7, or at least it's currently knocked. There you go. Kogo's actually going to be able to get some more players from IG. Meanwhile, Loops keeping an eye on everything going on towards the north, trying to make sure they make life even harder for Alpha 7. All the teams are currently focusing on Alpha 7, making sure that they eliminate them so they can make their game a little bit easier. Mafioso being the last player alive, currently with 0 eliminations, and having to figure out how he's going to make this push in. He has Team Liquid close by to his north, just holding him down. On top of that, IG, you mentioned it, Enigma, one of the teams that might be able to weasel the way into the circle. IG is one of them.
Yeah, and I think for Mafioso, wow, a blessing from Team Liquid getting hopefully that elimination. Gotta finish off. Unfortunately, we're talking stage 5, the damage you cannot mess with Papa Blue. And Team Liquid actually have 2 players knocked. I want to see them get the full reset here, but Alpha 7, Mafioso, he making it in real trouble to get the reset. The nade comes through. Actually, a thirst onto Chief, so big damage coming from Alpha 7 onto the Team Liquid squad, a team that desperately needs to keep all 4 players up now, being down to 3, and oh my goodness, Mafioso almost got another one there. But IG, man, all these teams on the north side just feeling the pressure, even from a solo of Alpha 7. That's nothing to play about.
such an underrated player too when it comes down to Mafioso. I know sometimes people question him because he might not have an insane amount of numbers when it comes down to eliminations, but he just plays his role so perfect and he's being that support player. But whenever he is put in a situation where he needs to frag out, he's able to do that for his team. Colgo, though, taking advantage of whatever situation is going on there in the elimination feed, he was able to get some players there from 9C. Meanwhile, Loops still having all their players alive. We really haven't been able to see much out of Loops today of the likes of what we saw yesterday. This is a team that was able to get a win yesterday. They're looking to repeat that once again here in this last match. Reflections?
Yeah, and it would be big for them, right? Because Influence Rage just finished off a little bit earlier, which means they can potentially secure the top 3 spot, go into tomorrow looking very, very well. Question is, can they do it? Well, obviously, they're the ones who have to answer it, but they do have a good chance. They're healthy. They're strong. They do have a couple from VG still on the opposite side. They've been fighting this VIOUS roster for a long time, it seems. We'll follow up with that in just a bit. For 9Z, they finally get active. They've been relatively quiet, and again, the reason why is because they've been relatively center of the zone for the longest time, but Milos is heating up. We're always talking about this guy. Not only does he take down Victix, but David also in his line of sight just up ahead. Royals of War might be being put into the blender, and in fact, they will be. They are fully down and out. Another player from IG will be eliminated. In fact, IG's fully gone. Alpha 7 also fully eliminated. Teams falling like flies. We question, could Loops, Team Liquid, or 9Z take this game? Well, now it's a real possibility. And I'm excited for Loops' sake. Even, you know what? I'm going to throw them all in there. Team Liquid could jump up in the top 4. 9Z can jump up in the top 4. Loops can also do the same, actually top 3. All of these teams still left could make a big impact in our top 5 standings.
Yeah, and I think 9Z is going to be the real key takeaway here. How do they play this circle? They've got all of that eastern side free for the taking. They had control of the north because they had that edge compound before they rotated for the third party. My question mark is going to be, how does Loops play this? Do you go for the center play? Do you send it into VIOUS Gaming that you already got an elimination on because they were the squad that made him a 3-man? You understand that you have the man advantage here, or do you choose to play the circle? And unfortunately, a squad that is down to a solo no Savage Esports. They were a team that had so much control on this southern side, ultimately just getting a little bit too greedy on that fight with Royals War on the east, taking the most casualties without being eliminated. So these squads right now, obviously there's the 3 key takeaways here. I'm more interested in seeing how these left squads, these western teams here, are able to maneuver around this hillside.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for some of those teams, especially with 9C. I mean, towards the east, so much room to work with. On top of that, they have buildings too. They need to go and fall back on that. I like that they're currently not there because they would just be putting themselves in just such a bad situation. And there you go. Thank you for pulling up that map, as we're going to be seeing what the next circle is going to be doing. 9C, there's so much room. I would say, honestly, if they wanted to, they could work with 50% of this circle right here. But just keep it this way, 9C. Let's not be too aggressive, and let's not end up doing what HG ended up doing in that last match. There you go. With the new circle popping up, 9C will definitely be able to position themselves there perfectly in this circle. And what is Loops going to do? Because Loops, more than likely, they're going to have to end up fighting Team Liquid. Team Liquid needs to find an opening within this circle. And hopefully with the terrain that they have to work with, they might be able to. And on top of that, Reflections, they have an airdrop close by as well.
That's right. They definitely do. I think that airdrop, I don't know how worth it is to risk your life to try and go get it. For Team Liquid, it's a little bit more in their path, right? Because they're the team that kind of has to push forward. If I'm Loops, I want to keep 9Z in check, but focus and put my attention on Team Liquid up ahead. That's what I want to do. And it seems like with them dropping low, with Vitten, who might get a bit active in Abete as well, there's a chance they do go on the attack on Team Liquid. VG is another worry, though, that I have, because they've been kind of hiding in the shadows, staying relatively quiet. They've gotten active a couple of times. We saw Loops and VG, have a skirmish here and there occasionally, but that fight has never concluded. But Loops, Team Liquid finally underway. Rafina onto Cardozan. The drop potentially looking to be picked up from Cardozan's perspective. But again, it's just not worth it. You've got Loops on the overhang, and Cardozan's going to pay for it. Rafina will get the pick of Ayala. A last-ditch effort, jumping up with his teammate, trying to get the run over, but comes out with the DPS, gets the drop. But for Team Liquid's sake, Just too much ground to cover. Loops had their number. TL was out. Their hopes and dreams of breaking into the top 4 have been disqualified. However, a great day for them nonetheless. Now, all eyes on Loops and 9Z, the healthiest teams in our lobby. But Loops in a bit of trouble, Enigma, and it's up to Vidden to really go big in this moment. They've got to take down VG, and that's a great start.
Yeah, and VG, they needed to aggress on that. You saw Team Liquid got an opening knock for you, as well as 9Z getting a second player, but instead we play passive. We put the brakes on as we're watching them. We've been on focus with Loops for the last 4 zones. Instead, this squad, I think it's just today's performance weighing down too much. Now forced into the 2v4. The shots start off strong. Reyes giving support from another squad. Now the pre-fires come through. Shotgun is not going to be the move because the M4 spray is too inconsistent. Vitsin now struggling to keep the squad alive. 9Z applying the pressure. Which one of these solos will get the placement? And Nunez gets eliminated. The nade comes through afterwards. Reyes leaving it down to the 4v1, and 9Z, man, Latam gets a win as well today. Taylor, winner, chicken dinner, and they did it with fashion there.
Fashion indeed. 9Z! The story going into the Miramars for me was, can they step it up and make an impact? Because today, relatively non-existent. They weren't in our storylines outside of the performance from day 1. That was the only time we brought them up. The question was, could they perform in the last 2 maps? Well, they exceeded my expectations. A 3rd place finish in map 5 with 5 eliminations, and then a banger last game to end the day on Miramar. Game 6, a winner, chicken dinner, 14 eliminations. Their biggest game yet. 9Z jumping up the leaderboard, but so is Loop 7. That's a great finish. 2nd place, 8 eliminations. Loops going up, and I believe, if not close or exceeding it, breaking in the top 3.
That's what this team wants to see, right? Especially after this kind of they didn't really have pop-up performances that we saw yesterday. And for Loops to be able to take care of Team Liquid there towards the end, that's perfect play out of that team. And I'm surprised. I'm with you, Enigma. With VIOUS Gaming, I thought VIOUS Gaming was going to just go full on. They decided to slow down. Yes, I know Vitin did have that angle on them. He did try to slow down, but I felt like with the manpower that they had, especially with how many players were knocked there from Loops, they could have overrun them. They waited a little bit too long, ultimately gave 9C the opening that they were looking for. And honestly, with that circle, with the positioning that 9C had, Enigma, it was theirs to lose.
Yeah, and I mean, for 9Z, it's always a matter of just keeping true to yourself. That's a squad that worked as a team and stuff like that. But unfortunately, it's just all those Western teams, especially VIOUS' positioning. They held that Western edge of the zone for what seemed to be 3 or 4 circle shifts. We saw Loops, Alpha 7 having to rotate north. We saw even Wolves dealing with the struggle of getting into it, which ultimately allowed that whole southeastern edge to be completely free for what seemed to be the whole match. These squads were having a real trouble with those circle shifts, and for VIOUS, they really should have just had more eliminations that match, but good stuff, of course, from 9Z. They didn't sit still. They went out of their way to take that engagement, and I think wiping Worlds of War, a squad that was definitely in the running next to you, it's a big confidence boost.
Yeah, without a doubt, huge confidence boost, and this is the ultimate confidence boost for 9Z Globant. Their first win throughout the 2025 PMSL America spring season. They've gotten close multiple times, but this is the first time they've got over the hump and got their win. It was a day of first. Xforce for North America getting the win on Erangel Map 4, and then, of course, 9Z themselves securing a victory. Definitely feels good going into the next day. 24 points. That's going to catapult them up the standings. They're going to be feeling a lot better for sure in the next coming days. For Loops, though, again, great job. 14 points. For everybody else, 7. Not really walking away with much.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at number 3, VIOUS Gaming. I mean, this is why we were kind of hoping they will be a little bit more aggressive there when they have Loops pretty much up against the zone. They had 2 players knocked down. That team ends up just being able to get the placement points. Not really what you want to see, especially in a situation like that. But I guess it has a lot to do with the terrain that they had to work with too. Vitin, honestly, if I'm Loops Esports, I'm being so happy to Vitin. Even though they ended up losing, he was able to just showcase that he can hold up a team and allow his team to try to revive the rest. And the overall, Alpha 7 Esports on top by 30 points.
Whoa, yes, 30 points. Big story there. Intense game, holding on to second. I was hyping up Loops. Thought Loops is going to break into top 3. Not the case. 9Z jumps way up into third place, albeit just by 1 point over Influence Rage and Loops. But I wasn't expecting this by the end of the day, Enigma.
Yeah, and for 9Z, it's just being able to finish the day, going to that last day of Phase 1 tomorrow, being able to see yourself in contention for those top 3 advancement points for the finals. It's a big momentum shift for your team. You're going to go into that VOD review tonight and really be theory crafting and understanding what maybe not even mistakes you made today, but different choices you could to propel yourself even more forward. And unfortunately, I really kind of suck to see Influence Rage here. 3 winner chicken dinners, tied with Loops, who only has 1, and allowing 9Z to pass you. The win column is so strong, but it just shows for Influence Rage, at least, they don't get the wins. It's like Seven said, they really underperform.
That is a fact. Man, I am so shocked at how close this is. Yesterday, Seven, we were talking about how close the top 4 were, and everybody else were just kind of existing, right? Now look at it from third place on down even to, even to ninth place. That's one good game. You're going over all of them, and you're now in the top 3 just like that.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, even with Wolves Esports, they position themselves in such a massive way, and I know we got a chance to see him being able to perform well, but I got to give, once again, props to Coops. He showed up when the team needed him to show up, and I felt like that was just such a turning point for this team, as well with iNCO Gaming. I mean, iNCO Gaming being able to do certain situations here and there. I'm with you, Enigma. That's another team. If they can go back to the drawing board, if they can just go back and look at that VOD review tonight and just pick out little things here and there, that's a team that can maintain themselves there within the top 5 and figure out when we go to Phase 2 what it takes to actually try to make it to a top 3 situation when we go to the grand finals and make it to PMWC.
And I think for iNCO as well, your whole goal tomorrow is to try to at least either cauterize the damage if you're underperforming, or at least try to propel yourself forward, because you're playing tomorrow for those advancement points. You're not playing for anything else but that. You want to make sure that you're getting yourself as many points as possible. And for the squads near the bottom of the leaderboard, maybe below even Wolves Esports, you're looking for the experience. You're looking to iron out the kinks that you have to try to get into Phase 2 to get yourself to success, because everyone below Wolves, I struggle seeing making that first page. Wolves is the only one in my eyes where they have the caliber and they have the consistency when it comes to taking some of these engagements and fights to be able to win a game like someone like Alpha 7, where you get those double-digit elimination points. You get yourself the consistency, but obviously we know time will tell tomorrow. They've got 6 games left, and we know any team can crumble.
Well, one thing is for certain, based off of these 2 days, I can happily say this iteration of PMSL has a variety of teams that are fighting for gold, and it's highly competitive, and a stark difference from the 2024 spring season, which we had our front runners, and that was it. Nobody else was able to catch up. Remember spring season, it was top 2. I think it was Alpha 7 Team Liquid for many weeks. They just stayed in first place, second place. Nobody was able to touch them all the way to the very end. This time around, a much different story, and I think a large reason is because we got rid of the bonus points. I'm loving this format so far. It's been incredible. A great day, number 2. The tournament will continue tomorrow at 4 Eastern. Before we get out of here, let's get your final words, Enigma. Let's start with you.
Oh, I mean, for the most part, I'm expecting tomorrow these squads show up and they try to leave it all out on the table. I want to see Wolves. I want to see iNCO Gaming. You're the teams I'm looking at to represent NA and say, hey, we're going to be shooting for that top 5. We were so close to it. It seemed like today, coming into, at least for iNCO, it's definitely in the realm of possibility. And for the other squads, I hope you're able to get the experience you need to be able to be essentially woken up for Phase 2 after tomorrow.
Enigma, always a pleasure to cast with you. Wake me up every single cast we do, baby. You always bring the energy and the insight. It's always a pleasure. 7, always great working with you, man. It's been wonderful these past 2 days. What's your final words as we get out of here?
I think for me, it's going to have to be Influence Rage. They're going to have to figure out what's going to happen between this team, especially if they don't end up getting a win. It was my biggest worry coming into today. They still continue to get those wins. They only ended up getting 1. But besides those wins, if you take away the wins, they only have 3 placement points, and that's just not going to be cutting it in regards to consistency. They need to be able to narrow down, being a little bit more consistent when they don't get a win when it comes down to placement points.
Well, there it is. That concludes day number 2. Always a pleasure to have each and every one of you, not only in the desk, but also you out there in the chat. Make sure you hit that sub button if you haven't already, because look, there's still plenty of more days of competition for our 2025 PMSL America Spring Season. This was just day 2. Many more to come, and it's going to be happening right here on this channel at 4 Eastern Time. For myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble 7, Enigma, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you so much for being here. Be back tomorrow, same time, 4 Eastern. We would love to have you.
Just instantly rotated, but unfortunately, M2M, he's going to have to try to get at least maybe one elimination under his belt. Luckily, the rest of the squad here is able to cover, but getting knocked locks. He found himself under the roof, might be getting a cheek.
Yeah. What you want to see out of this team is you want to be able to back it up.
Side Chief is desperately crawling. Do you stick the rest? Do you go for this game? Remaining consistent from day 1 to day 2.
Grenade switching it out. Is he going to be able to knock anybody here from United for Gaming? He is going to be able to connect with one king turn around. And I wonder if they're just so confident. They're really not expecting it. The grenade going to be coming. Gun to their advantage. And here you go. Adrian just going for it.
2v2 fight, and we see it now. Great overhead. Snacks actually getting an off angle. Ronson notices too late. Snacks will trade to duo for what seemed to be those last 3 or 4 circle shifts. Winning out.
Now Rebel's going to end up getting one.
Wow.
It just didn't work out for him, but now the story continues, 7. Here's Coops, still alive.
He is going to still be alive. Coming in, Mafioso connect, almost being able to connect. Here comes the second one. Saying, yeah, I know people have been down on me, but I'm still able to get those eliminations.
All eyes on Fred as some damage is already going through. VIOUS is taking it.
The one, his teammate got knocked on the off angle all the way on the eastern edge.
Here a VIP, the last 2 players standing. Hayuya is going to be able to heal
Yeah,
up.
and the beautiful thing, if that hovercraft does blow up, he's dead center zone. That's an immovable option. Xforce for North America's first win, just around Xforce. Full speed ahead, baby.
Xforce being a
4-man spread, essentially on 50% of the map. So them coming through, unfortunately.
I end up getting distracted here with some of the fights going on. I know we currently have Influence Rage versus Loops right in front of us, but some of those teams were rotating around. Vitinho now.
Is this the moment they haven't spotted him? Remix, you can pick up 2, you can pick up 3, and there he goes! 1, 2, get the 3 on the Chief. He switches guns.
There goes one. He's going to get cut off from the back. They're there for the trade first spot and playing that perfectly.
And that's their face. He's kind of giving false hope. Oh, that's all he's got. Okay, cool. Push it out. Smack to be there facing your opponents. When you take them down, you let them know, like in this case. Line of sight just up ahead. Royals of War might be being
applying the pressure. Which one of these solos will get the placement? And Nunez gets eliminated. The nade comes through afterwards. Reyes leaving it down to the 4v1.
The story going into the Miramars for me was, can they step it up and make an impact?